And we are live. It's Tuesday night. We've got a whole slate of primary. I'm still recovering from Michigan last week. We had an all-nighter. Many of you, I know, stayed up for that. I don't think it's going to go quite as long tonight, but polls are now closed in the first state to go, South Carolina. This is a special Senate election, the Republican primary tonight. Top two will advance to the runoff unless, seems unlikely, but we have to say it's possible if somebody were to get an outright majority tonight. We'd have a winner on the spot. With me tonight as we start to await for that first county to light up in South Carolina, as always, mere feet away from me. I'm blanking on his name. Of course I'm not. It's Adam Naboa, producer and numbers cruncher extraordinaire. Adam, which contest are you most excited about tonight?
I'm excited. South Carolina has become really interesting in my mind, and I know you're still recovering, but I think inquiring viewers want to know, how's your computer doing after the water incident?
Oh, it's fair. If you were watching last week, there was a spill. Unfortunately, if you put water in front of me and it doesn't have a cap on it, it's going to happen. The computer's in great shape, though. We're ready to go. We've even got a new kind of experimental. Later on, when we get to Wisconsin, I'll tell you, I got a little sort of model there we're going to try to incorporate. But again, South Carolina, the polls are now closed. Typically, it takes here 15, 20 minutes for the counties to start coming in. We do think this is going to be a pretty quick counting state, certainly compared to Michigan. Heinz ketchup is fast compared to Michigan, I think. But probably, by the time we get to Wisconsin at 9 o'clock tonight, we may have a pretty clear sense here of what's happened in this South Carolina race, maybe even before that. But let's just sort of set the stage here in South Carolina first. Again, if anything lights up, we'll go to it right away. It's pretty straightforward here. There is some early voting. Typically, you're going to get the early voting reported out first in these counties. Then they're going to give you the election day vote. As always, in these Republican primaries, we're going to look for that dynamic of, is there a difference between the early voting and the election day vote? The early voting in a lot of these Republican primaries has been more sort of the establishment flavored, the election day a little more MAGA flavored. Of course, that's an interesting question here, isn't it? Because Darlene Graham, who is now the appointed senator, now seeking to win this, on her own right here, sister of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham was never really a favorite of the core Republican base in South Carolina. In fact, just before his death, he did run in a primary this spring in South Carolina, and he got 57% of the vote. Not a great number for a long-term incumbent, but that was always Lindsey Graham's relationship with the base. It was always a very complicated thing. Then again, Graham does have the full endorsement, full support of President Trump here. So which wing, establishment or MAGA, is going to sort of rally to her cause here? We'll see. The other candidates, Ralph Norman. He's a congressman. His base is right here. This is York County, right outside Charlotte. It's one of the biggies here, and his district kind of expands a bit into sort of the upstate region, sort of this area here. But think of sort of the upstate, some of the upstate, I should say, and then right there, that fast-growing Charlotte metro area here. Norman had run for governor in a Republican primary earlier this year. Obviously, he was unsuccessful. He finished third, but he ran some big numbers here. And then we also have in this race, Russell Fry. He's a congressman sort of from this part of the state. This is the 7th congressional district. Myrtle Beach obviously anchors it. Horry County here. This is one of the biggest, probably the second biggest vote-producing county in South Carolina tonight. It's going to be right here where Myrtle Beach is. You got Georgetown County, just kind of south of that. And they call this the PD region of South Carolina. So that's Fry's home base. I can't scroll down without erasing this wonderful artwork I did. But below this, you would see Mark Sanford. Mark Sanford, the former governor of South Carolina, also the former congressman from South Carolina. Twice he represented versions of the 1st congressional district, which is basically here, South Carolina, Charleston, and the Low Country. So this would be the 1st, this would be the 7th, this would be the 5th. This would be historically Sanford territory. This is Fry territory. This is Norman territory. So they got 3 members or one-time members of Congress running here. And then again, of course, we say there's Darlene Graham. There are other candidates, too, including the candidate who would run against Lindsey Graham in that primary back in June, whose base would be here in the upstate. One other thing to keep in mind, I said that the Norman district extends a bit into the upstate, but this upstate region here, probably a third of the vote in this primary tonight, is going to come from the area that I just kind of crudely outlined here. This is the most conservative part of the state. Greenville, Spartanburg is right here. You'd have Clemson University is up here, too, for that matter. Beautiful place. This was always Lindsey Graham's worst area in Republican primaries in South Carolina. In fact, I was just running the numbers from Lindsey Graham's primary in June. This might be relevant to how his sister does tonight and where she's strong and where she's not. Again, in the primary in June, Lindsey Graham won again. He won, renomination. He got 57% of the vote. Say, not a great number there for a long-time incumbent, but look at it this way. Basically, in this region of the state, the upstate, Lindsey Graham only got 44% of the vote. Everywhere outside of here, he got 63% of the vote. So I think what's one of the things we're looking for when you look at Graham and how is she going to do tonight, is she going to struggle up there too? Because she is, her main connection in this race is, she is the sister of Lindsey Graham, and he always had trouble up there. So I think from Graham's standpoint, not really a natural geographic base for her anywhere. Not many folks had much familiarity with her until the last couple of weeks, but she does have that Trump endorsement. Obviously, through her brother, that's a powerful name in some places. Is she sort of the, I think the Graham strategy would basically be if Norman is winning big in his backyard, is she second place? If Fry is running big in his backyard, is she second place here? If Sanford's winning here in Charleston, if she's second place consistently in these other places, that could add up to first place statewide, because then the question would be, look, if Norman's running great in his district, well, how's he doing down here in Charleston? If Fry's running great in his district, how's he doing outside of it? So if Graham has a breadth of support that's not overwhelming in one place, but that's consistent in every place, that could certainly add up to, I think when you talk to folks, there's an expectation. We'll see. Not a lot of polling. It's the fun of these primaries. But I think the expectation certainly has been that Graham would get one of those two runoff spots. A lot of folks figure she will finish first in this. And then the question would be, if that is what happens, is it a strong first place finish for her, where the runoff starts to look more like a formality, or is it a weaker first place finish? And I say that because the very recent history here in South Carolina, in that governor's primary just this year, remember, Trump had endorsed a candidate who finished first in the very crowded South Carolina Republican gubernatorial primary this year, but it was a very underwhelming first place. And as soon as that primary ended, all the other candidates who were defeated rallied around Alan Wilson, and Wilson then easily won the runoff. So even if Graham finishes first tonight, just with that history right there, is it a strong first? Is it a weak first? We saw a weak first place finish in the gubernatorial primary in South Carolina this year, and you saw what that translated into in the runoff right there. So it's a real interesting question here. Nobody really knows what to make of how Graham is going to do here, how the voters are going to receive her. It's a complicated story. I said I would show you. There's Mark Sanford, and again, there are other candidates. Mark Lynch, this is the candidate who ran against Graham in that primary this past June. Lynch's base is right up here in the Greenville, Spartanburg area. It's where he put up his best numbers. One of the reasons we say it's so conservative up here, deeply religious, evangelical, fundamentalist. And that's Lynch's connection to the area, too. There are some others. I'm just seeing this. I don't know, Adam. Did my homework here. Danny Ford II in the Clemson. Is that the son of Danny Ford, the legendary Clemson football coach? Or I don't know. I should have researched this before, but I'm just seeing Danny Ford and I'm seeing Clemson Orange and I'm making all sorts of connections here. The 1981 national champions. So again, we are awaiting the first votes here, probably in about 5-10 minutes. I can tell you it is Danny Ford II. Yeah. Does he have any other? Again, this great research we do here, right? I'm doing the election. I don't even know.
He was previously a candidate for South Carolina Commission of Agriculture.
Okay, Danny, but we got to get a picture. Get the picture of his dad getting carried off the field.
We'll work on that.
Come on, Clemson. They've been good the last 20 years, 15 years too, but they were great under Danny Ford. Okay, enough of that. Also tonight, where else are we going to be looking? There are a bunch of states tonight, and I think one thing we got to just sort of set up front here, I think, is you saw this with Michigan last week. States count at different speeds. Some of these are more conducive to what we're doing than others. I think South Carolina's going to be really conducive to it. I think it's a pretty efficient process. I think this picture is going to come into focus. So we're heavy emphasis here on South Carolina early on. Also, there's nothing else going on 7 to 8, but this is a big one no matter what. Wisconsin, I think there's a lot of interest in the Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary tonight. Francesca Hong, there's been a last-minute effort by the Democratic establishment in Wisconsin that's very panicked about the possibility of her nomination. Can they consolidate the field behind David Crowley? A lot of complex dynamics there we'll get into. Polls are going to close there at 9 o'clock. And again, Wisconsin, I think it's fairly, I think we're going to get a pretty good and pretty steady flow of the vote there. It might take a little bit to get it going in Wisconsin, but I think we're going to get we could potentially get a really clear picture relatively early there. And we could potentially know, I think, pretty early if it's, look, is Hong just too far ahead and the rest of the field was so dysfunctional that they're just not going to catch her? We might, if that's the case, we might know that fairly quickly. Or did that establishment succeed in consolidating late and making it so this is going to be a close race tonight? If it's even going to be a close race tonight, we might get a sense of that early. But anyway, that's just after 9 o'clock. Other high-profile races tonight, Minnesota. A lot of people are interested in the Democratic primary for the United States Senate there. A lieutenant governor is sort of a progressive versus more establishment, dynamic in that race. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan against Angie Craig, a member of Congress. I have to tell you, unfortunately, we live to be pleasantly surprised. Minnesota is extraordinarily slow at counting its votes. So we will keep an eye on it. But I don't know that there's going to be much that emerges there over the next few hours. So if more is coming in than we expect, obviously we'll be showing you that. There's a congressional primary there too. Some folks are interested in, and in Connecticut, Hartford, Connecticut, and the environs, the first congressional district of Connecticut. A longtime Democratic incumbent, John Larson, is in deep, deep trouble there. Former mayor of Hartford, Luke Bronin, is running against him. Connecticut, though, also not a great track record of doing these things quickly, so I'm not sure what we're going to see there, but we'll keep an eye on it. Also, throughout the night, we're going to do some check-ins with our friends over on News Now. They're up and running in their regular programming. They're going to check in. That first check-in is about 30 seconds away. I'll tell you right now, I'll repeat probably a little bit of what I just said. You'll hear. You'll get to watch the whole thing if you haven't seen this before. This may light up. This may start to light up during the hit. If it's possible during the hit and it lights up, I'll go right to the results. And if not, I promise you, the second the hit is over, this is where we're living. We're living in South Carolina for the foreseeable future. But we do have this hit, and they want to give us a little bit. I think they want to give folks a survey of the night. Probably do a little preview in Wisconsin. Here we go. Adam,
another time.
Great technology.
I'll get over to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, always great to see you on these big nights. Let's pick it up there where Shaq left off in Wisconsin. This is yet another test for Democratic Socialists. What will you be watching closest in the governor's race?
Yeah, I think one interesting dynamic here is the fact that so much happened in this race about a month ago with candidates getting in, candidates getting out. Remember, Crowley was out of this race for about 10 days. Then he jumped back in. There are other candidates here who are going to be on the ballot. Sarah Rodriguez, she's dropped out. Her name is still on the ballot. Mandela Barnes. The month of July, 140,000 votes were cast by mail in Wisconsin, most of them in the Democratic primary, some in the Republican, but most in the Democratic primary. Those votes were cast when other candidates were in the race who are long since gone. Those votes were cast before this dynamic of Crowley versus Hong, establishment, before that dynamic was set. So there's this last-minute effort by the establishment in Wisconsin to get folks behind Crowley to stop Hong. One of the problems, one of the hurdles they face tonight is that a lot of votes, probably well over 100,000, were cast before people understood that to be the case, and were probably cast for candidates who have long since left this race. So if this thing is close tonight, if the sort of establishment of the party succeeds in getting Crowley close to Hong, if they just miss, this could be a big factor. Votes that were cast long ago
Yeah, and then, Steve, while we have you here, let's take a look at South Carolina. Polls, as we mentioned, are closed. They're still counting the votes. If no candidate gets this to 50%, this one heads to a runoff?
That's right. 50% plus one wins it tonight. Anything less than that, the top two will advance. Obviously, the story here is this is a big test for Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Lindsey Graham, endorsed by Donald Trump, appointed to this seat by the governor. We are starting to get some results here. As you can see, Russell Fry here, he's a congressman from the 7th District, very early. There's only a little bit over 1,000 votes. I think what you're seeing here is the votes are coming primarily right now from his congressional district. That's why he's jumped out to a bit of a lead here. But also other candidates very much in the mix here. Mark Sanford, I think a familiar name to folks, a former governor, a former member of Congress. Ralph Norman, he's a congressman from up here in the Charlotte metro area, Rock Hill, York County. So you got a bunch of candidates here who have some distinct geographic bases. And then you've got Darlene Graham, who doesn't have a distinct base of her own, but obviously carries in the family name and the Trump endorsement. So a lot of interesting dynamics here. But yeah, top two advance unless somebody gets an outright majority tonight, which is not expected.
Steve Kornacki for us. Steve, of course, your viewers can watch you all night long on the Kornacki Cam on NBCNews.com and YouTube. We do now want to turn to some other news we're following, the dangerous.
All right, folks, and don't worry, the system is not updating. I might have to do that again. I don't know if you saw that before the hit. I got one of those messages. Okay, we got votes coming in South Carolina. I think you just heard. So, yeah, so far this is coming in from Darlington County here. So, again, this is the pattern you're going to see with a lot of these counties as they start to come in. We just got in one fell swoop, like a little bit more than a fifth of the vote in Darlington County. That's the early vote. They report that out first. Then you're going to get updates the rest of the night as the election day vote is counted up. And again, this is Russell Fry's backyard. This is his congressional district. So, 47% for him in the first report there. Chesterfield. Now, this is still his district here. Darlene Graham, again, in that early vote, leading him by one vote. Orangeburg, this is very small right here. This is interesting. The only thing I say, this is the early vote. This is just one small county, just one piece of the vote. But this county is outside of anybody's obvious geographic base. It's outside of those three congressional districts I was talking about. It's even outside of that upstate. And I think that's one of the things I was kind of interested in here tonight is this region of the state. There's the Midlands here, Columbia, it's suburbs, also some of the, Aiken. The area here, it's not the natural base of anybody. How is that breaking? And again, this is just one slice of vote from one small county in that area, but it catches my attention because there's Darlene Graham 2-1 up over Sanford right there. As I said, this is now getting into Norman country. This is going to be big for Norman, right? York County, Rock Hill, right outside Charlotte here. And again, we expect him to get giant numbers. Boy, he's getting a giant number there, 55%. But again, I think what's interesting, and just take a look here also, Newberry County. And again, Newberry is in that. It's not in anybody's, sort of natural automatic zone here, although it's a little bit more, in Norman leads there, Graham second. What's interesting to me is this. We have, it's early, right? But you had two counties here where we got a couple results from Fry's district. Graham is up in one of them by a vote. Graham's running second. We got a county up here, big one in Norman's district. He's romping, but Graham is in second, right? Norman's leading here. Graham's in second. This is sort of that. She's leading in this county here in the early vote only, Orangeburg. But again, this isn't sort of that contested area. Now we're into Sanford's. This is Sanford's base, right? Charleston, early vote there. And okay, and again, this is interesting, right? Sanford leads it, Graham second again. So we're immediately seeing breadth to Graham's. These aren't huge numbers, but there's breadth to her. We've been now in Fry's backyard a bit, Sanford's backyard a bit, and in Norman's backyard, and she's no worse than second in all of those places, right? But this is interesting. This is Sanford. This is the biggest component of Sanford's old district. He's leading it by 4 points, right, in the early vote. Norman, the biggest portion of his district, is leading it by 34 points, okay? So, York, this is giant for Norman. This is a lead for Sanford. This is giant for Norman. It's also, it's the early vote here. There's more votes, too. I think that was one of the indications, too. There were some questions about what the turnout level was going to be here in Charleston, too, as well. So I'm not sure that's that's not a very encouraging number, perhaps, for Sanford. What'll be interesting is when you get this one, Horry County, where Myrtle Beach is. This is the giant one in Fry's district. So if Norman, again, it's the early vote. We'll see if the Election Day vote alters the picture a little bit. But if Norman's putting up this kind of vote in here, it really ratchets up the pressure on Fry to do. I think I pressed the button and it came up. How's that? Look at this. And he did, right? Yeah, not quite as dramatic, but it's a big margin. That's the early vote in Horry County. I mean, Horry is like 10% of all the vote in this primary, probably, is coming out of Horry County. And Fry there in the early vote, look at that, 46.5%. Graham second. Breadth, right? Not necessarily highly concentrated, but breadth. Sanford a distant third. But that's the other thing. Look at this. While Norman runs that huge number around Rock Hill, right? Take a step outside his district to the heart of his opponent's district, he plummets to 9%, right? But meanwhile, Graham is able to run 29% there, and she's able to run 22% there. Yeah, what does this add up to statewide? I should just reset it so you can see. With that big batch right there and a little bit more, I think, coming in, we're getting disproportionately vote from Fry's district. So Fry does have that advantage in the statewide tally right now. But just take you through it. Early vote in Horry County. This is a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay, you see Fry's number. Florence, okay, Darlington, Chesterfield. These are much smaller. But this is all Fry's neck of the woods. We got a little bit here. Now, this is interesting in the upstate. The Graham does, I just told you, Lindsey Graham this was the trouble zone for Lindsey Graham, right, in his primary. What did Lindsey Graham get here in the primary? Yeah, this was one of his better ones in the upstate, but it was still, he only got 52%. He did worse than his statewide total here. There's Darlene Graham leading the early vote, but it's also, I think, in part because it's just so spread out among her opponents, right? No consolidation. Norman's got his chunk, Fry's got his chunk, Sanford's got his chunk, but it's sort of equally. It's not equally distributed, but it's widely distributed there among the rest of the field. So it allows her at 32% to be running in first place right there. So again, 5% Fry with the advantage state. We'll just scroll down here. You can see 32, 29, 19, 15. Yeah, I think early on, Sanford's got the discouraging number here. We've seen biggest piece of Norman's district, right? Biggest piece of Fry's district, biggest piece of Sanford's district, big piece of Sanford's district. And you could see the difference. Right. Charleston's going to make up probably 6%, 5-6% of all the votes statewide tonight, but it should. It might be lower. The turnout here becomes a question too. Again, this is only the early vote. Let's see what the same day brings. So again, you zoom that out statewide right here, seeing if anything else has come in. What that also means, it's going to be really interesting when you take a look at a county like Greenville County, right? Because that's outside any of these candidates' districts. Greenville is probably the biggest vote-producing county tonight. I said it's about 10% here in Horry County, right? I say it's probably about 6%, maybe a little bit less, depending on the turnout. We'll say 5-6% in Charleston County. York County is going to be about 5%. You're looking at 12% of the statewide vote is going to come out of Greenville, a Greenville County, and it's not actually in any of these candidates' natural district, is it? Does Norman, does Norman's sort of appeal extend there? But that's going to be that's a big one to keep an eye on as it starts to come in. I think another one, obviously, another couple to be looking at, sort of waiting on Richland. This is where Columbia is, the state capital. Also, sort of suburbs right around it. A lot of suburbs right here. Lexington County, you're sort of in the Midlands. Aiken here, on the border with Georgia. Again, this is that area here where no one on paper came in with a natural advantage. And I want to see if one of these candidates, emerges here, because that's the question for all three of them. Who can win outside, all three of the non-Darlene Graham candidates, who can win outside their district? Again, you're seeing them largely putting up good numbers in their districts right now, though here's Norman. This is actually outside of his district, right? And as we say, this is Darlene Graham actually doing well where her brother didn't necessarily do that well. So 5% in right now. Again, I think if you're Sanford, you're hoping there was some kind of flood of turnout today in Charleston, in the Low Country, because that's it's not a ton of votes there. I know it's only the early vote, but it's also just a narrow advantage for him. I think you could see the problem there right away for him. I think one of the thoughts. Okay, now we're getting a little bit more from the upstate, Anderson County here. Yeah, this is okay. So this is the region I'm talking about, right? The upstate here, where we say probably about a third of the vote's going to come from out of here. The most conservative. You're not in anybody's congressional district here of the 3 current or former members who are running, and you do see Ralph Norman running in first here. Graham, though, again, the breadth, she's no worse than second anywhere I've checked in so far. And she's first here. But, look, Norman is second here. It is distributed widely, but it is 7 points ahead of Fry. Norman, look, he's slightly ahead of Graham, but he's almost doubling up Fry. If Norman is able to put together a 1-2 punch of his district with numbers, again, like especially in a place like Greenville, that separate him from Fry and from Sanford, that would position him very well to make the runoff. Because again, that would be sort of answering that question we're asking here of who can post the good numbers outside their district. We see Darlene Graham demonstrating geographic breadth and consistency to her support. And you can see what that adds up to, statewide. Right now. And again, disproportionately, the vote is coming out of Fry's district right now. That's why he actually leads that statewide count. We only have that early vote from Charleston that's coming in Sanford's district. We did just see a couple more come in. We can check in here. This is tiny. We got about 60 votes here. Let's see, I think we just saw McCormick. I guess it's very small. Graham with the big number in the early vote. Did we just get, I think Lawrence, we just got in, right? This is early vote. Okay, again, not in Norman's district. He leads it. We'd already seen Newberry. So Norman, kind of in that upstate area, Norman is standing out a little bit here, I think, from the non-Graham candidates, right? He's able to lead in the early vote in Anderson. He's able to lead in the early vote in Lawrence. He is right behind Graham here, still but 7 points over Fry. He has that base there in York County. Lancaster could be, these could be big numbers for him too, like a Lancaster when it comes in. But what that does statewide is that puts Darlene Graham now in front. Oh, it just came in. Okay, so we got Lancaster and, early vote, Norman's district. Again, this like touches North Carolina. This is one of the fastest growing counties in the state, right outside Charlotte. Norman leading there, although not getting the same kind of number he got out of York. We're now getting Georgetown, again, kind of extending now from Myrtle Beach. This is in Fry's district. So, so again, there's a little bit of what we just saw here for Norman, close but over Graham. We just see now for Fry in his district, close but ahead over Graham in Georgetown County. This is smaller, but this is a pretty good chunk of votes right here in terms of being a statewide puzzle piece. So now we're out to 7% of the statewide vote. Darlene Graham, just a touch under 30%. Russell Fry, but again, Fry powered right now by the disproportionality of this, I would say, more vote coming from his district, I think, than elsewhere. Norman running third, Sanford running distant fourth. These are really, I think, discouraging numbers for Sanford so far. I think that's probably the clearest thing that we can say. I just saw, Adam, did you see, I feel like I saw something light up. We got Pickens. Speaking of Danny Ford, we got to check how he's doing here. Early vote in Pickens. Yeah, okay. Norman in first, Graham in second, doubling up Fry, Sanford distant. Where's our friend? There's Danny Ford, 12 votes. Okay, sorry, Dan. I don't. And that brings us to 8% statewide. Graham. So, yeah, look, I mean, that thing we were talking about at the top, where if Norman's doing consolidating here, if Fry's consolidating here, well, to some degree Sanford's consolidating here. If Graham is running second in most places and first in some, over time, these other candidates are going to take hits when they get outside their districts. That could redound to her benefit here. That's why she's now taking the lead statewide. We did just get a couple more, and these are small. Early vote in Greenwood County. But again, you're outside. These get my attention because they're not anybody's natural base. These three I really want to see because you got big size in those places. And I think they're gonna be very tight. I want to see these three. I want to see this. Obviously, I want to see Election Day vote in Charleston if it looks any different here. And we just want to start seeing Election Day everywhere. I think, and Adam, that's the thing, like anywhere you start seeing Election Day vote, let's start comparing, because that's the other question we said at the beginning of the hour here is we've seen in these Republican primaries, they do the early vote, which is what we're seeing pop up everywhere now. Then they start doing the Election Day vote. And the Election Day vote is more MAGA infused. This is the question for South Carolina, is more MAGA infused going to be bad for Darlene Graham? Because, Lindsey Graham's issues with the Republican base historically. Is it going to be good for Darlene Graham because Trump is championing her candidacy? Is it going to be no effect? Is she going to look the same with the same day as she did with the early? But that looms as a big question here. Obviously, and then within these counties that we're already starting to look at, is this number right? Is the Election Day vote, can Fry ratchet it up further with the Election Day vote? Can Norman ratchet it up, further? So we're kind of waiting on that. Oh, I think we just got Aiken. Yeah, we got the early vote in Aiken. Yeah, okay, now this is interesting. Wow, okay. So this is a little bit more. It's a good size, again, right on the border there, Augusta, Georgia, and there's a little bit of money here too, and that's a good number, at least in the early vote for Darlene Graham. That's interesting. Fry, far from his district there, distant second. Norman, distant third right there. And again, Sanford, I just keep seeing Sanford. I keep seeing real low numbers for Sanford. I think we're getting more from Sanford's district here. This is the old district that Sanford Look, this is the early vote from what's supposed to be, Sanford country, and he's running in second place right here. Second place. This is supposed to be, yeah. That's the clearest thing we could say. The most definitive thing we can say early on is, not a good night so far for Sanford, for Mark Sanford and those comeback hopes. It's been interesting. It is very interesting to watch where Fry and where Norman are. That's very significant, I think, for Fry to be running 10 points ahead of Norman. Again, at least in the early vote in a place like Aiken, that's a decent size piece of real estate, right? Between Columbia, Richland County, Lexington County, Aiken County, these three are probably going to make up 15% of the vote statewide. So that's a place, if you're Fry and you want to be doing something outside your congressional district, that's a good place to be doing it. And I guess the name of the game for these candidates, I think, increasingly is just to get one of those two spots. Because Graham, you can see here, is so consistently performing. She is starting to put distance here in the statewide tally between herself and the rest of the candidates. Because again, everywhere we've looked, Adam, I don't know, you're looking at it. Is there anywhere she's not at least in second place?
Not that I've seen so far, and I've been keeping an eye out for Election Day vote, and we've been getting a scattering throughout places. But I'm still looking for a good place to get a good representation of what Election Day vote's looking like. Okay,
yeah. So we've seen. So we'll just zoom out, and I think 10% in. The two clear things we've seen is that breadth is there for Darlene Graham. It is starting to assert itself as the map fills in. What's unknown is how much that's going to continue as the Election Day vote comes in, if that's going to mark a departure. But at least in the early vote, the theory of the case there for Graham about being at least second everywhere, is holding up, and it's having an effect there of building some distance for her ultimately, in first place right there. And the other thing that's clear 10% in again is just how lousy this is going for Mark Sanford so far. In terms of Fry and Norman, some big numbers. We can just show you again some big numbers in the early vote in their, sort of the core areas of their congressional districts.
Steve,
yes.
I do have one piece of news from the decision desk here. They're looking at this race as well. What they're seeing in the numbers is they're confident that this race is going to go to a runoff at this point based on these numbers. Not ready to say kind of who is advancing yet, but guidance from our decision desk is runoff.
Okay, that's great. So, I mean, and I think you could tell right away here. We've seen so much of the map fill in, and the only places I've seen somebody get close to 50% right were kind of these two, which we've already told you are kind of outliers. Adam, could I ask just a facilities question here or something? At some point, maybe could Josh or somebody come down? This thing just locked, and I want to keep this thing on so I can look at it. Okay, we just got some more from somewhere. I saw something light up, but I don't know where it was. Did you see anything just come in now?
Yes.
That's big. Greenville. Oh, wow. Okay, so we said this is the biggest. This is the biggie. This is like probably 12% of the vote, something like that, statewide, is coming out of here. And here's Ralph Norman, early vote. The question of does this change as the election day vote takes shape? But boy, look at that. 2-1 almost over Graham, 3-1 essentially over Sanford, almost 4-1 over Fry. This is a place where there's a lot of votes. It's a place where there's a lot of votes. That's a big, and you can see what that just did in the tally, right? A thing we've been seeing is this district fill in here. Fry's district has filled in, and he's been running ahead of Norman. And in fact, Norman now has caught Fry in the tally for second place. What else just came in was another. It was more in his district. I think
that's it.
No, was it Cherokee or was that already in?
Yeah, nope.
We just got the early in Cherokee. Again, this is a place where Norman did very well. He ran a distant third statewide in the gubernatorial primary. He got 17% of the vote, but in that gubernatorial primary, he got like 40 here, and he's running at 39% in the early vote here in Cherokee County. So, again, you're seeing a congressional district that kind of goes here. It goes into Spartanburg too. You're seeing that Norman support extend, in the case of Greenville County, quite impressively into the upstate. And if you're a Republican in a primary in South Carolina, the upstate's a very good place to have your support extend to because it's just there are so many votes there. Again, we say a third of the vote coming from it. So with that, Norman now inches is ahead of Fry in the tally. And again, you can just see here, this is the effect of running at least second place everywhere, the way Graham is. Norman's going to have his spots where his numbers really flare up. Fry's going to have his spots where his numbers really flare up. And they're each also going to have spots, as you can see. I mean, Greenville's a great example, right? Here's Fry. His number goes all the way down to 13%, right? He's able to get, in the second biggest county in the state, which is in his district, he's running at 47 in the early vote. Then you go to the biggest county in the state, and his number falls, all the way down to 13%. And here's Norman in the biggest county in the state running at 40%, and you go for him to the second biggest county in the state, and his number falls all the way down to single digits, 9%. Meanwhile, there's Darlene Graham, she's getting 30%, right? It's not great there, 22%, but she's well in the 20s in each of the two biggest counties in the state, the two biggest vote-producing counties for that matter. York's a pretty big one. She's in the 20s there. We say Charleston's about 5-6%. She's nearly at 30% there, right? And meanwhile, in Charleston, there's Norman at 15, right? Fry at 18. So just, that is how Graham right now is. It's continued to build as this early vote is filled in. The breadth's asserted itself. Now it's a 5.2 point margin for her. I see there was something else that just came in small that puts Fry back ahead of Norman in the tally. They're just kind of playing leapfrog right here, and then it's way back. It's almost 10 points back to Sanford in fourth place. Lynch, I imagine he got a decent number here. Was this? He got 8.5%. Yeah, this was. I believe Lynch's best county in the
Steve?
Senate primary. Yes.
The one thing one of the counties that did just come in, Darlington posted an update, and so we have a little bit of split of the pre-election and election day vote in Darlington.
Yeah.
So pre-election, a vote ahead of the election was 47-25, Fry over Graham. Yep. And then in the election day in Darlington, Fry 49, Graham 29.
Oh, they both went up.
Yes.
How much of the election day is that?
We have that about 15% right now.
15% of the election
day.
Yeah,
400 votes.
Yeah. So the share between the two of them, 72, it went up 6 points. But it's not a huge. I mean, I guess it's telling me not a huge change. Although probably most significantly there, let's keep looking for where else we can find this. I think what may be more significant there is that number for Graham, because we said we're not quite sure what to make of it as the election day vote comes in. It's the more MAGA vote. Is that going to turn? Well, okay, in Darlington County, maybe it's not representative. We're deep in the heart of Fry country here, but she actually does a little bit better with the election day vote. So that's the big kind of remaining piece already for Graham. Just given, right? Look at this. Now it's up to 6 points, her advantage over her nearest opponent here in the statewide tally. That was because it's only Darlington. We got to see where else we get election day vote. But that's the biggest question, because in the early vote, we've taken you through what's been working for her and how it's just been sort of buttressing her more and more as the maps filled in. And if the election day vote goes the same and even a tick better for her, then that position will solidify. And then would become the question we said at the top: if she does advance, if she does finish first, what kind of first is it? Is it a strong first, or is it the kind of first where we're looking at a runoff? It'd be a 2-week runoff campaign here. The August 25th, there'll be a runoff in South Carolina where she's vulnerable, and where what can happen in that gubernatorial primary could potentially happen to her. No more election day vote of note. Is that right, Adam?
Yeah, one just did pop in Horry County up there in the corner that we were looking at before. So in the advanced vote, Fry 46, Graham 30. In the election day vote, Fry 42, Graham 38.
She's doing good on election day. Now, this is sort of, in some ways, we say the upstate is the most conservative, evangelical, fundamentalist part of the state politically. Myrtle Beach, what are we talking about? We're talking about retirees, the older MAGA voter. In many cases, the transplant from the north who's moved down to Myrtle Beach. A lot of great golf, around there. That sort of faction of MAGA, this is the epicenter in South Carolina. So when you see Darlene Graham in Horry County, right, going from 30 in the early to 38 now in what's been counted to the election day vote, right? That's a signal, I think, of that wing of that sort of the older MAGA voter, the older retiree type MAGA voters, at least heeding Trump's call in some way to get behind her. And I think that's got to be discouraging if that is the trend that persists there in Horry County. This is no ordinary county, right? Again, this is like 10%. 10% of the votes, entire state, probably coming out of here, okay? And this is Fry's district. So, he doesn't want this current margin in Horry shrinking. He wants it expanding, because I think increasingly the name of the game, if you're Russell Fry right now, is catch Ralph Norman, get into that runoff. If Graham keeps doing this, that's going to be the game. Who gets second place right here? And if you're Fry, each of these candidates, it's critical for both of them to maximize what they can in their home areas. And so what Adam was just telling us about the election day vote in Horry County is both very encouraging for Graham in terms of solidifying the position that you're seeing there in the statewide tally. But that's not an encouraging sign for Fry. But we want to see, Spartanburg. Early in Spartanburg. Now, some of Norman's district extends here. Again, this is another huge piece of the puzzle. I say Greenville is the biggest. Between Greenville and Spartanburg, you're looking at 20% of the vote probably in this primary, right? I mean, think about it. By 20%, we say 5%. We say about 10% right here. We say between these three counties about 15%. I mean, these are sort of first among equals when you're looking. So Spartanburg County here, partially in Norman's district, partially not. Huge piece of the puzzle. Again, look at that 1-2 punch for Norman. Greenville, Spartanburg, giants in this primary. And in the early vote, at least, those are very, very good numbers for him there, 40 and 37. And what that translates into, and again, now smaller, we'd shown you Lawrence earlier, Union, this is in his congressional district. So, okay, 49%. Newberry, we showed you earlier, not in his congressional district. A lot of his district is filled in now, too, at least with the early vote. And Norman running 0.2 of a point. What is that? 77 votes ahead of Fry there for second place. But, okay, so what we just saw, though, in Horry County that Adam was telling us where Lindsey Graham is, I'm sorry, I'm so used to saying it. Darlene Graham is really, stepping it up in the election day vote, and Fry is actually backing off in the election day vote. Is that dynamic going to obtain up here too for Norman? Are these big numbers we're seeing from Norman? 55 in York, 37 in Spartanburg, 40 in Greenville. Are those numbers going to slide down as the election day vote comes in? Is Darlene Graham's election day strength in Myrtle Beach going to be something we see statewide, or is that a function of the more particular demographics we were telling you about in Myrtle Beach and in Horry County? So we'll reset statewide right here. We're waiting, on Lexington County. We're waiting on Richland County. Those are two big pieces of the puzzle right there. For that matter, Berkeley County here, first congressional district, fast growing outside Charleston. We're waiting on that as well. And yeah, that would be, if the night were going differently for Sanford, he'd be eagerly anticipating that. But boy, that's the most clear-cut thing we've seen, I think, is that this is not looking like it's Mark Sanford's night. And it certainly is very encouraging for Darlene Graham. But maybe it's a bit of a subjective question, and maybe you got your own opinion watching this. But I think the thing to be kind of thinking about with Graham's performance right here is a little bit more trickles in is what do you think? Oh, Richland. Whoa, we just got all of Richland in one fell swoop. We think that's right, Adam?
Well, take a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that match our expected vote? This is Columbia State Capitol. This is the suburbs.
There might be, yeah.
Might be a little bit more, but we're basically there.
I'm not sure about that, Richland. We'll check it out. Maybe check out somewhere else in the state.
Okay. Sometimes we get a little. Let's put a pin in it. Although we can't unsee what we saw.
What I see is more vote than we were expecting. So that may be too much. That's what it looked like to me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can you check in with the decision desk?
Yes,
Quick on that. While you do that, I just teed up Berkeley, and we got Berkeley. Okay, we got the early vote in Berkeley. A lot of growth here. Graham running in front. Again, we said this is Sanford's area, but the story, unlike his opponents, his other Graham opponents, his fellow Graham opponents, Sanford not winning in his area. He's coming in second here. Graham running first. Fry, not too far from his congressional district here, running third. Norman, a more distant fourth right here. What that does to the statewide count is it puts Fry back in front of Norman, and pending. I think that the big reason Fry, I don't want to show it, but I think part of that Fry number is what we just saw get reported into our system from Richland County, the state capital that Adam is trying to track down. That may well be what you saw. May well be completely legit. Sometimes there are numbers get entered, it is caught quickly. We think it's legit?
No, I can just say what came in, at least in my system, looks like 32,000 votes, and our expected was 14,000. So what leads me to think is either some kind of error in the input or error in my dashboard here.
Okay, is Decision Desk saying anything?
They're looking into it.
Okay. Okay, so we'll I'm just going to circle this because we got a bit of a question here on, well, answer me this. What's our expected vote statewide?
The expected vote statewide, 346,000.
Okay. I see. Yeah, that would be very high. Richland accounted for 4% of the vote in the gubernatorial primary, in the Republican gubernatorial primary. So that would be high, but this is a kind of unusual election. So let's see. The other big one, in fact, bigger than Richland, really want to see here is Lexington County. We say that advantage that Frye has over Norman right now. I do think that is powered to the extent there is, the advantage there. About 1,300 votes, 1,336 votes. That's powered by what we saw in Richland. So it's a big question there in terms of what Adam is trying to track down. I'll try to be patient, but Adam, I'll probably ask you 1,100 more times in the next few minutes if we have an update from the decision desk about Richland County, because that looms as a very significant thing. If you're communicating with them, I don't want to interrupt it, but do you know, is there anywhere else right now? I think we got some Beaufort too. Yeah, okay. Hilton Head, this is, again, this in theory would be Sanford country, but it's Graham. It's Graham in the early vote. And Sanford running distant second, which, Graham's advantage statewide, she's over 30%, 6.1 over Norman.
The statewide number should be updated now because, we're checking into that Richland number.
Okay, so you see it, folks, just full transparency here. It lit up. I showed you a result. As Adam said, the number of votes that reflected significantly higher than our expected vote. That doesn't mean it's not legit, because sometimes our expected vote is off. Sometimes there's much higher turnout in places than expected. Also the number, though, would be much, much higher than Richland has typically been in these primaries proportionately. So they're checking on it. And while they do, they've taken those numbers off. Again, it could end up coming back just like it looked. It may be different. But look at the effect that had on the statewide tally. When that was lit up, Frye had an advantage here. We were saying, about 1,300 votes and change over Norman. Take it off. That's a 48-vote gap between Frye and Norman, right? Again, some distance. There's some real distance here. She's obviously, as our decision desk has said, she's not going to be knocking on the door of 50% or anything. But Graham has put some distance here between herself and second and third. But second and third, are now 3 votes separated. Norman and Frye are 3 votes separated. Most of this, as we've been saying, the vast majority of this represents early vote. And now Adam is trying to piece together and will report to us on the election day vote as that starts to come in and that picture materializes. Because again, we already saw with the election day vote was not a great story for Frye here. And I see something just came in that gave Norman the advantage statewide. Do you see what just ticked in?
Laurens, we got another update from Anderson.
Well, Laurens, this is election day vote from, okay, can we take a look at some of the election day?
Yeah, do you want to take a look at Laurens? Let's see.
Yeah, or, where do we have more election day vote, Anderson or Laurens?
That's what I was trying to look at.
Oh, right.
It looks like we have more in Laurens.
And I think we just got a big bunch in Lancaster, too.
Lancaster was one I was looking at. Let's do that one.
Okay, yeah.
So Lancaster in the pre-election vote, it was 33% for Graham and 17% for Frye.
What was Norman?
Norman was at 35%. In the election day vote currently, with about a third of the election day vote reported, according to our estimate, is Graham 38, Frye 16, and Norman 31.
Same thing. So what happened down here in Frye's district, right, we were saying is also now is happening right here. This is, the heart of Norman's district right here. Same thing. Graham doing better with the election day vote. And then Norman, whose district this is, right, who led that first, report, actually now trailing her just in the election day portion of it. These are, if you're Graham, super, super encouraging numbers here, because what they suggest, now having been replicated, right? We told you about the particular demographics of the Myrtle Beach area, of the retirees, the golf players. Now we're talking about fast-growing suburbs, exurbs outside Charlotte in Lancaster County. Very different demographic. Same phenomenon. Better with the election day vote for Graham than the early vote. Adds up statewide. Now you can see that margin for her over Fry is approaching 7 points over second place. And in fact, she just got a little bit more. What else just lit up?
Kershaw, we got an update.
Okay, but do you have? We got election day vote. Excuse me, we have election day vote that we can look at.
Yes.
Kershaw.
So in Kershaw, the advance vote was running Graham 34, Fry 20, Norman 26.
Yep.
Election day, we're about 40% of our expected vote there. It's Graham 38, Fry 15, and Norman 25.
25, right. Okay, so again, you're in, this is in 7, I think, right? This is this is in 5. This is in Norman's district. And Norman running 6. But we keep seeing it. Graham is running 4, 5, I think it's 6 points better with the election day vote than the early vote. Do you say Anderson? We could take a look at Anderson? That might be, do we have much there? I see 23%.
Yeah, we don't really, at least updating our system, it doesn't look like a lot of election day vote out of Anderson yet.
Okay, is there anywhere else you could just see offhand with some substantial election day vote, especially maybe toward the upstate? I'd love to just see if...
Taking a look.
It's set. She's up 7 now.
We just have some of these small counties, Lee, Barnwell. Yeah, that's those are the ones that have the highest percentage in vote right now.
I mean, okay, we could take a look at.
We just got another update out of Spartanburg. Let's
that's a much better. Okay, so now we've got some real election day vote in Spartanburg.
Yeah. So
okay, so what do we got?
The pre-election vote was running Graham 24, Norman 37, and Fry 15.
I can see what's happened.
Yep. Election day, Graham 25, Norman 34, Fry 15.
Yeah, I mean these aren't huge shifts, but it's consistent. Here, Graham's only going up a point, but Norman's losing a couple. So and that's in a very, very big county. Again, where right, and that update was that Spartanburg that just came in?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so that is why Norman now has catapulted to a 36 vote advantage over Fry for second place statewide. This could be we say it could be an efficient counting state here. We got 20% in, and it's coming up on 8 o'clock. But it could still be a while if we're stuck. But I think what's most noteworthy here, I think you could start to think about the possibility that this number may be on its way north. Because again, we're seeing in these counties, I want to see a few more here, okay? But we've seen we've seen Graham in one big county running 6 points better so far with the election day vote. We've seen her running 4 points better. We saw, 1 point, but we've seen a range here. We haven't seen her running worse anywhere with the election day vote than the early vote. We've basically only seen degrees of better. And as you can see in most of these counties, there's a lot more election day vote than there is early vote. Okay, in these Republican primaries, the pattern is voters tend to prefer to vote election day. We've seen that. And so if that's the case, this number she's already created some real separation here. This has been the story of the last hour. We've seen up to now about 7 points. This number could maybe get into the mid-30s. Maybe. That would be, I think, if you're Graham's folks, that's what you're thinking right now. And again, that question looms that we're saying, what would be an impressive performance for Graham coming at her tonight, having to go into a runoff, the kind of performance that would get the party to sort of consolidate as opposed to say, hey, this is a real fight, and what the next 2 weeks would look like. We are coming up on 8 o'clock. I think, Melissa, did you just say there's an? Okay, so what's going to happen, folks, is stay tuned on News Now. They're starting their show. They want to do an update. That's in about 2 minutes. So they're going to, same thing if you saw it earlier, watch the whole hit. I think we'll probably be just kind of living where we are. I'm going to recap what we've seen, so far here. And they may be like a preview of Wisconsin, too, or something. We also have, at 8 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock, so I can show you, right? Is this going to be our one look at it for the night?
No, we'll get there again.
Okay. The first district of Connecticut, we'll keep an eye on this. We expect this could be very, very slow here. Longtime incumbent elected in 1998 Congressman John Larson facing a challenge from Luke Bronin. Comes into this with a big credential, Hartford mayor, and had won the endorsement. Bronin, had won the endorsement of the state party. I think it's the most significant thing here. He won the official endorsement. Larson, it's a rare thing for it to happen in Connecticut politics to an incumbent like that. Very ominous sign for Larson. Could be slow. We'll keep an eye on it. There's a gubernatorial primary there as well. We will, in fact, there it is. We'll keep an eye on this too. Could be, in case there's a surprise, Ned Lamont going for a third term there. But back to the story of the hour. We got 1 minute till this hit. What did something just come in the last minute while I was showing Connecticut?
We're getting a couple of precincts of Election Day vote in Beaufort and Florence and Lee. Those were the most recent updates.
Just a couple precincts.
Yeah, it's not a substantial amount to do our checks.
Why don't we do this? I'm going to take a sip of water, get ready for this hit. While I'm doing the hit, maybe if you're able to come up with what our best current county election day same day would be. But we're 30 seconds from the hit. I also need to just, pardon me. Excuse me.
The county that we have the most vote percentage in right now is Lee County. So that's
okay. Well,
very low split between the election day.
We'll give Lee County the most attention it's ever gotten in a Republican statewide primary after we do this hit for News Now, folks. Which is
new updates in Spartanburg and Berkeley, too.
We'll show folks.
Joining us now is our chief data man, always the highlight of primary night, NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. As we come on the air tonight, polls have now closed in 4 states, right? So how's it looking?
Yeah, so I think the story of the hour is right here in South Carolina. In fact, there it is, Gotti. NBC News' decision desk has just made an important declaration in this race, and that is that Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Lindsey Graham, appointed to his Senate seat and now running in this special election. Our decision desk has now projected that she will advance to the runoff. This is a Republican primary. The top 2 candidates make it into the runoff, which will be held 2 weeks from tonight. This has been, if you've been watching for the last hour, not a big surprise just in terms of what we've been seeing, which is that there's a breadth of support for Graham here. She's not running up massive numbers anywhere in particular. She's just consistently running either in first or second place pretty much in every county that's reported. And there are some indications, too, with the latest votes that are coming in, that this number, she's at 31% statewide, that it may be on its way up, that it may improve, may boost her, into the mid-30s or so before all is said and done. And so the question now becomes, Gotti, look at this. If she's going to advance to the runoff, who's she going to run against? Russell Fry, Congressman, or Ralph Norman, Congressman? Look at that race there for second place. 19,885 right now, 19,570. That is 315 votes that currently separate the two of them. They have been trading second and third place, on and on for the last hour right here. This is basically Norman's base, his congressional district. This is basically Fry's. Also of note here, a significant name in South Carolina politics, Mark Sanford, the former governor, former congressman. He's not having a good night at all. You could see very disappointing numbers for him in what was historically his base in this state. So really now this is a question of, is it going to be Fry or is it going to be Norman? And a big development there. While I was scrolling through, I want to put this up on the screen. some votes here from Richland County. I thought this was going to be more based on what just happened, but this is the state capital, Columbia, the area around there, the suburbs. This is the early vote from there. This is a good number for Graham. I apologize, Gotti. I thought this county was going to tell us something it didn't, because what just happened, as you can see, is that Fry, with an update of votes that we just got, Adam, do you know where that was? Aiken County. Okay, this is a big one. Okay, this is really, Gotti, the most complete picture we have from any county in South Carolina right now. This is Aiken County right there by the Georgia border. It is nobody's natural base. We're saying these are members of Congress. Nobody in the race represents this county. And there's Russell Fry winning it. This is an important notch mark for him tonight, because again, his base is right here. He's all the way across the state, and this is a very big county, relatively speaking, in terms of its share of the statewide vote. And look at that. He beats Graham here, and more importantly for him, look at that. He leaves Norman in the dust. And we say that's the real battle right now. It's between Fry, it's between Norman for second place. What Fry just pulled off there in Aiken County, that's very significant, because you could see what it did in terms of opening up a gap right there. But it's significant, as I say, because it's an incursion outside of his district. That's what we're looking for with these two candidates in the race for second place. Who can post the numbers outside their district? Whoever does that better is going to get that second place spot. Well, then Norman has some chances to match that. We'll see if he can.
Steve, and just a quick timeout for all of us that are outside of South Carolina. This is one of those states where, this is a special election, right? Somebody's got to get over 50% of the vote to cinch it, or they've got to go to a runoff. So we're really looking at Darlene Graham versus somebody. I know that it looked like you could scroll down, Russell Fry, Ralph Norman. Can you give us a little bit of a scroll here? Because I think one of the big questions isn't just who's going to finish number two. It's also what is the anti-Graham coalition, if there is one, possibly going to look like when the dust settles here? Does it look like somebody is running away with it, or do you see the numbers kind of evenly spread there?
Well, this would be the question coming out of tonight when we figure out who is second place here, and it'll be Graham versus, let's say if it were Graham versus Fry, the immediate question becomes, okay, what does Ralph Norman do? Does he choose to endorse one of those candidates, right? What does Mark Sanford do? Does he choose to endorse one of those candidates? Mark Lynch, he ran against Lindsey Graham in a primary earlier this year. He has a much smaller base, but what would somebody like him do? What would these candidates and what would the other political leaders in South Carolina do? Would they, after tonight, if Darlene Graham does finish, as is very possible here, somewhere in the mid-30s, would they say, okay, that's an impressive showing, and we want to get behind you, and we want to unite the party right now? Or would they look at that and think, well, that's a weak showing, we want to get behind Fry, or we want to get behind Norman? So we saw this in the gubernatorial primary in South Carolina just a couple months ago, where Donald Trump had endorsed a candidate who finished first, just like this, but didn't come anywhere close to 50%. So there was a runoff, and that Trump-backed candidate, it was a weak first place. And what happened was, as soon as that primary was over, all of the other candidates united behind the second place candidate, who then won the runoff. So that's the immediate history here in South Carolina. Is how would a Graham first place finish be viewed tonight? Would it be viewed as weak and vulnerable, or would it be viewed as convincing and reassuring and get the party to sort of double down behind her over the next 2 weeks?
And that runoff, that's, pretty quick, right? They're just a couple of weeks away?
2 weeks, yeah. No, this, they really truncated this really quick in South Carolina.
Yeah, Steve Kornacki, so much more to check back with you on. Thanks so much. And we'll be coming back to you as we get more calls.
All right, thanks, Gotti. And so, okay, let's just, a lot happened there, I think, while we were, this was obviously huge. Okay.
So yeah, they took back some numbers there. As you saw during that hit too, they also posted numbers in Richland. As I understand the process, there's basically two mechanisms for accumulating vote. One is stringers or reporters on the ground calling in vote. Another is gathering from the state website. And I believe they either got calls or errors in those Richland 1 and Aiken, and they're they switched over to the state feeds for those. So you see much less vote now out of Aiken, but it's coming from the state feed, and much less vote coming out of Richland is coming from the state feed. It doesn't mean those other results weren't accurate. We're trying to figure it out. So we just switched data feeds.
I want to be okay. As Lexington comes in, I want to revisit this. But Lexington, we've been hyped. This is very big. Suburbs of Columbia. This is a big piece of the puzzle too. Again, not in anybody's natural base. This would be the early vote in Lexington. Graham running extremely well there, and just it's a muddle between the other three: Fry, Sanford, Norman. None of those others getting a clear advantage there over each other for second place. So. Advantage Graham in terms of what that update just did. And again, the possibility here of getting that number well into the mid-30s for her continues to loom. I just want, for the sake of clarity, though, Adam, for everybody watching this, because these are big pieces of the puzzle, and we just talked about Aiken being a very big deal when we saw that number. We saw Fry at 44%. We saw the vote completed. We saw what that did to putting him in second place. What happened was, the data stream that we use for both Richland County, where this happened earlier, and here in Aiken County, could be right, but we're not sure.
Yeah, I think that's right. And that Richland number stuck out to me first because it was a lot of votes compared to our expected. That Aiken vote looked a little bit closer to what we were expecting, but it's still, we haven't seen these counties reporting their full vote. Right. And so that was one of the things that caught my eye, and that's why we're kind of looking into that a little bit more. Right,
because in each one, the update that came in said they were completed, or basically completed. So what folks saw could end up being the case. We're trying to verify. But in the meantime, what we're now showing in these counties are the numbers that the state, which is a different stream, is currently showing.
That's right.
Okay. So obviously, that's a pretty big sort of X factor that looms over this, because the numbers that may be accurate are very, very encouraging for Fry, but these are the issues that happen. This is also one of those things when you do the election live stream, county by county, update by update. These things, you see everything. When we're doing these things on the air and we're kind of taking 15, 10 minutes between hits or whatever, these things can kind of happen. We can get every question answered behind the scenes, and then we can kind of, you're watching the whole process. That's what you, I was going to say that's what you pay the money for. I hope nobody's paying the money for this though, right? Okay. So with the question marks looming in Richland County and in Aiken County, I don't know why I did that. The story continues to just be, I think, Graham's separation from the rest of the field, Graham continuing to move up, Graham seeming to do quite well with the election day vote, again, which we typically think of as the MAGA vote. It seems like we were saying what's going to win out there, the skepticism of that Republican base about Lindsey Graham and the Graham name historically versus the Trump endorsement. The Trump endorsement seems like it might be the thing that's winning out a bit there when we talk about the election day vote. So let's go back to it, where I think we had a county teed up we were going to look at with some election day vote, early vote comparison.
I think we looked at Lawrence before, but we got more of Lawrence, and I know you were interested in that upcountry area.
Yeah, okay.
So
we're basically done. Okay, yeah, what do we got?
Yeah, and always potential to update our expected number there. But currently in our pre-election day vote, it was running at Graham 28, Fry 14, and Norman 35.
Fry was at 14. Okay, yeah. I see what happened to him.
Yeah, in the election day vote, it's Graham 29, Fry 10, and Norman 34 currently.
Okay, and so honestly, in this one, almost essentially unchanged between them, just Fry dropping off a little bit, but no, essentially unchanged there. Is there anywhere else? I'm just going to look through, see if we have more vote. We're still sitting at, still a lot of vote to come in, the heart of Norman's base here, right? Still a lot of vote to come. We do have, we had shown Spartanburg at about 50% before, right? This is not, I think we had done some Spartanburg election day.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Still just, so for Norman, these are two big kind of bites at the apple that are left for him. Look at all that vote to come in York County. And if what we just saw in Lawrence County plays out, he's got a lot of votes to come in. if he's getting them at a 55% clip. That's huge. And Greenville, as we say, Greenville's more than, in terms of vote producing statewide, more than twice the size of York County. And again, if the election day vote is doing what we just saw in Lawrence, if he's still hitting 40% with that, that's a lot of votes to come in that he's getting 40% with, and that Russell Fry is only getting 10, 12% with. Meanwhile, look, Fry, okay, we just got a big update there. You saw a bunch of votes just came in. Here's the thing, what that'll do statewide, I imagine, Fry, you could see Fry opens up a 2-point advantage over Norman in that statewide tally based on, in part, what just happened there in Horry. You saw a jump from 43 to 53% in. But keep in mind, this is the biggie. We were saying Greenville's huge. This is about 10% statewide. This is the heart of Fry's district. Now he's squeezed, more than 53. He squeezed 53% of the juice from the orange. Is that the metaphor? There's not as much juice to be squeezed now out of here for Fry, potentially, as there is out of here and here for Norman, okay? But again, that's what makes, in part, what we saw in Aiken County and in Richland County, and we're trying to clear up. That's what makes that so significant as well. I think Fry may need that to be the case. The numbers that we saw initially to be the reality. Taking a look here, Berkeley, I think, did we do some election day vote in Berkeley? We clearly have a bunch.
We could probably do Berkeley. I was just looking at Aiken and Oconee. Let's see what's going on in Berkeley. Yeah, we can do Berkeley. So in the pre-election day vote in Berkeley, 29% for Graham, 24% for Fry, 15% for Norman. Currently in the election day vote, 40% for Graham, 19 for Fry, and 13 for Norman.
Yeah, that's so there. She's definitely getting a big boost, and if she is there, I would imagine something similar is going to happen here in Charleston. And is it happening? I think you said Beaufort. We got a little bit too.
We're just taking a look.
Go to the statewide.
Only a little bit of election day vote in Beaufort.
Okay, because I do want to kind of, we do spend a lot of time on the upstate. I do want the flip side of this is Fry in a place like Berkeley. Yeah, I was running 8 points ahead of Norman. He's running, close to 10 points ahead of him. Not there. Yeah. And what was it in Charleston in the initial? Not that much. So, yeah, there's a chance, too. We're saying, Fry has so far squeezed more out of his base just in terms of its representation in the statewide tally than Norman has. The opportunity for Fry might be kind of extending now down towards that first congressional district to outpace Norman there, for second place and make up the margin that way. But now we're getting close to 40%. As you can see, Graham is now essentially, that's 9.7 points. He's basically 10 points ahead now of second place. Fry's margin, I'm sorry. I just did there. Okay. All right. Fry's margin over Norman, right. I mean, it's sitting at 502 votes right now. What was the last significant vote update to come in?
Berkeley, Anderson.
And Anderson, did we look at this one? Jog my memory. I know we were about to.
We looked at it, I thought, earlier, yes.
Okay, yeah, so we'll hold, we'll hold on. We're looking for,
If you do want to take a detour, Connecticut is reporting a little bit quicker than they have in the past, and we do have a scattering of results.
Wow, yeah, okay. Well, this is only 5%, and a lot of this is going to be Hartford. In fact, most of this is, we got about a little over 3,000 votes in, and this is Windsor, this is Windsor Locks, the airport, look, this is, so far it's consistent. Manchester, sort of well-to-do suburb there. This is pretty consistent early. If you're John Larson, you're not liking what you're seeing. It is early, but again, remember, Bronin is running with the party endorsement here, so there was some writing on the wall potentially, and Bronin's base politically is Hartford, but when you're, and again, these are small chunks of vote here, but Manchester is not Hartford, and he's leading there, narrow, but closer, but he's leading there. South Windsor, that's a big town. That's not Hartford, Windsor locks. So early on, let's see, this thing goes all the way out towards Torrington. This thing goes down to Bristol. We still got a lot more to come, but early on, I forgot what the defeated incumbent count is in the primary, but we may want to dust that number off because that could be on its way to being updated. That means we might have some numbers. Well, look, it's already been, this will save us the night. The NBC News Decision Desk is projecting that Ned Lamont has fended off his challenger in the Democratic gubernatorial primary in Connecticut, easily beating Josh Elliott. The irony, 20 years ago, if you're old like me, you remember Ned Lamont. How did he come on the scene politically? He was the challenger on the left to Joe Lieberman in the 2006 Democratic Senate primary. Lamont beat him in the primary. Lieberman ran as the independent, won the seat. Then Lamont became the governor about a decade later, and now this is how it all works, right? The guy who was the insurgent on the left now facing the challenger from the left, but he's going to survive. So let's get back to the much more sort of contentious question of the hour, and that is South Carolina.
We do also have the opportunity. I know polls close at Wisconsin at the top of the hour. We have been getting that pesky refresh the screen notification.
Here? I didn't see it.
No, we haven't gotten it recently, but I think there's potential to get it again. We could also take care of some housekeeping if you want to at any point here.
Oh, you're saying the break.
Yes.
Let's keep going a little bit because I think we could be close to a little bit of clarity here.
Our latest update was from Anderson, and we have about half of the election day vote now in Anderson.
Let's do it. Oh, okay. Stay Tuned Now is going to do Connecticut we're going to do an update on Stay Tuned in about 4 minutes on that. Okay, so I'm just checking an email right here, and okay. 38 minutes till polls. Oh, we got the countdown clock. Let's do Anderson. Let's just do the same day election day. What do we got?
Yeah, so Anderson County, in the pre-election day vote, it was running 27% for Graham, 17% for Fry, 31% for Norman, and now
how much for Fry? 17.
17.
And 31 for Norman?
That's right.
Okay, yeah.
31 for Graham currently in the election day, 14 for Fry, and 32 for Norman.
Yeah, not much change, but she's not gotten worse anywhere. And she's gotten better significantly in some places. So and Norman just got an update somewhere that put him ahead. I think we might have got a nice
Pickens and Spartanburg.
Starting to, okay. Again, this is a biggie. This is probably 7-8% of the statewide vote from this county. That looks pretty unchanged. I mean, this is where Norman wasn't running much different here with the election day vote than the same day. I think it was a little bit less, but the fact to be running at 36.5% in a county this big, and again, not just running at 36.5%. The most significant thing to Ralph Norman is that the guy, his real opponent right now is right here, Russell Fry, and he's beating him by 23 points in one of the biggest counties in the state, right? His biggest opponent right now is Russell Fry, and in the biggest county in the state, he's beating him by 27 points right now, almost 28 points in Greenville County. So this is, when you're looking at, okay, then we just got another update. That was a pretty big one that just came in to put Fry up. Where did that come from?
Horry County, another update.
We got more. So again, this is a little bit, if it's another 10%, they've been coming in like 10% increments here. Though notably, as we've gotten more, Fry's getting 43% of the vote. This is a vote-rich county in his district. So that update was helpful for him in that it vaulted him in the tally ahead of Norman, although, as we say, he's running out of votes in his best area. And by the way, his best area has been tightening up as the Election Day vote has come in. Graham has been taking a really good chunk of that Election Day vote. So again, is that diluting a bit of what Fry was hoping to get out of here, which I think he badly needs, because there's a lot of, if you're Norman, I think there's a lot of good stuff potentially for you to come in those two places, because we still don't have anything Election Day from New York, and we still don't have anything Election Day. Here comes our update on, we're doing the news now, folks. Here it comes. Or there's still another interview. It looks like we may have a little time here.
Lexington was the most recent.
We just got Election Day here.
Yeah.
How's that running?
Let's see. Graham is running about the same, 38% in the pre-election versus election.
What about
day.
Fry?
Fry, he's running 3 points less.
Okay, and yes, shoot, what did I just, I
Just hit the shortcut at the bottom.
okay. I don't know what I even did. Sorry, Nikki Haley fans, I don't mean to remind you of, all right, what did I do?
26.
Okay. Okay, so there is a news now here coming. I can hear they're in another segment, though. Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm just looking at this and thinking like, well, I was about to say, I'm saying, if you're Norman, you might have more to look forward to. Although these are the big questions right now between Fry and Norman. And this is a big county, Lexington County. In this race, the race we're focused on right now, Fry versus Norman, no one's getting an advantage out of here. It's a wash. It was not a wash with numbers that we saw here. So we got 55% in Aiken now, meaning we're now showing a significant Election Day vote here.
Yes.
And it's not at all resembling what went up earlier from our system.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's big. If you were watching 30 minutes ago, remember Aiken lit up and it was that maroon Fry color, and we said, holy cow, way outside his congressional district. Fry just got like 44% of the vote, and it was telling us completed, and then we said this might be a sort of a glitch in the system, in the stream. It's looking like it is, because we now have a ton of Election Day vote in here. Fry's running back at 22.6%. He's not getting to 44% here. We're about to do the hit.
And some breaking news coming out of Connecticut. NBC News can now project that Ned Lamont is the winner of the Democratic governor's primary race, beating out his opponent, Josh Elliott. Let's go back to NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, is this a surprise? What should we know now?
Yeah, no, I think it was pretty expected here. We were saying there's a bit of irony in this for folks with a long memory that Ned Lamont launched his political career as the insurgent candidate of the left against Senator Joe Lieberman. That was 20 years ago in 2006, and it's come around enough that Lamont, now seeking another term as governor, faced an insurgent candidate from the left here in this primary. But Lamont really no problem here surviving it, a 2-to-1 margin here. NBC News has already declared him the winner. But within Connecticut, there's another long-tenured incumbent, a much longer tenured incumbent, who I think is in some serious trouble right now. And I'll call that one up on the screen. It's right here. John Larson, the congressman from Connecticut's 1st District. It's based in Hartford, although this district sort of has tentacles extending in a bunch of different directions. But Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, who already secured the endorsement of the Connecticut Democratic Party in this race. That was a very ominous sign for Larson. Now the vote is coming in slowly, but it's been coming in consistently. Different parts of this district. No surprise in his political base of Hartford, where he was mayor, Bronin leading there. But I mean, you can get out here, small towns far away from Hartford, suburbs of Hartford, well-to-do suburbs. Across the board, you're seeing Bronin put up very encouraging numbers here. So I think Lamont survives in the governor's race, but essentially a 28-year House incumbent, John Larson, he was a member of the House Democratic leadership from 2006 to 2014, I believe, in big trouble right now, deep trouble.
Latest from Connecticut there. Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Thank you so very much.
Okay, yeah, that Lars, we set the bar low on Connecticut results, but I think something might be. Well, let's keep an eye on there in Connecticut because I think something might be on the way if you know what I mean. And if you tell me. Anything come in significantly in South Carolina? It looks Norman, I see, got back in a second. Let's in fact kind of dwell on that. And do we have more in? We're getting some Richland. Correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but was the initial Richland thing that came up like an hour ago also very favorable to Fry?
I think I remember that. I don't have a accurate screenshot in my head, but I think that sounds right.
Okay. I mean, the point is what's there now isn't. From the standpoint of trying to create separation with Norman. These are big counties. This is very big. Lexington, Fry and Norman are basically tied. Richland, Fry is third, but it's not far back. It's a 2-point margin there. He's not going to create much separation doing that. But this was big because it hinted at the possibility of a breakout success for Fry in a big county far from his district, a big vote-rich county, not what's materializing. This is giving him a little bit of separation here, 327 votes worth of separation so far from Norman. But what was hinted at with what clearly looks like a glitch of an update earlier, if you were watching, was something much bigger for him. And so now with half the vote in statewide, you can see it's now a 1,700 vote, 1,753 is the margin for Norman over Fry statewide, a full percentage point. And I think what's standing out to me as I look at this is a couple things. Like I said, Fry not going to get out of Aiken what we were thinking he might get. Fry now with about 2/3 of the vote in the biggest county in his district. This is supposed to be the vote bank for him. He's getting a lot of votes out of here. He'll still get plenty more, but 2/3 of the vote is now in. And oh, by the way, that election day vote, Graham's been doing pretty well here. She's getting actually pretty close to him. Meanwhile, look at his opponent, right? His main opponent right now is Ralph Norman. And Norman, we're getting election day vote in York. Okay. Can you tell me what the early election split is, Norman versus Graham? This is why Norman just opened up that lead statewide.
So Norman was getting 54% in the pre-election day vote.
Yeah.
And Fry was getting 10%.
Well, Graham is the one we want.
Graham was getting 24%.
Yeah.
And the election day vote, Graham is getting 27%.
Yeah.
Norman is getting 52.
Yeah. So it's that trend where she's doing a few points better. He's off 2, but he's on pace with half the vote still to come in York County to get half of the vote left in York County, maybe a little bit more than half of it, right? Whereas like in Horry County, which is the big part of Fry's district, he's got a third left and he's running, his election day vote's probably high 30s here? So he's not squeezing as much out of Horry as Norman is out of York. Now in Spartanburg is just, this is a big county for Norman, and it's now getting close to complete. He's not going to get much more out of here, but he's been running in the high 30s here. So what Norman has to look forward to, this is the big thing that Norman has to look forward to. And can you tell me, Adam, what the expected vote is in Greenville?
Greenville, we have it at 47,000.
Okay, so, and we're at 45,050.
We're about 6,500. Yeah. 6,500.
Okay, so we think we got 40,500 left. If we say that Norman runs a tick below, this is just guessing here based on what we're seeing. If he runs a tick below, say at 37%, right? 37% of the remaining, he could get 15, say he gets 15,000 votes out of here, right? And look at where Fry is. Let's say Fry got 10% of the remaining, and that might be a little generous. Yeah. So I think in Greenville, with what's left, Norman over Fry could have a net of like 11,000 A net margin of 11,000. That would be my back of the envelope guess here for what's left in the biggest county in the state. Is that, see this margin, look at this margin between Norman and Fry right now, which sits at 3,002 votes, right? 3,002 statewide. I think it's not crazy. This is 3,002. I think it's not crazy that just here, Norman over Fry could be an additional 11,000. So that's huge, right? Now, what's Fry's answer to that? Because that would put him at a huge, okay? His answer is, well, there's Myrtle Beach. You know, there's still a third of the vote to come in Myrtle Beach. Norman's barely registering here, right? Fry's, so, okay, in fact, Adam, can you tell me what's the remaining vote we think in Horry County?
Yes, 11,000 remaining is our estimate.
We think there's 11,000 left here, and we think Fry's maybe getting 40% of the election day?
Yeah, I have it at 41 right now.
Okay, so he gets 4,400, and Norman's probably getting, what, 6% or something?
8%.
Okay. Yeah. So he could, yeah, I mean, this could be 3,500 votes. So Fry could, you know, Fry's margin here over, in the remaining vote here, Fry's margin over Norman could be 3,500 votes, okay? So, you know, think about it. If Fry, you know, beats Norman by 3,500 here, but Norman beats Fry by 11,000 here, and Norman right now is running nearly 3,000 above Fry in the statewide count already, and we've seen it doesn't look like there's any real separation between the two of them in Richland. Doesn't look like there's any real separation in Lexington. Boy, you know, there's still some to come here. We say, you know, half the vote to come, and Norman's getting about half of that. I mean, look, again, 11, that's a difference there of 7,500. If that nets out to plus 7,500 for Norman, and then how many votes do we think are left in York?
York, we just got an update, but we're at 6,000 expected remaining.
6,000. If he gets 3,000, yeah, I mean, listen, Norman could net 2,500 over Fry here. He could net, as you say, he could net 11,000 here. He could net 2,500. We're saying Fry could maybe do 3,500 here. You know, and again, that margin is sitting just under 3,000 right now. Still with a little bit in Spartanburg. What's left in Spartanburg?
Sorry, I was taking a water break.
No, you're allowed. Just don't spill it.
Spartanburg, 3,800.
3,800
remaining,
and Norman getting about 35% of 3,800. So my it's so cold in here. My fingers aren't working. You said 3,800.
Yes,
sorry, 3,800. Right. Okay. Right. I mean, if he got 1,300, and Fry say he could net 1,000. He could net 1,000 over Fry here. Seeing a lot of opportunities for Ralph Norman here. I mean, take a look at a place like Charleston County, a lot to come here, good-sized county. I don't see, Fry is running level with Norman. Georgetown County, this is a big one in Fry's district. It's done. Look, Fry got 36 here. He crushed Norman 4-1, but it's done. He's not getting anything else out of it. Berkeley, almost done. Fry's running 30, or he's beating Norman. He's only beating him by 7. Oh boy, I think the folks in Rock Hill are starting to get a little excited. Maybe. What are our? Oh wow, something big.
Yeah,
that Greenville. That was Greenville. This is what we said would happen. Tell me how it went. How'd that batch break?
Unclear exactly what that was, but let me take a look here.
I mean, we went from 14 to 66, so we just got We just got the.
Yeah, it's not classified in our system exactly what it was, but it broke for Norman.
Can you tell me the raw votes? Because I want to get the margin. What were the raw votes that just came in?
24,917.
For Norman?
Yeah.
And what came in for Fry?
Sorry, that was the total vote. This is everything. Yeah. So the split there is what we have basically.
No, but I mean, can you just tell me how many new votes Norman just got? Is that in there?
The total vote report was 24,000.
Right. How many did Norman get? Does it say?
9,886.
And how many did Fry get?
2,700.
2007. So right. So that is 71. So we said we thought Norman could net an 11,000 more total out of Greenville. Right there is 7,100. So he absolutely, and there's still a third to come. Oh, I mean, I think that's I don't where is Fry overcoming that? I mean, more of what just happened. Look at that. Look what just happened with that. Norman now opens up a 10,000 vote, almost 10,200 vote advantage over Fry with that update. And there is more to come. He's pouring it on in Greenville, pouring it on over Fry. Graham is running in second right there over Fry. With still a third to come in York, where he's running that 50%, we said, with the election day vote, with still a little bit he can get out of Spartanburg. Where on earth is Fry answering that? Look, he got another update out of Horry, right? They've been coming in these 10% batches, but now 3/4 of the vote is there in Horry. Fry could knock a couple with what's left in Horry. Fry could knock a couple thousand off that. He's more than 10,000 votes behind right now. Charleston. There's a lot to come in Charleston. Like we said, I'm looking for places where there's sizable, populations here, sizable, vote pools. But even where there are, Fry has to be doing something like that. That's the only way he can get back in this. Look at Beaufort. Beaufort's running behind Norman. Richland. So far, no indication there of any separation between Fry and Norman. Fry has to have separation right there. Lexington. None at all. They're almost tied. Aiken, as we say, now we're up to almost 80% in Aiken. That was a mirage earlier. And again, I apologize, we had that glitch in our system. Nothing like what we saw earlier in that glitch result is what's actually happened. Fry, you want to call that separation? It's not even 400 votes. He's more than 10,000 behind statewide. The upstate, wow, for Norman, it's the district that he represents in Congress kind of is more like this, okay? The 5th district. This is extending outside of his district. We're saying which of these two candidates, okay? The 7th, the 5th, Fry in the 7th, Norman in the 5th. Who's going to make the big incursion outside their district? That's why when that false alarm came in from Aiken, that's why I got so jazzed up, because I said, oh my gosh, Fry just did it. No, Fry did not do it in Aiken. Norman is doing it in Greenville. And Greenville isn't just any county. Greenville is the single, we think, biggest vote-producing county in the state. So not only is Norman putting up numbers like this within his congressional district, okay, right? Although this is part of his district too. He's actually running, he's running in second here, but he's also running more than 2-1 ahead of Fry. Outside of his district, he's doing this, right? Outside of his district, he's doing this. Outside of his district, outside of his district. I don't see this maroon shade for Fry. All of this is inside the 7th congressional district. If this were a United States senator to represent the Petey region of South Carolina, Fry would be in great shape right now. He is basically sweeping his congressional district. But this is United States senator statewide. He has not made any incursions outside of his district. Norman's making those incursions, and he's doing it in just a vote-rich hub there of the upstate. That's a very significant thing that has just sort of revealed itself here. Margin now for Norman over Fry sits at 4.2 points. Statewide, that's just under 10,000. Again, I think that had gone over 10,000. I think it came under because of that update from Horry. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So you're getting sort of the remnants of Fry's district right here. that are keeping that number. But it just, there's more to come here than there is here. Okay? And what's coming here, look at that split. Look at that split between Norman and Frye. And look what it already is. So between these two counties, that's going to net out to more votes for Norman, to a bigger margin for Norman. Add in this, a third still in York County. That's going to help him. Where? I'm looking. Tell me. What am I missing? Where's the big county? Where are the big counties where Frye has attained separation from Norman and where the remaining vote is going to cut in like?
Just came in.
Answer, nowhere. NBC News projects that Congressman Ralph Norman will advance to the runoff in the South Carolina Republican primary for the United States Senate. He will face the appointed incumbent, Darlene Graham, sister of the late Lindsey Graham. That runoff will be held 2 weeks from tonight. It will be Darlene Graham. It'll be Ralph Norman. And now the question will become, how does everybody react to this? Because we told you in that gubernatorial primary, let's see if I can call it up here without blowing this board up. This is the runoff. Do you know how I can get the preliminary, Adam? Is there or is that not a
I don't.
doable?
I don't know if I had set it up ahead of time.
Okay, that's all right. This was the runoff. Alan Wilson and Pamela Yvette. Now remember, Trump had endorsed Yvette. This is the governor's race just earlier this summer. And in the preliminary, it was a very crowded field. Yvette had the Trump endorsement. She finished first, very narrowly, unimpressively. I think 29% of the vote. After that primary, all of the other candidates got behind Wilson. And look what happened in the runoff. I mean, he reversed the outcome. He crushed her. He left her in the dust. So that's what happened in the governor's race. We're now talking about the Senate race. Graham is not going to get 29. This number's 32-2. It could tick higher. It could land in the mid-30s. But I'd say it's probably going to, if you're looking at, basically she gets a third of the vote. I think, let's say she's going to end up getting a third of the vote in this primary. How's that going to look? What's Russell Frye going to do? Is Frye going to say, all right, I'm on Team Graham now? Is he going to say, no, she hasn't proven it. I trust Ralph Norman. He's a more reliable conservative. Is he going to get behind Norman? Is he going to do nothing? What's Mark Sanford going to do? For that matter, what would Mark Lynch do? Much smaller base right there. Other political leaders in the state. We're going to do an update on Stay Tuned now that this has been called. But that's going to become the drama now in this race. Where do the major sort of opinion shapers, the leaders, the folks who can really set the tone for how the next 2 weeks are going to go? The president. I mean, I have not mentioned Donald Trump. This is Trump's candidate. In that runoff, in that gubernatorial runoff where his candidate, Yvette, got crushed, Trump backed off that endorsement essentially in that runoff. He saw the trouble coming. Is Trump out there? I imagine Trump's going to be out there doubling down on this. But, how does Trump react to this final, wherever Graham lands, wherever Norman lands, how does Trump react to it? So those are the questions. In the coming days, what tone is going to be set for this runoff? Is this going to be a party that consolidates quickly and dramatically around Graham and really puts Norman at a disadvantage here? Or is there going to be some, movement towards Norman to try to consolidate? Coming in to do an update on this, folks. And then as soon as we do this update, we're going to start talking about the Badger State. Let me take water. It's 10 seconds, folks. Sorry, I got it.
And some more breaking news out of South Carolina. NBC News can now project that Ralph Norman will advance to the Republican runoff election for the open Senate seat there after Lindsey Graham's sister Darlene already advanced a little bit earlier tonight. Let's go to Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Steve, this is a pretty decisive call, relatively early, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, you could see here, Graham, I think the story for her is that she wasn't dominant anywhere in the state. It's just consistent. She was running either in first place or second place in basically every county. And you can see here, I think, still some vote to come, but probably going to finish with about a third of the vote in this primary. Meanwhile, Ralph Norman, who's going to oppose her now in the runoff, which will be held 2 weeks from tonight. He's a congressman. His base is right there in the Charlotte suburbs, Rock Hill, York County, this area. And what really did it for him was he expanded his support, as you can see here, across the upstate. This is going outside of his congressional district. And this region it's one of the most deeply conservative areas in South Carolina, very religious, evangelical, fundamentalist, and Norman put up very, very big numbers here that separated him from the rest of Graham's opponents and are going to put him into this runoff. So the question now, obviously, Gotti, becomes, look, this is a 2-week campaign. How do all the political leaders in South Carolina, how do political leaders in the Republican Party nationally, and of course, how does President Donald Trump, who endorsed Graham, how do they all react to this? How do they react to her finishing first, probably with about a third of the vote, to Norman being the opponent in the runoff? Are there forces in the party that now say they want to get behind Norman and make this a real fight? Or do most of the leaders in the party say, okay, this Graham performance, it's convincing, it's satisfying, we want to get on board? Does the party strongly unite behind her and really put Norman at a disadvantage? That's where the drama and that's where the action shifts right after this result goes final.
And a lot of that will come down to who finishes third and fourth and where they take their voters, right? What are we seeing from the numbers below Graham and Norman here?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, Russell Fry, he's the congressman here, sort of from the Myrtle Beach area. You could see the district that Russell Fry represents in Congress because it's the only part of the state that he won. That dark maroon color is Russell Fry. He swept his congressional district. Okay, what does Fry just say? He's one of those people you got to look for in the next 24 hours, maybe tonight. What does he say? Does he come out and say, okay, I want to congratulate Darlene Graham on finishing first, and now I'm getting behind her? Or does he say, I want to congratulate Graham and Norman, and I'm Team Norman? Or does he say nothing? Does he stay neutral? But we saw this just recently, governor's primary in South Carolina this spring. We saw the candidate who finished second in the preliminary, who did not have Donald Trump's endorsement, got all of the other defeated candidates around him, Alan Wilson, and then he won the runoff easily. So there is a bit of a precedent for things turning around in runoffs. But, a lot of that there was a lot of movement towards him as soon as that preliminary end. Will there be any movement to Norman, or will it be consolidation to Graham?
Yeah, that was such an interesting case. And yet this one, the dynamic, I guess from an outsider's perspective, we're not in South Carolina, but, it really boils down to are voters here choosing to respect what they see as the legacy that Graham left behind? Are they responding to the president's endorsement? There are a lot of factors here. And I'm not sure if the numbers from tonight can, give us a peek at how things might go there. But do you see anything notable coming out of some of the early vote or some of the votes that we saw today coming in?
I mean, it's almost like looking at art. It's a question of interpretation, right? I mean, we were looking at Darlene Graham and saying, she doesn't have any history in elected office. She herself was not really known to almost anybody before the last month or so. Obviously, the family name is a familiar one. Lindsey Graham had his own, sort of issues with parts of the Republican base famously throughout his political career. So there's certainly mixed feelings among Republicans, historically about the Graham family name. So nobody really quite knew what to expect from her as a candidate, with Trump's endorsement too, obviously hugely helpful to her. But what does that mean? When you're looking at about a third of the vote in a crowded, competitive primary here for somebody with that kind of a background, is that an impressive showing? Does that inspire confidence? I think that's why I'm saying these next 24, 48 hours are so interesting because, everybody's going to get to look at this piece of art and render their interpretation, and then that will kind of decide what the tone is for this runoff.
Art is in the eye of the beholder. Steve Kornacki, thank you so very much. Let's go to NBC News.
Okay, so 7 minutes. Why don't we catch our breaths? Congratulations to Darlene Graham and Ralph Norman. We will probably just check in to see how those numbers land at the end of the night. And folks, we are now 6 minutes and 37 seconds away from Wisconsin. So let's tee that one up and get ready and tell you what we're expecting here tonight. And let me get myself ready because I have a thing in here that I want to try. Did we get a call in Connecticut 1?
We have not.
Okay.
but the trend that we looked at earlier is continuing.
Okay, so John Larson is in bad shape in Connecticut 1. I want to just look at this, so I'm ready to kind of go here. A couple things I want to point out before Wisconsin. Well, when the polls close in Wisconsin, it can be a little slow to get going. Though it will, I think, we'll get a pretty good chunk here in the first, hour or two. That and again, I think the thing I want to say on Wisconsin is just the range of possibilities here. Nobody really knows what to expect when these polls close. We know the dynamic of the polling that's out there. Francesca Hong, socialist candidate, has been leading, and we know that the fear of a Hong nomination has sparked the establishment, led by Tony Evers, the Democratic governor, in these final week really, to try to consolidate around David Crowley, the Milwaukee County executive, who dropped out of the race at one point this summer and then got back in. And I think that's a very important thing here before the polls close to just go through. You see all these different names on this list here. Sarah Rodriguez, lieutenant governor, dropped out in July. Mandela Barnes, at the beginning of the year, was considered the front runner in this race. Remember, he almost got elected to the United States Senate back in 2022, a former lieutenant governor. He dropped out on, I think, the last day of July, maybe July 30th. The string of events in July was that Hong was pulling ahead in the polling. Crowley was way down. It looked like he was going nowhere. He's spinning his wheels. So Crowley dropped out of the race, okay? And he endorsed Rodriguez. Then Rodriguez was hit with this campaign finance scandal, and she dropped out of the race. This is in July, okay? When that happened, Crowley got back in the race. That's when Evers, the governor, endorsed Crowley, okay? But at the same time, Mandela Barnes was still in the race, polling, not in the lead or anything, but he was still getting a big chunk of vote in the polling. At the very end of July, he dropped out, okay? And only at that point, and then especially, I would say, in the wake of Abdul El Sayed's win in Michigan last week, the focus on the insurgent left nationwide, and, was this about to happen in Wisconsin too? And then the controversies around Hong, Thanksgiving. If you're watching this, you know them. I don't need to describe them. It set off all these alarm bells, really, I think, in the last week among the Democratic establishment in Wisconsin to get behind Crowley. So I suspect there's been dramatic movement towards him in the last week. But the thing to keep in mind is that while all of that drama in July was playing out that we just went through, 140,000 vote-by-mail votes were cast and returned. And those votes are in. They can't be changed. Now, that's the total for each party, Democrat and Republican. We know Democrats are much more likely to use mail than Republicans. So I think it's safe to say that well over 100,000 votes in this primary were cast before this race was seen as Francesca Hong versus David Crowley, versus vote Crowley if you want to stop Hong. A lot of these votes were cast when Crowley was either an afterthought in the polls or had actually dropped out of the race. A lot of these votes were cast for Rodriguez. They were cast for Mandela Barnes. They were cast in a totally different environment. How much of the primary electorate is this going to account for? Well, if we said conservatively that about 100,000 of these are Democratic votes, okay, what do we expect for turnout? This is a big question because this weird environment, this sort of panic of the establishment, maybe it goes way high today. Maybe this energy on the left brings it way high today. But if you said 600, that'd be about 15, it'd be a little bit more than 15%, between 15 and 20%. If that turnout goes higher than 600,000, I think the bottom line is that vote that was cast in July when this race looked totally different, and there was even a little bit of early voting that was done then, could end up being 10, 15% of the total vote that's cast in this primary. So it's a long way of saying if there is a ton of energy behind Crowley, behind that establishment wing to get behind him, okay, and he falls just short, that could be a reason why. But that also, I think, informs the way we got to think about this. All those votes that were cast in July, there are some other lesser-known candidates who are still on the ballot here. I think there's probably going to be, I think it's safe to go into this thinking there's going to be 15% or so of the vote that's not cast for one of these two candidates, right? And if that's the case, then you only need 42.5% or so of the vote to win statewide. Hong probably does not need to get anywhere close to an outright majority tonight to win. For that matter, Crowley wouldn't either. But I think that's something worth keeping in mind. I think you're going to see a lot of votes that are, coming in for these candidates that dropped out in July. Now, 1 minute till poll close. That's to be the question. That's a huge question we're going to be asking. As these vote returns come in, it's handled differently in different places. In most counties here, what you're going to be seeing is a mix of all types of votes. The votes that were cast today in person, we expect those to be the closest between these candidates, right? The votes that were cast by mail in July or any other time, and the votes that were cast early. Generally in these counties, it's going to be a mix of those things. There are some big exceptions. The biggest one to tell you about is that the city of Milwaukee takes all of its early vote, counts it up, and releases it generally at the very end of the night. So that could come into play too. But I think if past is prologue, 20 seconds till poll closing, one of the first significant counties to report is going to be Waukesha County. You know Waukesha County and its importance in statewide elections in Wisconsin, big suburban county outside Milwaukee. They reported a big chunk of vote about 15 minutes after poll close in 2024. Polls are now closed in Wisconsin. We wait for this thing to light up. I have here, we're going to rely on this tonight. I'm using a lot of what I'm using here is the Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden 2020 Democratic primary. A couple other things, but we've basically created benchmarks for both Crowley and for Hong based on getting 45% of the vote statewide. Remember, we said you say that if 10% of the vote went to all these other candidates, then you need 45 to win statewide. Okay. Now, if more than 10 is going to these other candidates, you need less than 45. But the benchmarks I've got for both Hong and Crowley here are based on getting 45% statewide. And we may get, I'm going to make sure I'm back on the statewide here, we may get our first significant readout from Waukesha. And by the way, we're not sure. There's so many variables in this. These are rough. So if we start seeing a couple early counties and one candidate's clearing the benchmarks and the other one's missing it, it could mean that there are other counties where the reverse is happening. It may take a little bit for this pattern to come into focus. It may, or a more decisive result here tonight, could give us more decisive result could give us an earlier answer. That's like a circular thing to say. But if it's like,
one flag on turnout right now.
Yeah.
We did raise the total expected vote in Wisconsin statewide, including 40,000 more votes in Dane County based on high turnout.
Wow. And what's the total statewide expected now?
The total statewide for the governor's race is 703.
Can you tell me what Milwaukee is? Milwaukee County?
122,000.
So that went up slightly. That's, and that's the other thing to again, anything that, we'll switch over to anything that comes in. Why do I always do this? This is the biggie. 20% or so of the vote is probably coming out of Madison. Probably about that is coming out of Milwaukee, too. What Adam just said is very significant, though. These are typically, recently, Madison, Dane County, this is like, it just gets bluer and bluer. You see it in presidential elections. We're always talking about this. This has become more, this used to be the sort of the heart of the Democratic, of Democratic Milwaukee. Now Dane County is. What Adam just said is like, they're updating significantly the estimated vote in Dane County particularly. The estimate in Dane that Adam just gave me is significantly up from where it was at the start of Election Day. The estimate in Milwaukee County, David Crowley is the Milwaukee County executive, is only up a little bit, suggesting high turnout today, particularly in Dane. Dane is the place. Dane has got to be like the epicenter for Hong, for her campaign. So that is an encouraging tidbit for them before anything, for her campaign, before anything actually comes in terms of results. But keep in mind, I think one theme we'll be stressing as these results come in tonight is keeping in mind what we saw in Michigan last week with Al Sayed, with his victory. Where did it come from, right? Remember, we spent so much time talking about like East Lansing doing well in places where there were younger populations, younger median ages, colleges, college areas, okay? Remember we were talking about Western Michigan with El Sayed? We were saying, why was he doing so well there? They were the counties that had the youngest median ages in the state. So we're going to be looking sort of at the same thing here tonight for Francesca Hong. And Dane County, Madison, University of Wisconsin, that looms as just, as just massive for her. But there's going to be other places, that, here too, will look like La Crosse, young median age, in La Crosse, right there on the Mississippi River. We'll look at Stevens, University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, Portage, young median age. There's going to be places that have like branches of the state university, smaller cities with younger median ages, young professionals. Those are places where she needs to be doing really well too. Meanwhile, for Crowley, it's not just Milwaukee County, those WOW counties they call them, right? Like, Waukesha, right? Washington, Ozaki, Ozaki, very wealthy, super educated, high income suburbs outside Milwaukee. These are the places where the Stop Hong side wants there to be like flood election day turnout. They're hoping these are the places that in the last week, that alarm that was sounded by the establishment about Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said, if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic primary as it is in a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin. So that's why I said if we do get a Waukesha update off the bat, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported, that there's no sequence to these where there's like a batch of vote by mail, a batch of election day, because it's so important. Just everything I was saying about what happened in July, understanding, what the sequence of the vote returns is. The clerk there told us, she told us today, everything that comes in their office is coming in precinct at a time, voting unit at a time. It's all bundled together. Vote by mail, election day, early vote. So returns coming that are reported out in Waukesha, they're going to come from different parts of the county, but they're all inclusive of those different types of votes. So you're getting kind of a complete picture, okay, as opposed to, in some of these places you only see the mail vote at first or you only see the election day. So that's important because the complete picture in Waukesha, for the Stop Hong folks to have any chance, I think needs to be a Crowley win and needs to be a pretty big Crowley win. So that's why I think that's, if they do give us an initial report, other places to keep in mind, just, again, while we're kind of waiting here, that are sort of, potentially, I think swingish here. I think, actually, can I move this map a little bit? We're squeezing out Kenosha. I think like a good bellwether county is going to be right down here. Kenosha, I sort of think, again, these targets that we've put together here, they would work out to a tie right there. So I think if one has an advantage there, if that happens to come in early, Ozaki, I think needs to be a really big Crowley win. Washington's a little smaller, would need to be a big Crowley win. I think he would need to. Another good bellwether could be right here, where Appleton is, out of Gamey County. I think this would need to be a Crowley County Brown. This is where Green Bay is. The Bow counties. We got the WOW counties, and we got the Bow County. I always say Wisconsin's where we bark like a dog. Bow wow. Okay. The sort of the Fox River Valley versus those suburbs right outside of Milwaukee. Milwaukee County. Okay, here we go. What do we got? Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something. Watertown, Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here. I think the thing that jumps out is just look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something. But I think that's just the first thing that just jumps out. Not going to read into that one precinct from Jefferson County, but except to say that's just everywhere. Keep in mind, I said, what if it's 10%? What if it's 15%? What if it's a lot more than that? That's going to those other candidates. And again, I think if you're Hong, and you've got that, we know there is a very big sort of, left-wing base. They're very activated left-wing base. We know, we expect certainly, young voters we'll be talking about. If that win number the lower it gets, probably the better it is for her. That's more from Jefferson just coming in. We're getting some more precincts. We're getting 15% in Jefferson, yeah, and already, holy cow, look at how many. This is 2/3 of the vote for these two, and 11 for Kelder-Roys. 9, Sarah Rodriguez dropped out of the race. Mandela Barnes dropped out of the race. Missy Hughes out of the race. And yet, you are seeing 1/3 of the vote here go to the other candidates, okay? So for what it's worth, we put benchmarks together to hit 45% for these two candidates. What did we think you needed to see in Jefferson County? Overall, we said Crowley at 45% needed to win it by like 2 points over Hong. He is beating her by 1 vote, but with a much lower, just much lower vote for the two of them. Again, this is just we're looking at, a town or something in Jefferson County, Wisconsin. Nothing much more. So we're gonna need a lot more than this to go on. And not every county. I said what we see in Waukesha. Also, I should note, not every county does what Waukesha does with a pure mix of all types of votes at all times. There are going to be some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote, as opposed to, and so that's one other thing to keep in mind, the possibility here that you're looking at, because there's so much vote here going to the other candidate. Well, it wouldn't make sense that this is the early vote, because Crowley was doing terribly when that July. Yeah,
just looking at the reporting website, it looks like maybe this is about 4 precincts, and it looks like it's, a few precincts scattered around the county. They don't break out vote modes,
right?
But it does look like, it's a couple precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from Jefferson. We're up to
Jefferson. Did they do this in the judicial race too? I think Jefferson was giving us
potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Now it is interesting that what just came in there, Crowley again leading Hong here by a point. Their share just jumped up almost about 8 points. The combined Crowley-Hong share. So again, just in terms of trying to discern, were we looking at more early skewed vote versus election day? Bottom line, though, is, this is the kind of county that between these two candidates, I felt like our benchmarks here were saying when all is counted here, Crowley needs to have a slight advantage over Hong. Crowley does have a slight advantage over Hong with about half the vote in. Okay, Waukesha, here we go. Okay, it's a precinct. It's a precinct, but should we leave it here and see if they quickly add more?
Yeah.
Let's just, unless anything else lights up, folks, because this hints at the possibility of more to quickly come. And if we get something big from Waukesha, this thing is it's potentially earth-shattering. Not trying to oversell it, but we could be on the cusp of and again, Waukesha, if you're stop Hong, it's got to be Crowley. If you're to Hong side here, and this thing is, you're ever ahead if we had a substantial update, is what I'm saying here, 20% of the vote, something like that. I think this is going to be an important signal here. If we are indeed about to get a Waukesha update.
It's another one.
Oh,
yeah.
There it is. Okay. Whoa, okay, yeah. Now, okay, it's not a ton, but that's, again, what we're seeing, we're seeing communities in Waukesha County transmitting vote, and we said this needs to be, if he's going to make it a game, this needs to be a Crowley win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%, that is certainly in the realm of what I'm describing. But this is 2%. And one thing we saw when we broke down the Waukesha returns from November was it was sort of these small outlying towns and villages that were kind of reporting early. And what was the report there? I don't want to get off Waukesha.
It was another Jefferson report.
No, we just got a little bit in Wood just to show, yeah, Wood here needs to be a Crowley win. We think I had about a 10-point Crowley win for 45-45. Like the city of Waukesha came a little bit later in 24. We have more in Jefferson. I'll just toggle back there to see. We're landing at something close to, we're at 2/3 here. And I would say, for Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson. Columbia County, okay, again, this is just a small amount. I don't want to lose the plot at all on Waukesha, but Adam, keep me honest here on anything else.
Another one.
This is Waukesha. Okay, so now this is starting to get a little more substantial here. Now we're up closer to about 10%. And that Crowley number just ticked down too. That Hong ticked up to, but 44-30, again, just to, what we kind of felt here was that in a race to 45, Crowley wanted to be at 49, Hong at 41 here. But that's very, very rough. And so that's early on. These are some, I think from the standpoint early on here of can Crowley make this a game or was this going to be a Hong runaway? These are, if you're on the, I want Crowley to make this a game bandwagon, these are provisionally encouraging numbers for you. But again, it's limited here. But I'm just, again, these are small. I don't want to read too much without. Jefferson's complete. Jefferson's complete. So, wow, that was fast. And again, I felt in a race, our benchmark, it's saying, trying to get to 45% statewide for these candidates, had Crowley 46, Hong 44 here, okay? And obviously, the early indications are it's going to take less than 45% to win this thing statewide. But, you could see that's right in line. It's for each candidate, it's right in line, because that works the other way too. That's a 45-45 tie. That's each of them. Okay, Waukesha. I just want to, Adam, shout if anything is. I said I have this little computer thing I worked up. I want to just try something here.
We may get another Waukesha update in a minute.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to, I have this new thing I'm trying to complete, in 2 keystrokes, I've completely ruined it. This is supposed to give me a projection. Oh, I just ruined it.
All right, we got another Waukesha update.
Unbelievably just ruined it.
Now you know how I feel.
Okay. I spent an hour on that and I just ruined it.
Exactly.
All right, we're at about, look, Crowley, we thought to get to 45% statewide, okay? The rough thing we were saying Crowley wanted to get out of here was 49% of the vote. He's running 46.6, okay, with about a fifth of the vote in. Hong, to be getting, to 45% statewide, we said wanted to be at 41 here. She's running well south of that. I want to say, though, that if Hong misses her numbers in the WOW counties, she can make up for it with bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County. And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, okay, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her. And if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties. So I would just say that the early thing we can say, looking at this number in Waukesha County and next door in Jefferson. Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was. So you can see that was at 95%. We thought that was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks and makes sure that the estimate matches up and that there's not remaining vote. There was actually remaining vote. But it's our most complete county that we have, So between that and the early here in Waukesha, Crowley is putting up numbers here that suggest he could make this a game, but he's going to have to do this in a lot of other places. It's now in La Crosse County. We got a third of the vote in La Crosse, and we said this is one of those places where you expect Hong to be doing much better. Again, I'm immediately struck by how much of the vote here is going to other candidates. But we felt that, again, I'm going to have to abandon these 45% benchmarks. That's what I was trying to go and fix there a second ago. But we felt this would be basically Hong could win this thing narrowly, could win La Crosse narrowly by about 2 points and be on pace for that 45%. And she's winning it, by leading it by about 3 points. So again, we zoom out statewide right here. Waukesha is up to 33%. We got a third of the vote now in Waukesha County, and there is Crowley sitting at 46%, and Hong sitting only at 30. So Crowley is getting and I want to put this in the context of the total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%. Meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. If that lasts, if the other candidates end up with a quarter of the vote, then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 33. Where else is there? Let's just go through significant vote. Washara only 7. We're going way up north here. Okay, again, this Eau Claire County. Now, this is interesting because I would put this this is a county Hong should be winning. And she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley. And again, this is just 12% of the vote. We don't know where it's from. The University of Wisconsin Eau Claire is here. Again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up, Hong probably needs to be winning here. So you continue to see early on here, in La Crosse, she's sort of just about where she'd want to be, I think. She'd want to step it up there. She's running low here in Waukesha, and Crowley getting a big number there. Sook County, what do we have here? We have about half the vote. Again, this is a county that Crowley wants to be winning. He wants to be winning. He'd want it to look like this. And Columbia, he'd want to be. This is only 7%. I don't want to. 7%. It's a small county. That's subject to kind of jumping around. So we say 6% of the vote is in statewide, and everything that we've seen and what's come in so far says that question of was it too far gone for the establishment to make this a game and have a shot, or could the establishment consolidate and make this a real contest tonight? So far, 6%. It's spotty, and I'm trying to qualify this, but so far everything is saying they're making this a game tonight. Crowley is making this a game tonight over Hong, and there really has been some serious consolidation here behind him in a very short period of time. I really, the thing that's in my head a little bit as I'm as I'm saying, he's hitting numbers here. Is what happens in Dane County, again with that through the roof turnout apparently that we have in our system here. If you give me 2 minutes, maybe even less, and Adam, shout if anything else comes in. I'll drop what I'm doing. I want to try to get this right. This thing that I screwed up. So I'm just going to bear with me. This is all directly Wisconsin related, what I'm doing right now. Okay. Anything else?
Small updates.
You do one keystroke and it doesn't let you do the back arrow thing.
We just got some more Waukesha and Outagamie.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Outagamie. Let's go right up there. We got okay. Remember I said this is like, I think Outagamie is like a swing county between these two. We got a fifth of the vote now in Outagamie, Appleton, Wisconsin here. Fox River Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, just it's consistent with what there's Dane. There's Dane. Okay, holy cow. Okay, now this is a small chunk of Dane, and we don't know where from, but this is supposed to be okay. Not everything in Dane is Madison, is University of Wisconsin, but I want to say this is supposed to be based on the benchmarks we're talking about. This is supposed to be Hong's best county in the state, biggest vote producer, biggest share of the had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we established for a higher vote share was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the vote statewide, we said Crowley probably wants to be hitting 37% in Dane. In this first update, he's just over 37%. And the way this is running statewide, probably going to take well less than 45% to win it. This is a very, I don't know exactly where this is coming from in Dane. I want to see as more vote comes in Dane if it looks anything like this. If it looks, yeah.
Taking a look at their county website and the precincts reporting, it doesn't look like there are precincts in Madison yet.
Yeah.
But a few precincts from Fitchburg and Sun Prairie and some around the county.
Okay, I mean, right. There's a lot of, it's a super, super liberal county. There are, well-to-do, affluent, more professional class, even older, very liberal, politically engaged voters, it's not just college kids and young kids, and that demographic I'm describing might be a more in line with warnings from the establishment about Hong. If anything like this persists in Dane, Hong has to win Dane. She has to win it by a good margin. We said Kenosha could be a good bellwether tonight. Quarter the vote there. There's Hong with a slight advantage. Up in Racine County, though. Again, Crowley, yeah, these are, I would just say these are numbers for Crowley these are very encouraging numbers for him. Honestly, I don't think we've clicked on one yet that's not encouraging. We can qualify them all and say we need to see more, and it may not be from this part of the county and everything. These are all, if you're Crowley, I think encouraging numbers. Dane Dane, we're still at 5. Columbia 7. Sook, we're at 60. He's at 41 here. They're not in La Crosse. We got a third of the vote here. In La Crosse.
Another Dane update.
We got Dane. Okay, that just flipped to Hong. Okay, well, it flipped to Hong. Now we're at a fifth of the vote in Dane County, and it flipped to Hong, but it barely flipped to Hong. You're looking at the precincts. Can you see if anything is in? If we're in Madison, some idea where we are right here. This is.
Yeah, we are digging into Madison now.
Yeah, I mean, she needs. I think a double-digit, margin over Crowley here. This is, these are underwhelming numbers if you're Hong. These are very underwhelming numbers so far. We haven't heard anything from Milwaukee. Now, Milwaukee County is not just the city; it's the county. David Crowley is the county executive. It doesn't look like it's going to produce the same number of votes as Dane, but I tell you what, yeah. Okay, Eau Claire just flipped. So now this is more in line. Okay, we said this was initially we had about 20% here. In Eau Claire, we said this is a county Hong needs to be winning. Now more vote has come in here. She has taken the lead here. Again, I think she'd want to be winning by a bigger share than this perhaps, but it has now moved in her direction. Again, these votes come in from different places in the county. It's not all just the city of Eau Claire. We're still at 34 in La Crosse. We're at 20 in Dane. We're at 50 in Waukesha. Again, for Crowley, that's I think that's a number that would land him, if that was extrapolated statewide, that would land him, that could land him in the mid 40s. For Hong, that's just, there's a lot of that you just see a lot of the vote that's not going to Crowley isn't just going to Hong. A lot of it's going to other candidates, right? There's 54% in Waukesha County right now. 54% of the voters now we're up to 2/3 in Waukesha, and Hong's number ticks up a bit. Crowley's remains flat. Okay, 54% didn't vote for Crowley. Hong is not getting 54%. She's only getting 32 of that. Look, 8, 6, 5. So it's
some more out of Gamey just came in.
And more out of Gamey. Now that has flipped over to Hong. Okay, we say this is a swing county. So now some numbers are starting to move a little bit more for her. We say this is a swing county. Half the vote in. She does take the lead right here in that count. Okay, she did flip over Eau Claire. We're starting to see a little bit more. What's this? Vernon County here, small. We're in the driftless area, right? La Crosse, we're at a third. Dane, we're at still 20%. We say this could be a swing county. Kenosha, we're about half in Kenosha. Hong with the lead there. Okay, so she's, when I say these numbers early, encouraging for Crowley. They're definitely, if you're Crowley, encouraging from the standpoint of being competitive. And I think that was a baseline question coming into this. Could he even be competitive? I think he's certainly answering that as an emphatic yes, but they're not, they're low. They're very low for Hong in Waukesha. And so far in Dane, not the kind of margin she's looking for, but it's vast, it's big. And so you really put qualify that because she could really pour it on in certain precincts in Dane County. We did, I think, it's just a little bit, help me out of anything close to, we got half in Kenosha, significant, a little bit in Racine, 2/3 in Waukesha. Okay, we're still just at 7. Rock County, that's a pretty big one. Beloit, Janesville, we got about half the vote in here. And again, what did we think of this? Benchmark said Crowley should be outperforming Hong here by a few points. He is outperforming Hong here by a few points. Richland County, it's just like a precinct. Sook County now up to 62. Crowley continues to lead there. Reset it. What does it all add up to? It adds up to a 5,300 vote advantage for Crowley. Nothing yet from Milwaukee County. What you see here in Waukesha, I think you can reasonably expect to see a version of here. I think you could probably expect to see here. Probably will be even worse for Hong in Ozaki than it is in Waukesha. 1/6 of the vote in statewide. Wow. Nothing yet in Brown County. No, this is really interesting. This is like, the best numbers, if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint right now, the best numbers that you're seeing on this map, I think are numbers that put you just where you'd need to be, like wouldn't give you much margin for error. So there are numbers that say has a chance, but not numbers that say, certainly the idea that she was going to win this thing big or run away with it early, I think that's been settled. Won't. But again, if she's at that like just what she needs level / missing only slightly in a few places, again, depending on what's to come here, and if she can run up the score in parts of Dane County, the sky could be the limit on what she gets out of there, and that can undo a lot. Milwaukee, I think Milwaukee County looms as a real X factor here. I think demographically, there's some reasons to think Hong is going to do quite well there. Our benchmarks say it's the kind of place she should win. These are rough benchmarks, as I say, but this is Crowley's home. This is Crowley's county. He's the county executive. So that's
Dane update.
We got a big Dane update. Adam says, what do we got out of Dane? So we went from 20% in to 31% in. That that Hong margin over Crowley inches up, but it's not exploding yet. We still have a lot of precincts to come. I saw a little bit more, I think, coming in. Did I just see another county light up while we were? All right. I don't think I did actually. The biggest pieces of real estate we have in are a third of the vote in Dane. Again, what does that add up to statewide? Inside of 5,000 votes right now, statewide. Crowley with an opportunity. I think, look, he's beating her by 5,000 votes in Waukesha with, still a quarter of the vote to come, okay? I think if you look at Washington and Ozaki combined, they're going to be smaller than Waukesha, but he can do something similar. So you're just looking at this, trying to look where each candidate can kind of get margin from here. Crowley, the places Crowley's got to be looking are the WOW counties, certainly. The opportunity in Ozaki and Washington to get more there. And, Milwaukee, I think, can he win Milwaukee County? It's an interesting test. His political base versus, I think, demographically more friendly to Hong. And what's going on in Dane County? Can he ever keep Dane County close? Because, again, you're looking at, Adam, maybe we can give folks a sense of this. When we say a third is in Dane County, how many votes do we think are left in Dane right now?
In Dane County, our estimate is 108,000.
108,000 left, right. So if you start getting precincts that are breaking, areas that are breaking for Hong dramatically, that's a big pool of votes, that she could use to overwhelm.
Got Milwaukee.
We just got Milwaukee. Okay, now. Wow. Now, do we know, are we in the city? Are we in the county? Can we tell here?
Taking a look.
Okay. What I just said a minute ago, this is super, super interesting. Because demographically, this is the kind of place that Hong should be doing well. And this is going to be the number 2 vote producer in the state tonight. And it is, though, Crowley's political base, but it's, that's almost half the vote in Milwaukee County that just came in. Adam's trying to figure out here. Oh, while Adam's looking at that, we got Brown County. Okay, we said now this is Brown County, Green Bay, the Bow counties. We said this is where Crowley needs to be winning a third of the vote there. He is doing that. This is about what he needs to be doing. This is about what he would need to be doing in Brown County, in Green Bay. About a third in statewide. That Crowley margin. Holy cow! This is. If I sound a little more subdued, it's because there's a lot more to process with this one. This is like I said we had no expectations, and the range was like Hong wins this in a blowout right away to like this is to this. This is Crowley is it's quite something. I don't know if where this is going to land. But he is a lot of places here. He's done a lot better than I think maybe maybe it looked on paper for him. Adam, any idea on that Milwaukee?
Yeah, there's definitely results from inside Milwaukee, not all results. I'm just trying to do a rough tally for what's been reported.
Well, you did that.
Milwaukee.
I think we just got some Washington. Yeah, now now this is a little closer. I thought this is much smaller. This is one of the wild counties. It is the smallest of them. Ozaki just came in. We got a fifth of the vote in Ozaki. As I said, I think Ozaki would look like Waukesha and maybe a little bit more friendly for Crowley. Let's see what the remainder is. It's about a fifth of the vote there. But I mean, the opportunity here for Crowley, I think, is that the name of the game is to try to run up the score in these counties. A little low for him there in Washington. I think at least in that third of the vote. But that's the smallest of the wows. If you want to miss your mark a little bit in one of the wows, you would want to do it in Washington. And then Adam is just working on Milwaukee, so we reset that statewide.
Yeah, just looking at Milwaukee, it looks like from the city proper, it was about 30,000 votes, and Crowley was winning at 47-45.
Okay, so this is it's pretty even then, and outside of the city is not much different.
Yeah, based on those results, I think that's
pretty evenly. Right. So that's not like I don't know that that's. And remember. I do keep in mind that Milwaukee is we should mention this. I want to zoom out to the statewide. Keep in mind that the city of Milwaukee is one of the places that holds its early vote until the very end of the night. And that's probably 25,000 votes, the city of Milwaukee. That's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley. Because again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done when he wasn't a candidate. How much? Let's see if we're in a situation where those 25,000 votes loom big late in the night. Margin now 43-69. Did more just come in from Dane?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it did. And again, Hong is not opening up here. I think this is the big story. We're closing in on half the vote in Dane County, and Crowley is not even, but darn close to it with Hong here, and this is the kind of place where when I was looking at what it would take here to just get there for each candidate statewide, Crowley's at that number. This number. This is a number that I think with everything else that we're seeing, Hong, meanwhile, I think wanted to be getting, I think this is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of Dane County. I'll put it that way. I'm still waiting, holding the possibility in my head that there's deeply, Hong-friendly demographics in some precincts that haven't reported yet that could change that. But we're getting more and more from Dane. And it's just starting to, she's not opening it up there. Let's look at
If you stick with Dane, in the city of Madison, it looks like we have 28,000 votes. And Hong's winning 47% in Madison, over 34% for Crowley.
And then outside of Madison, Crowley is winning it, I'm guessing.
That sounds right.
So there is a bit of a Madison, non-Madison divide there. It's not all Madison. 5,300 is his margin, Crowley's over Hong statewide. 37% of it. Wow, we got a fascinating race here. Brown County, we're still at 34. Out of gaming, we're still at 45. I'm just looking here for places where we've got new vote that are of substantial size. Washington, 68 in Waukesha. We've seen 43 in Ozaki. We're up here from, I think 18 was the first report. So and it stayed about level. I think Hong might be up a tick, but it's basically stayed level there. We did say Kenosha could be a bellwether. Now 60%. Hong continues to lead there. Less than 200 votes separating them. Racine, which I think again, this is only 3%, but I expect Crowley to, in these counties right here can bank some margin, and Milwaukee's just fascinating again because that clash between the demographics and between Crowley's political base. So statewide, 38% of the vote. Crowley continues to lead us now, about 2 points over Hong. Did more from La Crosse come in? Yeah, we're close to. Okay, now it opened up here. So we said this is one of those places where a young median age. This is a younger median age than the rest of the state. University campus is friendly to Hong, and Hong here. This is a good number for
Another
her,
Milwaukee update,
and a low number for Crowley. But we got a big Milwaukee update. Now we're up to 3/4 of the vote in Milwaukee, and Crowley's going to, yeah. So Crowley up. Adam, what's the expected remaining vote in Milwaukee County?
Milwaukee, we're looking at 32,000 is our current estimate.
I think most of what's left in Milwaukee now is central count, right?
Yeah, that sounds right. The number that we had, the decision desk had tracked down earlier was right about that, yes.
Okay, so just to let you know, I mean, we just got a ton of Milwaukee, and we think there's about, they call it central count. They take the vote by mail, they take the early vote. It all goes to a central facility just in the city of Milwaukee. It typically is what they report out at the end of the night. Sometimes it can be very, very late at night. Maybe it's going faster tonight, and we're going to get it sooner. Huge wild card, because you can see Crowley is holding his own here, slightly ahead of Hong in this county. What's that vote by mail going to look like? That's a lot of vote by mail in a place where Crowley's holding his own right now. But a lot of that vote by mail, we say, is going to be cast when he wasn't a candidate, or when he was kind of an afterthought in the polls and other candidates were kind of popping. What's that vote by mail going to look like? Is he going to fall behind in it? Is that an opportunity for Hong there in Milwaukee County? That's, you know, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take him. I know we got reporters there. Anything you hear from our reporters on that central count and when we'll hear from it? Crowley,
yeah, just that last update from the decision desk on that absentee vote, I think it was about 28,000 was the estimate that we got.
Yeah, you think about that.
It should be right there.
That's close to everything left, we think, in Milwaukee County, is that central count. In Dane County at 44%. Anything significant just come in while we were talking that through?
Dodge.
Okay, hang on. I just saw. This is small. Why did I think Brown just came in? Okay, Dodge came in. We're at. Does this go from zero? Or
I think so. Yeah, I don't think we had done a Dodge update.
Yeah, Crowley. Again, these are Crowley numbers. I mean, these are like Crowley needs to win this. This is what he needs to be doing here. He's doing it, and that Hong number is low. So yeah, now he's up to 8,000 statewide. And what are the places where Hong would be looking here, as we said, would be like, you know, Portage County, Stevens Point. You know, I think that's going to look like this. I think that's going to look.
We got another Dane
like
update.
This. We got more Dane. 58. Okay, now that was that was more friendly to Hong, but only, you know, what was her margin before? It was about 2,000. She probably added about 1,700. They're up to 60% in Dane County. Okay, and Hong is losing statewide by 6,400 votes with, you know, nearly 60% of Dane in. Her margin here is only 3,732. I mean, this is supposed to be the idea of this was going to be a sort of DSA earthquake in Wisconsin. This was going to be its epicenter, Dane County. This is what Dane County looks like with almost 60% of the vote in. So again, zoom out. You know, I've been, you know, processing this and reserving judgment and the possibilities here of, you know, the very friendly Hong precincts in Dane and everything. But I mean, that's a lot of vote in Dane County. And you know, that margin there has not opened up the way I think a lot of people expected it was going to. Meanwhile, okay, waiting on central count in Milwaukee. Waukesha just a tick more came in since we last checked. Nothing there in Washington. In Ozaki, I think nothing more came in there. We were on Dodge County. We said, yeah, he's hitting his numbers here. Crowley is certainly hitting numbers there. Where else? We have more in Rock County. We're up to 60% here. You know, Walworth County. Yeah, these are, boy, if you're, I don't know where Crowley is. Crowley headquarters in Milwaukee. We said Rock Hill was getting excited for Norman. Folks in Milwaukee probably like what they're seeing here in Wisconsin right now. I'll tell you that. And the folks at Hong headquarters got to be probably pretty nervous here because this is clearly that late consolidation, that late effort by Evers and the establishment wing to consolidate the establishment behind Crowley. Clearly that took hold here. He has a real chance of winning this thing here. And I think, we'll say, it's for others to do the analysis of key turning points and everything. But these Hong numbers, they're quite low. So far, they're strikingly low in some places compared to where I think demographically she might be doing a little bit better. Which is not to say she's out of this, because the range of possibilities at the start of the night was like Hong wins this thing big to Crowley wins this thing narrowly. Okay, and that's now we're so it's as much as I'm saying these numbers for Hong are not what I think her folks were expecting. You're still in that realm where each candidate has a shot here. Because at best, this is pointing to, if you're Crowley, at best, this is pointing to you winning narrowly. At best, if you're Hong, this is pointing to you still winning narrowly. So, nothing more in Dane since 58. Brown still 34. I'm just kind of poking around. But Adam, tell me if anything substantial comes in.
It's got some Door County.
We got a little Door, the famous one-time swing county. Yeah, this is what Crowley exactly. Yeah, Crowley wanted a big margin out of here. Probably wanted a little bit bigger than this, to be honest. The Hong number, though. But this is the resort. This is the everybody vacations in Door County. Some retirees live there. Very beautiful, beautiful place. Higher income, high college degree attainment, and on the older side. That's why you expect it to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, statewide, more than half the vote in. Crowley's margin there sitting at 61-92. Ozaki came in. That Hong number has ticked up a bit. Ozaki, how's it looking compared to Waukesha? They're both looking about the same. That Crowley number ticking down a little in each, huh? That's 69. That's still where it was. Washington 36. So we zoom out. Yeah, it's these numbers. If you're Hong, I say are low, and Crowley kind of hitting just about what he needs to. That again, if you're Hong, that's all undone. If you can get this, if you can really open up Dane County. So much of that's all undone if you're able to do that. But so far, she's not been able to do that. And so you're looking at these sort of large. The vote is outside of Madison and Milwaukee, and the vote's a little bit more spread out in Wisconsin. Marathon County. What do we have here? We got some vote. It's basically a tie in Marathon County. Yeah, this is when our benchmark would have said Crowley needs to, would like to win. Strikingly low, though. Again, just like that win number statewide is going to be probably about 40%, huh? Where else can we show you here? We got some more. Just go through these counties. Okay, here we go. This is near Superior, Wisconsin is here. Okay. This is one where, this is one we had as a benchmark. Crowley would like to be winning Douglas County. Crowley would like to be getting a good number out of Douglas County. Most of the vote is in, and he's not going to get that. This is better for Hong than it is for Crowley in Douglas County. This isn't that big, but this is Superior. Duluth, Minnesota's up here. It's for this section of Wisconsin, it's pretty good size. Let's just kind of go through and see what else we have vote from. Dunn County, what would each candidate want to see here? I think Crowley would want to win this narrowly, okay? Chippewa County, Taylor, I'm just kind of going through them. Trempealeau, we're in the driftless area. I love saying that. This would need to be Crowley would want to win here. He's doing that. La Crosse. We got most. Now we're pretty much done in La Crosse, huh? And yeah, Hong getting pretty. I think Hong did a little bit better here. And more to the point, the Crowley number is on the lower end here. Hong's getting a number I think that she wants to see, but Crowley, it just means more of the non-Hong vote went to other candidates here as opposed to attaching itself to Crowley. So he wanted his own number to be higher here. And so that's a place where I think that factor we're talking about of votes being cast early, the chaotic nature of the race might have hurt him. We have yet to hear from Winnebago County. Oshkosh is here. We have 2/3 in Outagamie now. We said this could be a swing county. Okay, we said this could be a swing county. Hong is leading there. Yep.
Steve, I'll keep you posted on Wisconsin results. If you want to take a quick detour to Minnesota, we are getting about 12% of the vote there total overall, including Dakota County has reported.
Okay. This is that. We said we expected to be a very slow night in Minnesota. Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor, running on the left. Angie Craig, the Congresswoman from the Twin Cities area. As Adam says, basically, how much of the vote is just that? Okay, that's about half the vote is from Dakota County. Okay, and it's essentially a tie right there. So if more keeps coming in, we'll keep me posted there. I'm expecting this to be super slow.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted for large counties there.
I want to get back here. Anything happen here while we were just checking that?
We got 177 votes from Jackson.
Okay, so we didn't get to it. Okay, so we're still sitting here in Dane at about 60 in. Crowley's leading this thing by 6,600 votes statewide. Let me look into, I want to see, where is it? Oh, shoot. Is Josh going to be able to get me into neat?
Yeah, he can get you in. We'll get him down here. Fond du Lac just got to post an update as well.
Okay, and something else ticked in. It caught my eye right there.
Yeah, that was what it was.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. What's happening here? I think we got a little 42, 45, 48. Something's off here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see the error.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's, folks, this happened in South Carolina, too. Sometimes there's these glitches, data entry glitches, and I think that's what just happened there. Brown, still 34. Again, I'm just looking to see if we got any more vote from these places. Outagamie, Osaki, we're talking about has the statewide expected vote been adjusted again?
Yeah, our current estimate is 743,000 total.
So it's going up again.
Yep.
What's our Dane?
Dane County, 157 total.
Okay, so that's only going up 1,000. What's Milwaukee?
121.
That's the same. Interesting.
And it's also possible it's one of those ones where they updated the statewide number
without updating right. So I mean that's the other possibility we have to keep in mind. 70, we got more in Dane. Okay, so now again Hong continues. It's a 4.5-point margin here. Her margin she's getting a net of 5,100 votes out of here. This is one of those places where we got to be careful. What Adam just said, if the election day is through the roof in Dane, this could be the kind of place where this is the expected vote. This is based on what we were expecting the total vote to be in Dane. If the election day vote is through the roof, this can be adjusted. These numbers are often adjusted by our decision desk throughout the night as they get a clearer picture of how many votes were actually cast, as they go from the expected vote to seeing what it actually was. So we think there's about a quarter of the vote left in Dane County. There's a possibility, it could be less. I think tonight, though, the possibility we're dealing with is it more? Is it more because of surge turnout? And again, I think Hong needs something. I think that's something she needs. The more votes she can get out of Dane, and again, I've been saying, are there these precincts where she's just through the roof and opening it up? opening up that margin. So far, that margin has not budged much. You know, she's got it up to 4.5. I think it was 2 earlier. But again, I think we were looking at this saying she wants to be winning this, you know, by double digits. Instead, she finds herself down statewide by 1.5, 6,200 votes behind Crowley, with 3/4 of Dane counted. And I think that becomes a very significant thing, because if we get to a point where Dane is basically done, again, that's like 20% of the vote statewide is Dane. It's the most, you know, liberal, progressive. It's supposed to be the epicenter of this. If we get to a point where that's done, okay, this is a big if, and she were still trailing Crowley here, things open up for Crowley, because he's still got, you know, he's still got places on this map. We're talking about, well, we'll see. That's that central count absentee in Milwaukee. Ozaki, yeah, he's at 16. Okay, these are filled in a little bit more. Now we're at 84 in Ozaki, 77 in Washington, still sitting at 69 in Waukesha. How much is here? This could be a good one for him, although he's only up 5 right now. And he's just, you know, he's also, like, the small counties add up. I think that's the other thing. What I'm showing you right here, where Crowley's leading them, and in some cases by very large margins, these add up too. So, you know, if Hong does not get into the lead through Dane County and Madison, right, the other places we're kind of looking here, as we say, La Crosse is basically done. Eau Claire's sitting at 70%. I think she'll do well here in Portage. You know, she is leading currently in Outagamie. She is leading currently in Kenosha. And I think some more vote has come in there. And we said she did have Douglas County. But if she's playing catch up outside of her home base, that could be a very tough place for her. 1.2 is the margin now, Crowley over Hong. What just ticked in, Adam? I know it was something favorable to Hong.
The Milwaukee, we just got a Milwaukee update that was favorable to Hong.
Okay, so now so what's our expected remaining vote in Milwaukee?
Yeah, so that was 17,000 votes, and we have 15,000 currently as our estimated.
I see what happened. We may have to be upping our expected vote in Milwaukee. So that's it. That's it in real time. When we said before, based on the expected vote, it looked like it was just the central count absentee. Nope. Turnout, it looks like higher in Milwaukee County than we thought. And that last update was a little bit more, not much I'm thinking, but it was a little bit more favorable to Hong. She won it, but not by a ton, over Crowley. It did cut that margin statewide, but it is still 5,600 votes. That central count number from Milwaukee, the risk for Crowley, again, what we're talking about, now it may be, we may now be in a place where it's that central count, that absentee is what's left in Milwaukee. The risk for Crowley is this: if it's 25,000 votes, right? Now this is absentee by mail, this is in-person absentee. Not all of it was cast, before this became a Crowley-Hong race. He also has the added benefit of this being, Milwaukee City is in Milwaukee, his home county. But a chunk of these votes, a chunk of this 25,000 was cast when Crowley was not a candidate in July. And a chunk of it was cast in July when he was a candidate, but he was like an afterthought in the polls, okay? And a chunk of it was cast when other candidates, Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, were still active candidates and presumably attracting a significant portion of this. The problem for Crowley would be if his share of that vote by mail is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40% of it, right? That's significant. That's significant. There's a real risk for him in that absentee ballot that's yet to be counted in his home county, in Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. there's a real risk for him there because a lot of that vote is coming from a time in this campaign that he was not a candidate for, or he was an afterthought of a candidate for. So that's a significant, that is significant there. That's not the only city, by the way, in Milwaukee that does it. Milwaukee is the biggest city, and they do the central count. Central count is also done in Green Bay, so you can expect a final update there where we're kind of asking the same question. Central count is also done actually up here. Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties. Remember, we were just looking up here at Douglas County, and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in. We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties. It's coming down. The percentage is coming down. Yeah.
So just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more,
Yep.
it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay. Yeah. So, and we've got. Yeah, and I just what I'm seeing in other counties too is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well. This expected vote in Dane. So we'll just zoom out. 60% is in statewide, and let me just check one thing here.
We got another update from Outagamie.
Okay, we say this could be a bellwether. Oh, wow, if you're Hong, that's a very good update. Whatever just came in there, huh?
Yep.
Now, in fact, can you believe I did not memorize we have one central count in Outagamie, so I don't think that's what it was. But, so that for Hong, that knocked the margin inside of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamie County. She's doing pretty well in Kenosha. Again, we identified two of these as potentially bellwethers, and so it's significant that she is ahead in both of them. I really would like to see Winnebago County. We have nothing there yet. Still a lot more, as we say, in Brown, and that includes that vote by mail in Green Bay will come last there. Sorry, I'm just checking something since I can't on this computer. Sorry about this. Come on now. Okay. All right. So Milwaukee, we're sitting at now. By the way, again, expected vote was just dialed. The expected vote just went up in Milwaukee because remember we were at 88% in, now 80% in. So more votes. Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
757,000.
Okay, good. And I can now see it. I have this thing. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun, master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay. So now I can finally see this and I can spare you some of these questions. Yeah. So we still we have 6 counties, 7 counties where there's more than 10,000. There are 7 counties right now where there's more than 10,000 outstanding votes. Milwaukee is one of them. Madison is one of them. So are both Racine and Kenosha? Just Racine. Waukesha. Where else here? Portage. Yeah. But we have vote there. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing?
Portage, Winnebago.
Oh, Winnebago, right. The big empty one. Okay. These are the counties where there's more than 10,000 remaining votes. There could be a lot more in Madison. Madison is the biggest single source right now. Dane, 43,000. Currently, we think 43,000 votes remain in Dane County. Remember, these things are subject to being updated. this expected vote has really kept going up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that would be that central count absentee vote that we've been talking about. Again, possibility there's more election day vote out there as well, too. That's true in all these places. 19,000 or so votes here in Racine County.
Got another Dane update.
We think, okay, let's go into Dane. And now that was if you're hung, that was a positive one. That was a much better update for her. She upped her margin in Dane now to 7,500 raw votes. That's 6 points with 83% in. Do you just have the break, Adam, of what that update was? She just won it by?
Yeah, in Dane, she won that 49 to 33.
So, okay, those are now we're getting into the kind of stuff that we were saying. This is the kind of stuff she needs out of Dane. And that just brought the Crowley number down close to 3,000. And if that kind of clip continues for Hung, there's still a lot of votes to come in Dane County. We got it. That was a big update, about 15,000 votes.
Yeah,
it was about 15,000 votes. So that did bring it down. We still have just under 30,000. We think currently about 30,000 that are left there. Again, subject to some adjustment because it has kept going up. But if she won that, if she won the remaining 30,000, let's say, by what she just won that last update by, it would net out to about 4,600 votes. She would just overtake Crowley in the statewide vote. That would then, the next biggest source, we're saying 27,000, say, remaining in Madison. We're saying 27,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Again, that's mail, mostly vote by mail, early vote. That's a huge wild card for the reasons we discussed. We're saying 19,000 just south. That's a 19,000 in Racine County. Racine County so far is a good, it's a tiny bit that's in. The tiny bit that's in has been good for Crowley, and we think that's going to be a good one for Crowley. Winnebago has absolutely nothing in. I keep saying Winnebago. I said maybe Kenosha, maybe Outagamie, maybe Winnebago as a bit of a bellwether. I think if, be a little bit better perhaps for Hong, maybe a little bit better than it is for Crowley, but that looks kind of like a toss-up between the two of them. We think there's about 17,000 votes there in Winnebago County. We still have, we think, about 11K to come right here in Waukesha County. Those have clearly been good for Crowley. And we think we have, and in Brown County, Green Bay, we think about 17,000, currently Crowley leading there. But again, they're going to have the same issue in Green Bay that exists in Milwaukee, where a lot of that remaining vote is going to be a vote by mail. They process it centrally at the end. So is that really good for Crowley? Boy, that's a question. That's a question right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where else am I missing here? Brown, Winnebago. We said 17,000 in Winnebago. I feel like I'm missing a county here, Adam. What else has more than 10,000?
Portage.
Portage has more than is it 10,000 exactly in Portage? 11,000. It's 11,000 left in Portage, and that's a Crowley County right now. By a pretty solid, well, of course, that's a Crowley County. It's a precinct.
Number of votes.
It's a Crowley precinct right now in Portage, because I was going to say, we expect that to be. So, look, 11,000 here, I think this is probably, this on paper is a Hong County, okay? Like, Stevens Point, university town right there, right? Okay. Winnebago, I don't know what to expect. Brown County, the 17,000 should be, you would think, more favorable to Crowley, but a lot of it's that vote by mail, and I don't know about that. Same question in Milwaukee, huge question in Milwaukee with those 27,000. Racine County, close to 20,000 left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very hopeful number, because I think he's expected to do he should do quite well there. The precincts that we have, he's doing well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some reasonable expectation he could net some votes out of that. His margin there sitting at 3,200 statewide. So he could get some out of Racine and Waukesha, certainly. I think Hong is looking up here at Portage County and thinking she can net some votes there. I said we don't know what to expect with the 17,000 here. We got the mail question, the vote by mail question, the mystery in Milwaukee and in Green Bay. That's not all that's left in Brown County. There could be some other areas of Brown County there that are favorable to Crowley. And then we got 27,000 at least, right, left in Madison. I keep saying Madison. It is Dane County. But where the most recent update broke sharply towards Hong. And if it continued to break that way towards her, she could net still, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 more votes over Crowley out of there. Again, she is trailing Crowley by 3,200 statewide. So if you're Hong, you want to close with a huge kick in Dane County. You want that turnout number perhaps to go up again and be big, a big number for her. That remains her biggest opportunity on the map. She wants to squeeze everything she can out of Portage. That'd be an opportunity here for her there to net, 1,500 votes or something over Crowley. She wants Crowley to, it's not so much that she has big hopes for the vote by mail in Milwaukee or in Green Bay, but she wants that Crowley number to go real low there for the reasons we've been talking about when it was
got another
cast.
5,000 out of Milwaukee.
Okay, let's take a look. So that's probably, there's still same day coming in. How did that break?
Is a tighter margin on that one. Let's see. She wins 41-38.
Okay, so we're still on election day, or we're still on non-central count.
Yes.
Right. Again, so it's just, this is a thing that's happening as we're doing all these calculations. It makes it 32-22 statewide. As we're doing all these calculations, and I see the expected vote now is 765,000. I mean, in these statewide primaries in Wisconsin, these Democratic primaries, non-presidential, it's typically been 520, something like that. So this, again, the theme of this primary season, huge turnout, and it keeps climbing. And that's what keeps happening. This must be vote by mail that got. I'm just looking at Iowa County where we just got a little bit of an update, and I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail, and folks, that's what I say. That this is what happens when vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped in August. All those votes, it's 7% in a small county, but still, just show you that is a dynamic that is at work here. So as we calculate the relative strengths of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving thing because the expected vote keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger. We keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we had been expected going in. There it is. Clearly something just came in Portage County. Okay, basically all of Portage County, or maybe all of Portage County just came in. Again, this number can be adjusted, but it means we may be getting close. And we said this should be a Hong County. Stevens Point, it is. She ends up netting just under 1,000 votes over Crowley. What that does statewide is it knocks that number, that Crowley margin over Hong statewide, now falls below 2,500. It takes, we said those counties have more than 10,000 left. Cross Portage off the list. Hong got a good number out of there. It moves her within a half a point statewide of Crowley. Okay, again, this one, I'd love to see Winnebago. Out of Gamey sitting at 81,000. She's doing well there. So again, this is when I say like Racine, we think there's close to 20,000 votes left here. Could be more. This thing about, the election day vote being higher. Early precincts, look what it looks like. And it's based on the sort of demographic benchmarks that we set. We expected something like this for Crowley and Racine. So he could squeeze a lot out of here. There's still vote to come here out of Waukesha County, a big one. You see what he's doing there, although it's gotten a little bit closer. I think, the city of Waukesha, Hong might be doing better, and that one is typically reported later here. Washington County, the smaller of them, but still vote to come here. It may benefit Crowley more, though Hong is doing a little better there than expected. getting close to done in Ozaukee County. Still a little bit left there. There are places where Crowley can still move this number up. The biggest place, and Racine comes to mind at maybe the top of that list at this point. And there's places where Hong can make big jumps. This is top of the list. Dane County. What's the next update we're going to get, and what does it look like? The last update we got from here, okay, was like 15,000 votes, and Hong won the update by 15 points, I think 16 points. So are we going to get another one of those updates? If it does, if another one of those updates were to come in right now, we'd be essentially tied statewide. But is that how it's going to break? Because Adam is saying there's this big divide from the city of Madison versus the outlying parts of Dane County, and they're running very differently in those places. Do we have a sense here between the two, what the breakdown is of what's left?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking before that last update, and it was about even from the break, and we saw, that last update be very favorable for the Hong, so I think it was probably from Madison. Yeah. But I can take a look.
Yeah, if we just have a general sense, because that split looms large, like if it's disproportionately Madison versus if it's disproportionately outside of Madison. I do know some of these cities have tended to report a little bit later, so if it is, obviously Hong wants it to be from the Madison side, but if it is, she's got room to boost that. We were saying kind of going in, she wants double digits out of Dane. It'd been 2, 3, 4. She's got it up basically to 6 now. If there's a lot more Madison to come, and that expected vote goes up again, there's still a chance she could get she could get that margin up closer to where we thought going in she needs it to be. But look, bottom line is she's basically 2,100 votes behind statewide right now. And we're giving you a sense here of the obvious opportunities for each candidate that exist on the map. I'm just looking kind of back in here at remaining. We're at 760. Our statewide expected vote sits at 767,000. Dane remains the biggest single outstanding source of votes. Milwaukee second with, again, how many times have I said? I think it's that vote by mail that's left, but we've seen that our estimate we've revised several times our estimate of that total vote in Milwaukee up. It's going up, and so it may not be just vote by mail that's left from the city of Milwaukee there. Racine, yeah.
In Dane, it's an imperfect measure, but of the precincts that have no votes reported, 28 are from outside the city of Madison and 27 are from inside the city of Madison.
That's useful. That's useful. So, right, and again, inside, it's a very big split Adam was describing between what's happening in Madison and outside of it. What just came in? Something ticked Crowley up a couple hundred. Was it anything?
Oneida was the most recent one.
Okay, but nothing from. So yeah, again, this is happening to. Small. He's not even sweeping like. This is small share. 13. 4%. This was. We thought that we thought they were basically done in Douglas, and I was saying, boy, what a good number that is for Hong. There's still a lot to come here now, it turns out, as that expected vote's been revised. And so it creates the possibility in a place like this, if that remaining vote is good for Crowley, there's room for him there to end up getting, making this county look a lot different than it did when we checked in 20 minutes ago. What I'm kind of getting at here is, the small northern Wisconsin counties that add up, if they become kind of a uniform Crowley block. I know you're seeing the Hong shade here in some of these counties, but in a lot of them it's 13% in Ashland. It's 6 votes. It's 100 votes in Polk. So it does add up if these all fill in. And Crowley, we're talking about a race right now where Crowley is leading by 2,200 votes statewide. So if you know these northern counties are small, but collectively, if this becomes a block for Crowley and he's winning them by, I don't know, so we have more of the vote in Lincoln. He's winning it by 8. We have, he's winning it by 10. If he could sweep across northern Wisconsin, beating her by 10 points, it could be a not at all meaningless boost to that number for him. It wouldn't be on the, whoa.
Got another Dane
Dane,
update.
I guess. Look what just happened. So how many votes just came in Dane?
10,600.
What was the break?
They broke for Hong 50 to 33.
It got to be Madison. Another one of those big updates for her. I think it puts her up 6.5 county-wide, but more importantly, look at that. Look what that does statewide. 575 votes is David Crowley's lead in the tally over Francesca Hong, with a huge variable here. It says 90. We are trying to, these can be moving targets. And if there could be more. And that's a huge question right now. Because if there's more and it's coming from Madison, which is what we just saw in that last update, and you saw what that did statewide, what that meant statewide, and what we saw in the update before that, those two updates have taken what had been a pretty steady Crowley lead in the 5,000 range and brought it down to this. So if we know there's more vote to come from Madison. We know not all of it is from from Dane. I may have said Madison a million times for Dane, and I've never made that mistake. I usually don't make that mistake.
What I see on the Dane County website is they report 78% of their precincts reported. So still 60-something precincts with vote to come.
Yeah, and again, the number of votes, too, could go up. I mean, I feel we've seen this in elections in Wisconsin before, where Dane, there's just more and more. You get to the end of the night and you think there's X number of votes left, and it turns out turnout was even higher. And so I keep that in mind here.
We are up to 768,000 statewide, as well as our expected vote.
Yep.
That ticked up from our last update.
Yep. So, we're saying our system here is now saying 17,000 expected left out of Dane, but I say take that under advisement. There could be more. But if there is 17,000 left in Dane, and if Hong won it by the margin she just won that last update by, it would amount to she would net over Crowley close to 3,000 votes. Now, I don't know that it's all going to look like that because, again, some of this is outside of Madison, but there certainly looks like there's enough there. What I'm kind of getting at here is, I think what's left in Madison, can Hong give herself some kind of a pad coming out of Dane? Because there's clear places on this map you can point to where I think it's this is the top of the list. One of the, Racine County. I think this is a place where Crowley is going to, if Racine came in right now, I think that goes up, not insubstantially. Still some to come in Waukesha, right? If that came in right now, okay, Washington, I think Ozaki, there's even some there in Ozaki. As we say, I think there's much more. Okay, again, here's another place that's been updated. If you've been watching in Brown County, the percent of the vote that's in looked much higher earlier. That means our decision desk has looked at it and said, no, turnout was higher in Brown County. So, and again, it's not a huge margin here, but Crowley's leading here. He could get more of a pad out of Brown County. As I say, if in these small kind of rural counties in northern Wisconsin, even I'm just going to look kind of through the driftless. I should go to a county that actually has votes in. Through kind of the driftless area, he's putting up some margins there. St. Croix. Now this is the suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul here, and could be all the vote here. Hong wins this one. Could win this one.
Speaking of Minneapolis, our decision desk is flagging that they do expect a Hennepin County update in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And I'll flag you when that comes in.
In St. Croix, now I think this is very interesting. Here, I think our benchmarks. I think Crowley wanted to have a much better night in St. Croix than this. This is bedroom community. I mean, you could just see it. Bedroom communities of Minneapolis right here. That's a very good number for Hong. 70% in statewide. Crowley 773. But what else? What else? I can see, so much of this is, gosh, is it more than 10% remaining here? Is it very heavily pro-Hong? What on earth will the central count absentee look like in Milwaukee? How well will Crowley do here? Does he win Racine County by double digits? We think 20,000 votes, something like that in Racine.
Yep.
If Crowley wins it by 10 points, he nets 2,000 votes. Can he do that? Or is this a place where he ends up only winning by a couple and doesn't net much? Those are the opportunities for him. Fill in the rest of the WOW counties, Racine County. It does look like more in Brown County. Can he do better than a 4-point margin with what's left there? Can he kind of sweep most of the very, very small rural counties in like northern Wisconsin and through the Driftless area that collectively could add up to a couple thousand? He just got a sizable update somewhere. Where was that? Can you?
Yeah, Washington County, we got 2,500 votes, and he nets about 200 votes or so. Okay,
yep. This is one of the WOW, the smallest of the WOWs. That puts Crowley back ahead by 1,000 statewide. Yeah, I mean, there are a fairly spread out geographically number of places on the map where I can see Crowley, and I think he just, look. Yeah, okay, Iron County, small, northern Wisconsin. I think we had a few votes. I think this was Hong's shade of blue earlier. I'm not going to make much of it, but it's 15. But again, I just like, if he wins the Iron Counties of the world, by 50 to 100 votes and, sweeps 20, you see what I'm saying? How that does ultimately add up in a race like this. So I could just see collectively in sort of the small rural counties of northern Wisconsin and the Driftless area, I could see Crowley getting votes that bring this up, not in a huge way, but that do pad this. I can definitely see him doing that here in Racine County, and certainly in whatever is left in Waukesha, Washington, as you just saw, Ozaukee County. It looks like we got a little bit more of an update there. It was friendly for Crowley. These are all places where we're talking on the order of hundreds of votes, maybe in the case of Racine, thousands. He could pad this margin. Whoa, he just got something big. What was it?
Racine.
That was Racine.
Yes.
Okay, whoa, okay. What did I say? We said he could maybe get 2,000, right? And he gets 1,763. So not necessarily all of it. This is where we check. We find out, is it higher? But this is a lot of it. This is probably most of it. And so there it is. That's exactly, it's pretty much what Crowley wanted to get out of there, I would say. But if you're Hong, you're saying, okay, you just took your shot. Was that your best remaining shot, Crowley? 2930. He's got something else. What else just came in?
We got an Iowa update. We got Jackson update.
Oh, this is where Rodriguez was leading the early count. Right. Okay, again, just small. But this is what I'm saying. From Crowley's standpoint, if he's doing this is the kind of thing that adds up. What was the other one you said?
Jackson.
Okay, yeah, small. And Right. He is, I mean, but it is like he gained some votes here, he gained some votes up here, he gained some votes down here. The opportunities for Hong are much, much more concentrated, right? She is leading in Kenosha. Now, Kenosha, and we should say, city of Kenosha is central count. So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably what is left in Kenosha County. And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central count of absentee.
We got another out-of-gamey update.
Early in person. Okay, out-of-gamey, where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes, roughly?
1,500.
There were 50. Right, she won by then dozens of votes. We're saying.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay.
30
yeah,
votes.
we're just at this point. It's not. I'm looking for raw votes because it's just we're just so. He just got something else because it went from 29 to 3,100. What else? Just
Wapaka, he netted 100 votes.
Yeah.
And Sean O, he net 6 votes.
Yeah. So I mean, this is what I mean about these small counties, right? This is where they start to add up. You know, you're in a race that was down to 500 votes a little while ago. I think 594, was that as close as it got? And Crowley, what just came in now? See how it just ticks up like this?
We got a Dane update. We got a bunch of updates.
Okay.
But we got Dane.
We got Dane.
We got
Okay, let's not belabor that. What was the update in Dane?
So we got 3,800 votes. Hong, 1,868. Crowley, 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in suburban Dane at that point, because that's not 1830, 915. It's no, 60-40. No, okay, yep. So
we also got a Sheboygan update. That was about 3,500 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. Yeah, I got to say, it's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like what just came in a chunk from a small driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is the Crowley blue, right? Even if these margins are small. The places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of blue here, right? We know it's the big college one. La Crosse, it's the college. Eau Claire, college. Stevens Point, right? Wausau. I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in Outagamie and Kenosha. Now, Kenosha's sort of pending this vote by mail. But and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last. 3.5 points, 180 votes, 73%. But what's largely happening now is we focus on the big counties, and I think you've seen. Okay, Wood County. Oh, she just got a good update in Wood County, huh?
Yes.
That is for her. You're close to that. Might be it in Wood. And she ends up on top there, right? I think that just flipped. That's a county I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be all and end all, but again, by and large, we've been seeing more of the small updates from small and mid-sized counties, just slowly, dozens of votes at a time, nudging that Crowley number north. He's just in the last 30 minutes or so, he's had more places on the map spread out, different regions of the state that have been doing that. He's also had a few of the bigger counties, most notably Racine, but Washington County, there a second ago. Is that Winnebago? We got our first Winnebago update. It's only a few precincts, so let's not overreact yet, because that could be anything. But this is a big piece of real estate, and if we start getting Winnebago, because again, I think this is one of those that's sort of on paper bit of a toss-up. There's Hong doing very well in Outagamie. But she needs places, she needs given that Crowley, and there's still a lot, those small places, there's still a lot to come, that just every time you get an update, it's going to So what does Hong have to work against that? She's got potentially more votes here, certainly Dane, right? Maybe she's got more votes in Winnebago. La Crosse, there's still some more here, but again, she's, there's still some more in Eau Claire. She can get some there. She's been leading in Kenosha. I don't know. It's vote by mail. That's what's left here. We've certainly seen the experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote by mail. We got vote by mail left in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote statewide. Crowley 27-10 is his margin. Let me look at it this way. Sorry. Let me go back in this. I see our expected vote. Looks like it ticked up yet again statewide. We're at basically 772,000 statewide. Our current estimate is that there are 4 counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. Okay, I'll show them to you. It's 22,000 in Milwaukee County. It's 17,000 right there. That's 17,000 in Winnebago County. It's 14,000 here in Brown County, Green Bay. And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane. As I say, the numbers may be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight, but that's our current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left right there in Waukesha County. And where else do we have? Columbia's got, we think there's 6,500 votes that are left. That's not a good, it's too fat. And then it just small places. So what do we think of how that vote is going to break of what's left? In Columbia County, right now, let me see how much vote is in so far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see. I think this is likely to be better for Crowley than for Hong. Okay, there's 6,500 votes right there. This is interesting because did anything else come in Winnebago, Adam, or just those few precincts?
Not in Winnebago. We got Polk and La Crosse came in where Hong nets a couple votes.
Only a couple in La Crosse?
80.
Okay. What's the expected vote in? How much of La Crosse is in now?
La Crosse, we have about 2 precincts remaining in our estimate.
Okay. Yeah. Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, because on paper these are. If you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all of this in Brown County's vote by mail Green Bay, but that would be, I would be a little more emphatic now about saying what's left is more favorable to Crowley than Hong. That said, even with those questions, there has been. Well, let's see the rest of Winnebago, because if Winnebago's a surprise, I think things that Hong is looking for right now are for. I don't think it's going to look anything like this, but I think this is a surprise, and I think if Winnebago looks like, this, right, and she could net something like 1,500 votes out of it, right, that'd be a surprise. But going into that, it would have been a surprise. But that's something I think she'd be looking for right now. And we just keep saying it, broken record, but, big numbers and more votes out of Dane. And we have seen that before, whereas we get later and later into the night, we do find out that the turnout was even higher still than we imagined. It's a possibility. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I think that's something Hong's folks are looking for right now, because there are just, if I look at where Crowley is putting up his best numbers right now, I'm just looking through places where he's running. There's a couple places, Manitowoc County, there's still a lot of vote to come. He's running 20 points ahead of Hong. 15. Sheboygan, we say there's a lot left. He's running 15. Places like this. There's a fair number of places. This is a more dramatic example, but there's a fair number. I think there's a breadth of places like. Oh, what just came in? More Dane?
Brown.
Oh, okay. Wow. What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that? That was huge for her.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
Question: was that that wasn't central count, was it?
It's possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay.
It was 44-34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay, yeah, can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just,
Yep.
And do we think there's central count left for Green Bay? Wow, that's...
The decision desk also flags that the expected vote in Milwaukee County has been raised by 16,000 votes.
Oh, wow. So, remember, this thing was up at 88 once, came down to 80, went back. So it makes me more and more, this thing makes me, pardon me for a second, I just gotta. Okay.
The Brown website says unofficial results final, and they have 101 precincts, their total precincts reporting. So
okay, so I think we've got central count. I would just
Yep.
love to know if that was the central count number that came in. Well, you said it was 44-33. 77 and 75. It's not that the number of non-Hong Crowley votes is not higher there than it is overall. But yeah, was that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like central count? I think that would be, if we could find that out, would be great. So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1,300. But you see what I'm getting at, right? Because it's like there is now going to be more vote here. Election day, which is going to be more total vote here than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000 expected vote. I can tell you, at the start of the night, that was much, much lower. And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now. But again, wondering if that could still go up as well. Those are now the only two counties left in Wisconsin where there's more than 10,000 votes expected left. Nope, I said that wrong. There's also Winnebago. Yeah, Winnebago, which. Okay, so we were starting to get a little bit more here. Remember that first, this is just precincts, that's why. That first update was Hong by 26, now it's down to 11. So just let's let this one fill in a little bit. But it's a huge, in the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of real estate. But we did just get some more, something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
Yeah, Marinette County.
Yeah.
1,200 votes, and he wins about 300.
And it must have been that update from Winnebago must have come in too. But yeah, again, these are just the small, demographically small counties that, there's still half the vote to come here. These just add up to, it just seems that there are concentrated places where Hong keeps being able to make pretty big dents in one fell swoop into the number, right? A big update for her out of Brown County, a big update for her out of Dane County, a big update for her maybe out of La Crosse County. It just seems like clearly, as you could see on the map, just by the distribution of the Crowley support here, there are more places where far more places where he's able to do what he just did here in Marinette County. Right? We saw him do it. We were talking about Iowa County a minute ago. There's a lot of places like this. We saw it in Crawford, not as much, but and it just, so she takes one fell swoop and then he sort of brings it back up with the Marinette counties of the world, the Iowa counties, and then it just comes down again. Where did it just come down?
Marathon County.
Okay.
4,300 votes.
Yep.
Hong wins 1,906, and Crowley gets 1,400.
Okay. And this is this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number. This ends up being a good number for Hong. 0.2 of a point. So it's not, I say there's more breadth to his, but there are places like that. That's the sort of, it's not totally straightforward here where it's like she's just doing it in the college towns or the youngest places. We said we thought like this would be bellwether, and she's winning it. We thought Kenosha be bellwether, and she's winning it. So that's why this is and we just don't know how many votes are left here. Is it really only 13,000? And if it's more, and those more are from the city of Madison, it is true, though, that, we've been at this only an hour 51. But we started at 7 with South Carolina. That's why it feels longer. I don't think, maybe outside of the very first report, she's ever actually tipped this thing over, right?
Right.
That might be the thing that's kind of, 77% of the vote counted statewide. And, she, as I say, she gets these big updates, a couple of them have been in surprising places. And I think the Madison number, honestly, going into the night, you would have thought this number was a lot better for her. It still could get better. So I think there's more flux in this, I think, maybe, than that 92% suggests. So sitting 1382. Let me just. Boy, this turned into quite a. I said, no, we're not going to 2 a.m. again. I don't know. What do we do? Yeah.
We're hopeful that that Milwaukee Central Count update, hopefully they beat some of their past history in terms of time.
Is there? Yeah. Has Decision Desk said anything about, or a reporter? I know we have some reporters there, right? Like
we're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay. But it does look like, clearly it's not just Central Count now, because there is more vote left in Milwaukee County than we thought, right?
Yes, that's right. I just point to central count because I know that's a big expected batch of votes.
Right. Yeah. No. Okay. It's just one of those. It's one of the many. Look at this. Our statewide expected vote has yet again been revised upward. We're essentially at 800,000 right now, and we started the night at like 6, maybe 6 and change.
Yeah.
So part of the story is we've seen in one primary after another is this explosion of interest. Whoa, Dane must have just come in.
Eau Claire?
Eau Claire.
Yes.
Okay, wow, it was a huge update for Hong. So tell me about this update.
Hong wins 1,584. Crowley gets 627.
Wow, substantially.
Also, an update from Brown County. Andrew at the decision desk talked to the clerk, and everything in that last update was everything in the city of Green Bay in one of the villages, election day and central count.
Green Bay central count.
Yes, it was the city of Green Bay, election plus central count, plus one of the outlying villages.
So they are basically done in Brown.
Oh yeah, they're done.
They are done. Okay, that is a wrap in Brown, and Hong wins it. I mean, that's it's like you keep going back and forth on who's got the just when you think look in the Fox River Valley here. Hong has done very, very well. I mean, she's going to win Brown County. She is going to win, I think, Outagamie County. If she can win both of those, I don't think there's any reason she's not going to win or can't win Winnebago County. 324. See, I'm just saying 2 minutes ago, Hong hasn't been able to get in front, 336, but this is, she did very, very well here. She's doing it. It's not complete yet. She's doing very, very well there. And again, that last update out of Eau Claire, I wonder if that's, that reminds me of what I think what is possible in Dane is what I guess I'm trying to say. That was I assume we're getting super young. Are we getting are we in Eau Claire? Are we in young areas and flood turnout and it's overwhelmingly, and I think there's that possibility here.
I feel like that's the big storyline potentially thus far is right. Some of these places that are not the central or the largest county or city inside some of these counties have different voting patterns than what's looking at these cities. And because these places have the biggest populations in the counties, potentially they're reporting the last.
Yeah. That's right. If that was like Eau Claire that came last, Green Bay that came last, we said, Waukesha, city of Waukesha brought her a little closer here, I think. 78%, 444. And then again, look what the small incremental updates tick the number up. Just give me an example. What just one or two that just came in?
Chippewa.
Yeah.
305 new votes. Crowley 139. Hong 83.
Yeah.
Polk 79 new votes. 3924. Washington 402. Crowley 138. Hong 128.
Yeah. I mean, so. Again, Crowley has this working in his favor. The Chippewas of the world, the Iowa counties of the world, the Marinette counties of the world. That keep giving him dozens at a time to pad that, and then, you're right. Those seem to be and we have just been sort of. Dane seems to have really slowed down, but this one is, whatever comes next here is huge. And we're at 90 in Racine. We had that all come in at once. I think. Yeah,
we just got a Kenosha update.
Yeah.
She nets 26 votes.
26. And that might bring us to all in Kenosha?
Yeah, let's take a look at Kenosha. Keep you updated.
So 418. Holy cow. Well, You know, I'll ask you a question after this, or maybe I'll look it up on my own.
I think there might be still a few precincts out of Kenosha.
Okay. We should clarify potential recount rules.
Yeah.
Because I think we're also getting to the point here where this might land in a range that we're saying it might not be resolved tonight.
Recounts are not automatic in Wisconsin, but a trailing candidate may request one if the winning vote margin is less than a percentage point in races where more than 4,000 votes are cast. That's from Associated Press.
Okay, well, certainly more than 4,000 votes are cast, and we're at 1/10 of a point right now. I don't know whoever ends up on the short end here if they'd want to pursue a recount, but that also might be a question for our decision desk. What's the procedure on calling if there is a potential recount? If it falls in a threshold where a recount is permissible, does that affect the call at all? I should know this. We could get that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think our decision desk will get ahead of if it's super close. I think that's been the past precedent, but I'll get clarification from them.
Let me just look at this. Where are we? 7. So I'll just run down the numbers here. 38 by far, at least as of our current estimate from the decision desk, by far the most, well, put it this way. We think right now that there's 172,000 votes left statewide, okay? We think that 38,000 of them come from Milwaukee County, okay? We think that 16,000 come from Winnebago County, that's 54. We think 13 come from Dane. We think 7 come from Waukesha. And we think 6,000 come from Sheboygan, 6,500 from Columbia, right? And we keep going. Those are the only ones with more than 5,000 votes we think left. 38, 54, 67, 80. That accounts for 86,000. Yeah, I mean, that accounts for exactly half of the remaining vote. Exactly half of the remaining vote in the state comes from those places. Then it's just much more kind of, it's scattered. In those places that are left, right, what can we say about advantage for who? Sheboygan, I think clearly advantage Crowley. Waukesha, advantage Crowley. Milwaukee County, they've been running even, pretty much even, and so there is still some of that vote left that looks like it's kind of a wash. But a big chunk of this is that central count we're talking about, and we just don't know what to make of that. We think Columbia. Do we have much more in Columbia? I would think it's advantage Crowley. Okay, then Madison, advantage Hong. Winnebago, I think we could now say advantage Hong. She's overperformed in this part of the state, right? So counties totaling 29,000 remaining votes, I'd say advantage Hong. 7, 13 counties totaling about 20,000. I would say of the big, we'll call it the big 6. I would say are advantage Crowley, and that big puzzle there of Milwaukee. I just don't know what to make of it. It could just be a wash, but there's the possibility that central count, goes south for Crowley. That's the risk for him there in Milwaukee County. So it's 886 votes statewide for Crowley right now. Now I'm just looking myself. We went to the 6 that account for half of it. I'm just looking for the kind of the next rung under that to see what's, if anything kind of jumps out. Let me do it this way. Hong's best. She could get there's still maybe some votes left in Eau Claire where she seemed just poured it on in that last update. There are still votes left in Portage. That's another. Yeah, well, it's only 2,400. Right. It's
I just sent you an update as well.
Okay. Crowley leads. Also, Rock County, where Janesville is, Crowley's got an advantage there. It's about 3,000 votes left right there. Okay. We just get another update?
Yeah, we got Crowley favorable updates in Sheboygan, Grant, and Barron, and then we just got a Hong favorable update in Rock.
In Rock, and that took us to 95% in Rock. Is that right? Let's take a look.
Take a look.
Yeah, we may be done here.
They still showed 2 precincts reporting.
Okay.
Missing.
And did it was only a small amount there in Sheboygan, huh? So there's still a lot to come there. That the amount left there is important because that's such a Crowley-friendly place. Holy cow. Winnebago's still just sitting there at 5%. So 1,000. He just got another 124. Where did it come from?
We just got a Milwaukee update.
Is that what it was?
That was not it, but I think we just got it. 9,800 votes. So I don't think that was our central.
It was pretty even.
He wins 38-32. Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
She gets 38% of the vote. He gets 32%.
What was the raw
It's about
vote?
500 net votes for her.
Hold on. Did we? Oh, wow. That literally. Okay. Yeah. Because this was. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. So there's an example. We thought in Milwaukee, right? We were at our we thought we just had the central count left. Turns out much more turnout than we had expected. And look at that. The first update we get from it is very friendly to Hong. She cuts it to 500.
The expected remaining vote in Milwaukee now again is 28,000, and that's right about where we have our central count Milwaukee absentee.
I'm not falling for this trap again. I'm not falling for this one.
Possible again that's the remaining update there, but we'll see.
16, 13, geez, yeah. And I see 152. We should, show folks. Sorry. I said 172,000. We now have about 152,000 left, we think, statewide, with an expected turnout of about 800,000. Couple counties, we still have a scattering we haven't heard from at all, but they're small. Greene County is the biggest with no vote. What do we think is gonna, how many votes do we think are there? Hang on a minute. 35, 40, okay, now that's interesting. 4,600 votes no votes in Greene County. I think that's going to be, in the context of this, I think Crowley's going to probably do pretty well there. That's a bigger piece of real estate, 4,600. That's right there. Where else do we have? We have nothing yet. Let's see. We think 3,000. We got nothing in Pierce. Is that right? We got nothing in Pierce yet. That's an interesting one because I think on paper that I would have said Crowley. Again, this is these places where what's kept this from being simple of just like Hong is running up the score in the college towns, blah blah blah. Is she's had some unexpected strong places. I said the Bow counties are definitely there. St. Croix County is another one, and now Pierce County, just south of there. There's probably 3,000 votes. No votes yet. There's probably 3,000 votes here. It's one of those on paper I would say is a Crowley County, but given what happened in St. Croix, all bets are off. If Hong ends up winning this, I think we're just going to say she found just enough sort of unlikely support in unlikely places. Just if she wins, I think that'll be the story. It'll be that, she won St. Croix. It'll be that she swept the Bow counties. These aren't things I think that were expected. And I think if you looked at some of the if you looked at some of the numbers elsewhere in the state and then said, okay, now how do you think the Bow counties went? You would have said they were going to Crowley. These things are not necessarily so, or for that matter, Kenosha. That's if. Again, she's yet to actually jump him in the numbers here, and we've just seen this sort of game they're playing here, where she'll take a big bite out of it, and then it'll kind of trickle back up. But 4,000, 3,000. Where else are we looking here?
We just got Columbia County, another 356 votes. He wins 222. She wins 86.
That was right there. Yeah. Okay. Again, and that was one of, believe it or not, that is one of the bigger remaining pieces of the puzzle. How many votes were there? You said
356.
Okay. Yeah. There's still. And this number with what's true, we have 144,000, we think now, remaining statewide. I see this is the first time, okay, things might be settling down a little bit. I say this only because this is the first time I see our expected vote actually come down.
Yeah, I see 793 now.
Right. So that's partly why that number of remaining votes just went down. Our decision desk has now lowered slightly, but lowered the total expected vote, the total turnout. So we may be a sign of kind of getting a little bit better handle on it and maybe narrowing a bit the universe of what's left here. 144,000 votes, 828's the margin. Adam, just tell me, what were the last two? We just got some small ones, but I'm just curious what they are.
Yeah, Shawano was the most recent one, 511 new votes. Crowley 238, Hong 155.
Right. Yeah. See, that's it. He's sustained by a lot of that. Sorry, where else were we looking here? Where else is blank? Washburn County up here is going to probably 1,500 votes. We think 1,500 votes. Certainly think that's going to be I would think that's going to be a Crowley County. I would think Crowley. I would have thought Crowley, but I don't know what to think. Look what's happening around there. Where else do we have here that just has absolutely nothing? We think there's probably about 3,000 votes here. I would think that's Crowley, and that's certainly the local pattern. So again, those are all places where this could, if he gets what I think out of a lot of the places I just circled, that number could get up to, that could knock that up to 1,500, 2,000, somewhere in there, What else is, And then if you're looking at it from Hong's standpoint, right, I'm circling these small ones, 4,000 here, 3,000, 1,500, all that, right here. She's been doing very well in this area. We think there's 16,000 votes left. So, that's the game they've been playing, right? Like, Crowley could take, add a little bit here, add a little bit here, add here, and then Hong could get a big chunk of it, could just slash it all away in Winnebago. She's doing quite well. Did we get a few more in?
Yeah, we got another update in Iowa and Marquette.
How did Iowa break?
242 votes, Crowley 118, Hong 64.
And then Marquette was what?
Crowley nets about 62 votes.
Yeah, just that. Okay. And our, 142,000 left. And nothing update-wise, timing-wise, from our friends at the Central Count facility?
No updates right now.
Okay. Try to get a handle on this. Well, this is a bit like Michigan last week, where we've kind of narrowed it. We kind of know the places we're looking for here, and we're just waiting for, we're just waiting for the next thing to tick in. We're looking for Milwaukee. We're looking for Winnebago. We're still, Dane was coming fast and furious there for a while. Did we just get another?
Vernon County was the most recent update, 992 votes. Hong wins 522, Crowley 280.
Yeah, it's a driftless. That's, our thing says 141. So let's just wait for the next update together. I mean, there's, we're all looking for the same things here. We're all, we've got a kind of narrow set of places we're kind of waiting on. I think if one of these few big places gives us something right now, I think it. Tell us what that vote by mail is in Milwaukee, like that really might be. I think that is. I think Central Count Milwaukee is by far the biggest thing that's left, biggest individual thing that's left in this state, is the Central Count Milwaukee, vote that was a good part of it, I think, was cast before people understood this to be a Crowley versus Hong race. I'm not sure how much of it, but a good part of it. And then after that, it's Winnebago and Dane. So, if sort of seems as if you could hit the fast forward button a little bit here. And if you were to get the Winnebago and Dane votes all reported out right now, I think this thing would flip and Hong would go into the lead. If it didn't, she'd be in very, very bad shape. So, but I think she would. Then you have the Winnebago plus Dane. Okay, Winnebago plus Dane right now equals in size the vote by the Central Count Milwaukee. They're basically the same size right now. So if Hong were to get big numbers with what's left in Winnebago and Dane, pull ahead of Crowley, and then if that The thing that could really change it is if that central count Milwaukee number is bad for Crowley for the reasons we're saying, and he ends up taking a real hit there. You know, it's such a wild card. You know, the county's been running pretty even. There was an update I know that just came in before that was good for Hong. But that central count, you could see a world where it's good for her because it's bad for him, you know, because of when it was cast. So, you know, again, if she were to take the lead through Dane and through Winnebago, they're not going to come in this order probably, but if she were to do that and then actually build on that lead in Milwaukee, then you would have, we'd be down to about 70,000 votes left statewide. And
one update I do see here, sorry to interrupt. From reporter Alexander Shore at VoteBeat from about 15 minutes ago. He's on site in Milwaukee at their processing center. They were beginning their process of doing the votes on site there, and then they have a transit process where they bring it to a central place and then report it out. So he was estimating another, maybe midnight Eastern for that vote report. But that's the update we have from Milwaukee.
All right, the late night transit. This is like a tradition, right? I feel like we've broadcast this before. Okay, 11:20. We think now. I mean, when they say midnight, we're always optimistic, right?
Yeah, it feels aggressive to me.
Right.
Given
they
that
never
I know,
they never take the. They never go quicker than expected.
I've seen the video before. They take it out of the building. They bring it into the car. They drive the car. It's
They have to put the oils on it. They do the.
They take the USB stick. They put it in the machine. It's a ritual for sure.
So we may be waiting a while on Milwaukee absentee. Almost 30,000 votes. What just came in again? Something.
Yeah, we just got a combo of counties. Oneida and Lafayette were the biggest. Hong nets about 30, 40 votes in Oneida, and Crowley nets about 150 in Lafayette.
Okay. Yeah, that puts you again. You're sort of in that driftless. He's generally done well in here. Puts him again close to 1,000 statewide. Golly, nothing in Winnebago. Here's the thing. I have to. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, okay. I don't want anybody to go anywhere. I will run. It'll take 2 minutes. It's just you all understand. But I don't want to. Somebody just came in. What was it? Hong took the lead.
Dane County.
Oh my God! I almost went to the bathroom for that. Okay, Hong just took the lead. What would tell us about the update?
6,000 new votes. Hong wins 50% of them, and Crowley gets 33%.
What was the raw? Can you give us the raw vote?
Yes, 6,229 total. Hong 3,089. Crowley 2,054.
She won it by 1,000. She won it by 1035. She won the update by 1035 from Dane County, taking a lead of 254. For the first time tonight, I believe Francesca Hong has taken the lead in the statewide tally. That is now with 83% of the vote in statewide. She's taken the lead. It is 254 votes. That update from Dane, you said was how many votes?
6,000, and there was another 700 from Portage as well.
700 from Portage. She won the Portage update?
Yes.
What'd she win the Portage update by?
385 votes for her and 185 for Crowley.
Okay, and I'm also seeing something else significant here. This update just came in from Dane. It was very big for Hong. It looks like as that happened, we increased the remaining vote in Dane. we were looking at, before this update came in, we were looking at, remember we were saying 13,000 remaining votes in Dane.
Yeah.
So that update was 6,000. Mm-hmm. So you would think it knocks it down to 7. We now have a remaining vote in Dane of 15,000.
I'm looking at the Dane County website in the most, as of right now, and there could be a pending update that hasn't yet hit our system, but they say 274 of 281 precincts reporting on their website.
270, say again?
274 of 281, so they have 7 precincts remaining.
Right, and we're trying to just gauge how many votes are in those precincts.
Yes,
and
yes.
And it seems like
that's those
Yeah.
are 2 data pieces we have: that estimate and that precinct number.
I mean, yeah, that's this is what I just feel like I've seen this in Dane before. That's and I think we might be seeing it again here, where it's just like get late at night and it turns out there's more. It just turns out there's more than you expected, and the turnout was just that much higher. And that is such a huge. If that is the case, that is such a huge thing for Hong. Because again, I think we're now expecting there to be what just happened.
And Steve, we just got an update in Hennepin County in Minnesota. It looks like all of their vote, so we may be close to a call there.
I'm sorry. This is what happens. We get so locked in, but folks, this is in Minnesota tonight. This closely watched, and there it is. Peggy Flanagan, the lieutenant governor, NBC News projects will win the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate in Minnesota. She defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, and she will advance to the general election to face former broadcaster Michelle Tafoya, who easily won the Republican nomination tonight. Again, closely watched race here. It pitted Flanagan, certainly running on the left here. Craig representing a more competitive congressional district in the Twin Cities area, seen as the more moderate centrist candidate in this race, but an emphatic victory, it appears, for Flanagan here in this United States Senate race. I say closely watched. Unfortunately, we didn't watch much of it tonight because we've been busy in Wisconsin. But we did. By the way, we said we had low expectations for Minnesota in terms of the timing.
I was really not expecting a call from them first, but pleasantly surprised that we got that in.
No, and it just, instead of jumping between them, I've been locked in on this thing from the start, because this thing from the word go has been a puzzle. 295 votes. Francesca Hung leads David Crowley by right now. Okay. I still do need to.
Yes, and they're ready. They're ready.
Okay. Okay. I mean, if you don't mind, just leave it right on this screen, and I'll be right back. You're free to come up, Adam, but I'll be super quick.
I'll stay here. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry if there was no good time to go do that. Winnebago, okay, wow. So, we start with this, catch my breath. Crowley retakes the lead statewide. Does it on the strength of this, partly on the strength of this, Winnebago County, where we've been saying in the Bow counties here, Hong has been exceeding expectations, running so well, right? She won Brown County, Green Bay. She's winning Outagamie County, Appleton. Why wouldn't she then in Winnebago County, Oshkosh, why wouldn't the same thing happen? Well, okay, Crowley has the lead here. The thing that we just saw, though, in Brown County, of course, it was at the very end that Green Bay came in. Is Oshkosh coming in at the end in Winnebago County?
Yeah, I can take a look.
Yeah, that's the question that emerges. But for Crowley, because we see it in Madison too. But before you do that, Adam, was it where else came in? I do feel like he got something else here. No,
Richland just came in, 445 votes. Crowley 193, Hong 156.
Okay, that was it. Okay, so it really was on the strength of what we just saw in Winnebago. I'm sorry, I had to do that. I'm sorry. There's no good time. Okay, Adam is just going to check on that, but that leaves we think now. We still think, I'm just checking in here, that we still think 13,000 votes to come in Winnebago County. We still think 15,000 votes to come in Dane. And then this is it. This is central count. Okay? Get familiar with that term. If you're watching this, you already are familiar with that term, I bet. But that could be the decisive moment in this thing. That is City of Milwaukee. That's the vote by mail that all gets reported out at once. Adam said they've already begun the procession there. A reporter on site, good reporter on site, saying maybe as early as midnight. We know these estimates can be a little optimistic, but I suspect you want to say sometime in the hour would be
I think that's
maybe
reasonable.
It's midnight. Maybe it's midnight. Could be. Who am I to say? All these expectations have been upended. Something else just came in for Crowley.
So Green Lake was the biggest update.
We had no votes from there, yeah.
Yeah. Crowley wins 673, Hong 492.
Yep.
We also got a Forest update. Mm-hmm. Crowley 293, Hong 231. Mm-hmm. And we got another Winnebago update.
Yeah.
439 votes. Crowley gets 210 to Hong's 124.
So, yeah, I'd love to know if this is it. So many puzzles with these numbers that they come in because, just when we think we got a sense of this sort of Fox Valley here, Crowley is putting up incredible numbers in Winnebago County. But we thought he was putting up pretty good numbers in Brown County, where Green Bay was. And then all of a sudden at the end of the Brown County count, they gave us Green Bay, and Green Bay was a disaster for him.
We got a Sheboygan update.
Fantastic. Now, that must be good for Crowley. No, it was. All the expectations are getting confounded. It wasn't good for him, was it?
He nets votes out of it, but he only nets at like 50 votes. It was 2,357 votes, 989 to 928.
Okay, so he just went up again. Something else?
Racine.
Yeah.
Crowley gets 519.
Yep.
Hong gets 413. Uh-huh. Those were the latest two updates.
So he's pushed his lead back over 1,100. A single tenth of a point, but okay. Now I'm going to ask you. Here's what I see. Can you maybe ask our friends at the decision desk?
Yeah.
I now see a Milwaukee County expected vote that is yet higher.
Yeah.
You see it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
And our total expected vote for the state also higher.
Oh, okay, wow. Yeah, remember 30 minutes ago when I said for the first time we had adjusted our expected vote? why do I say that when I say I always see this, I feel, in Dane County. We're also seeing it in Milwaukee County, where, again, we keep finding out that turnout is higher. 814,000 is our new expected vote for this primary. And I keep asking you questions, Adam. I just don't have the ticker that gives me county by county what came in. And it looks like he just got another significant, in context of this, significant.
Yeah.
Update.
Is this Vilas County?
Yeah, okay. Oh, I think
Sorry.
there was no vote there before. Right, that was one where we had like no vote earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but we talked about this with like the small counties adding up in a close race like this, because there's, he's winning more counties than her. A lot of them are real small, but anywhere where there's not really, I think, maybe the pattern here, it's kind of like, where is there a population center, right? In these counties that don't really have a big any kind of meaningful population center, he wins by a couple hundred votes. Just a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here, and then he's able to take. Remember, Hong had moved ahead, and there's basically been like a net change here of about 2,000 votes since then that put Crowley back in front, with a very interesting development there in Winnebago County that I'm trying to understand, because if what happened in Brown, this could just be the setup for what happened in Brown happening here. Or is Crowley doing essentially unexpectedly well here? Is what we're trying to figure out. But yeah, to put this in some context too, just how high these turnouts are. Do I have it in front of me here? I mean, I think we're getting fringe like presidential primary level with this turnout. I think they had like 900,000 for the Biden-Sanders primary. Does that sound right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, they're at, and the expected here is 814. Okay. So we said we think 38,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Remember, I say these are moving targets. And if you are watching closely, that is higher than we said a little while ago. Dane, 15, okay. Winnebago, 12,000. That's unclear. Let me reset this. Let me just do 12,000, 15,000, 38,000, okay? Those are the only three counties with more than 10,000 votes left. Only one more county has more than 5,000 votes left. It's right here, Columbia County, that has 6,000 votes left. Everything else that's out in the state has fewer than 5,000 votes left. Now, in a context of a race this close, every little thing matters, as we're seeing. As Crowley, more than Hong, Crowley is collecting these little updates from a broad cross-section of the state, right? So Hong needs places that have population centers, it seems. She, I think, can look forward with great optimism to whatever it is that remains in Madison. If that ever gets reported out, I feel like they have just been sitting on this number for a long time there now.
Steve?
Yeah.
I do have an update for you out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So there are 9 municipalities that report their absentee ballots at the central location. Mm-hmm. 4 of them have reported. So it's Milwaukee and 4 other municipalities that will be kind of, I think that accounts for the updated vote. We know the Milwaukee's somewhere around 28,000. Right. And there's 10,000 more outside of that. And I think that, some of these other municipalities account for that.
Or central count. Or just municipalities we don't have any votes from.
It's their absentee ballots at the central location. And again, 4 of those counties have reported. So we have gotten some of those mixed in already, but 4 of them still have outstanding.
Wait, but no, I understand. So there are 9 municipalities in Milwaukee County that use central count for their absentee and for their early.
Yep.
You're saying we've got Is our decision desk saying that they think this 38,000 is all coming out of central count?
28,000 central count from Milwaukee.
From Milwaukee, but is the other 10 central count for other cities?
Yes.
So it is all coming out of central count?
Yes.
Right. I mean, so okay, it's all absentee, is what I'm saying.
I think that's right. Yes.
Okay, that's the. I mean, that's. Can we just double check on that, because
yes.
that's so important, because if we're looking at nearly 40,000 votes that are absentee or early, you know what I'm saying, right? How many of those votes were cast in July? How many of those votes were cast for Mandela Barnes, for Sarah Rodriguez? How many of those votes were cast when Crowley looked like he was going to be an afterthought in this campaign? If you're Crowley, like, he has the advantage, and he's building it in these small places right now. He has the advantage in the tally right now, is what I'm trying to say. But Hong has a big bunch of votes, I think, from you saw what those Dane updates can do. She can get a couple more of those. She may be able to get, I'm very suspicious that what happened in Brown is going to happen in Winnebago. Okay, so between 15,000 votes in Dane and potentially a repeat of what happened in Brown happening in Dane, that could get her, that could erase a lot of that. Then, if there's nearly 40,000 votes just sitting there that were cast at like the lowest moment, they weren't all cast in July. They were not all cast in July, but how many of them were? And does that take a batch of votes from a place that Crowley's doing pretty well in, that's his home base? And does that end up making him underperform with it? And I truly have no idea what to expect with this. It's just, I think if you remember at the start of the night, we said if the stop Hong forces get close but just miss, would it be because of all of the votes that were cast in that, vote by mail? When Mandela Barnes dropped out, which I think was July 30th, I think they were like one day into early voting. So it's a little bit of early voting and a lot of mail. All cast when no voter thought this was a two-way race between Crowley and Hong. And this batch of votes is going to test if that could end up testing whether that makes the difference here. Now, Hong has to get in front. Well, doesn't have to get in front first, because again, if this batch of votes were really bad for Crowley, Hong might do better than him with it. Or maybe it's less of an issue than I'm talking it up to be, and it's quite fine for Crowley. It's a huge unknown.
Andrew at the decision desk was looking at the question that you posed earlier about those Milwaukee County votes. He thinks, so all the places that are listed as having outstanding vote on the website, the municipalities, have reported election day vote. So what is outstanding would be the absentee and early vote. Yeah,
great.
Central
Okay.
count.
I see something just came in that was about 300 votes positive for Hong. What was it?
That was Pierce.
Okay, yes. That just, you got to love, a primary night like this. It's just confounds. Is that the proper use? Confounds your expectations?
Yeah.
I shouldn't try to sound smart, but like I would have looked at this and said, this is Crowley country tonight.
Yeah.
And she wins St. Croix, and this is what I'm saying. I think it's population centers to some degree.
Yeah.
Minneapolis, suburbs. But yeah, Pierce and St. Croix, I would have put firmly in the Crowley category, and Hong wins them both. And cuts that margin to 1375. So, we're down to about 120,000 votes, we think, left statewide, give or take. As you know, it's been a lot of both tonight. And 120, look, a third of what we think is left statewide is central count, is absentee from Milwaukee. 28,000 of it, about 2/3 of this is the city of Milwaukee. And then I can give you the full list here. Fox Point, Franklin, Milwaukee, Oak Creek, Shorewood, South Milwaukee, Wauwatosa, Greendale, West Allis. Those are the communities in Milwaukee County that send their absentee vote to the central count facility, and the 38,000 remaining there come from the city of Milwaukee and a few others of those. We're not sure which, but the city of Milwaukee is one of them.
We think it's Wauwatosa, West Allis, Oak Creek, South Milwaukee, and Milwaukee.
We did know.
Yes,
Okay,
sorry.
so there you go. It's so a third of the remaining vote is, and it's in that. Gosh, if you like a mystery, if you like I mean, what do you make of that vote? What do you think it is? You're watching this as closely as I am. What do you think that's going to look like? He just got Crowley just got something huge. What was it?
We got a Milwaukee update.
Oh my goodness. What do we get?
We got 4,500 votes. Crowley gets 2,556. Hong gets 1,568.
Is this being reported out from Central Count?
Let me see what, yes. So now Oak Creek,
Whoa.
Wauwatosa, West Allis, and South Milwaukee all reported. So then Milwaukee is still just the remaining.
That was, how many votes was that?
That was 4,536.
Okay. And we think that was Central, but you see what I'm getting at. If that was Central Count and he won it,
Yeah.
can we just be sure of that?
Yeah, so those municipalities were previously not reporting, and now they're reporting, and the only one that's left not reporting
Something
is
else
the
just
city
came
of
in.
Milwaukee.
I think something else just came in.
Oconto, 2,611 votes. Crowley, 1,185. Hong, 743.
Yep. That is potentially blockbuster, what just happened in Milwaukee. And that's why I want to be so sure that I'm characterizing this correctly as Central Count, because if it is a very emphatic answer to the question we've been posing about what that vote looks like. All these things about when the vote was cast and is there a penalty. Crowley just did you saw it. You saw it. Now, that's. Well, let's just let.
Andrew at the decision desk also thinks that what's just remaining is the 28,000 from Central Count from the city of Milwaukee.
Sure, but he thinks that was specifically Central Count that just came in.
Yes.
Well, if you're at Crowley headquarters now, that is the single biggest piece of news you've had all night, I think. That's huge. That's huge. What were the percentages on that vote that just came in?
The Milwaukee update?
Yeah. The Milwaukee County update that we just got. What percent did he get? What percent did she get?
He got 50%. She got 35%.
Wow. I mean, this is how much. It's astounding to me, given how much this vote I think comes from a different time in the campaign, that he did that well. He did better. He's running at 43.8% countywide, and we're saying from absentee vote he did 50%. That's crazy. I mean, that's wow. That blows my mind. That's just massive for him, because that obviously sets the stage for Milwaukee. If it shows that with the Central Count there was no. There's no apparent price that he paid for that coming from a potentially a lot of that coming from July or something. So, wow.
It is, mail and early votes. So it's possible that those municipalities just skewed more towards the early vote. That could be one of the explanations.
Yeah. But it is that combination, and we weren't sure what the mix was, and we weren't. So listen, if that is foreshadowing what is to come from the city of Milwaukee, now this is outlying versus city, although I don't know that we were seeing a huge difference between the two. I see another update just came in for Crowley. What was it?
Iowa, 1,165 total votes. Crowley wins 467, Hong 406.
Yeah. Wow, I think we just had a very major moment. I mean Iowa, but I'm still hung up on that because listen, if the central count in Milwaukee goes anything like what we just saw, I think he opens this thing up. That was a 15-point margin. If he were to do that in central count, with 28,000, 2,800, 40, if that were to replicate, it would net him 4,200 additional votes, and this thing would move close to 7,000. That's a huge if, but just to give you a sense of it. And if he then got up 7,000, where could she counter that? And again, where did he just get? Something else just came in small, but I want to register these.
Manitowoc.
Oh, Manitowoc.
Sorry about that. 798 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley 348. Hong 246.
Yeah. It's because again, if he were to, we're saying 14,000 currently. Did we just get a slight Dane update? I see four, or we just adjusted the expected a little. I'm seeing 14,000 expected here, right? So like if Hong were to win that by, her best updates have been about 15, 20 points. Say it was 20, she could knock 2,800 off, which currently would right. That's the thing, right? Like, I think if 14,000 is the actual remaining vote in Dane, and Crowley and Hong won it by 20 points, which I think is given her a pretty generous, kind of what if total there. That would basically wipe that to zero. Okay. Then you're sitting looking at those Milwaukee central count numbers where we just said if maybe the city isn't as friendly to Crowley as the outlying areas. I don't know, but he just won the outlying areas in that update 15 points. If he won 28,000, a batch of 28,000 votes by 15 points, he nets 4,200. If he wins it by half that, it still nets 2,000. You see, so it's like kind of like best case Hong, Dane wipes this to even statewide. And now I think something surprising would have to happen with that vote by mail, early vote Milwaukee, for that not to immediately, for when it comes in, to then put Crowley back up by some number of votes in the 4 digits. And then what's left? Winnebago, where I do suspect, I keep saying this again, could be wrong. We're making kind of on-air guesses here. I do suspect the 12,000 there in Winnebago are going to mimic what we had in Brown. Suspect, I don't know.
I do have an update from Milwaukee County. I am just spying in on one of the local news broadcasts that was, they were streaming live from inside the central counting location, and they're now outside. So it's possible these votes are making moves.
Wait, the people broadcasting have been moved outside?
There was a camera, and they were watching them process the ballots inside a location. Remember, they have to bring it from the one location to the other.
Right.
That camera's now outside, so.
Okay. This is like waiting for the Pope, right? You're looking for when's the smoke?
We're looking for any signals we can.
Plumes of smoke, they'll tell us.
That's the update I have, yeah.
They'll tell us. But yeah, I just, that update,
We just got another one from Grant County.
Yeah.
Another 750 votes. Crowley 349, Hong 210.
Yeah, they're adding up for him. Now if you're Hong, you need what would you need essentially a surprise in this Milwaukee number. Can we make a case for why that would happen? I guess the case we would make is city of Milwaukee as opposed to one of the sort of inner suburbs of Milwaukee County. So can be much younger, right? Can be much more demographically friendly to Hong in that way. We find that these DSA candidacies take off in the cities and not necessarily the inner suburbs of these places. So that said, we've also found
They're getting into the car.
Okay, but where's the? This is to go to or from?
This is to go from the place that they were kind of loading the ballots onto USB sticks or memory drives to the location that they can put them in the machine so they can be reported out to us here at 30
Why
Rockefeller
can't they do
Plaza.
that in one place?
I don't know.
So wait, I'm so bad with the technical. Just say it one more time, so people can appreciate what's happening. We say central count.
Yes.
They got all these ballots there.
Yeah.
Okay. They counted them?
Yes, they're counted and processed and loaded onto memory sticks. And
Memory sticks. Literally something the size of a stick of gum?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And then they're transporting them over to, I don't know, believe it's the courthouse where they can be reported out or they can be transmitted.
So you're saying they're now in the motorcade on their way over?
That's right.
Is there like sirens and what does it look like?
It looks like a car driving in the middle of the night in Milwaukee.
I hope they don't just drive off or something.
I find it entertaining. I don't know. I'm sure everybody at home would as well. But
I mean, this is what we
just got a Columbia update as well.
Yep.
2,800 votes. Crowley 1,252. Hong 950.
She's going to need something. She's going to need. I mean, this is really coming. I think if you're Crowley, you're feeling better than Hong right now, and I think she needs something out of this central count Milwaukee number that, I say surprising, but we're trying to make the case for what that would be. How we just saw him win central count inner suburb Milwaukee County by 15. She would want to win this by something like that. Yeah.
Oh, one clarification from our correspondent, Shaq Brewster. He's not there, but he has reported there in the past.
Yeah.
They're moving from the city to the county facility, and then they report them out from the county facility.
So the Milwaukee Central Count has done its thing.
The city, yes.
Right. And now they're transporting but okay, they still just have to put these.
Yeah,
things.
it's still the same process, just the
Okay,
technical.
so we are
how that's happening.
Is Shaq writing to you? Can you ask him how long would he estimate if they're now en route? How long till they actually tell us the number? Does he have?
Yeah,
Can he remember?
I can ask him.
Okay, he knows. He's lived through the joy of this. But yeah, Hong would need. I think she needs to win it. And maybe it is. Maybe it's totally different than the gap between. I'm sitting here saying I think in Winnebago County there's going to be like a small town city divide. So maybe there is here too with this vote. But as you can see, look, just this number can change, okay? But it hasn't moved that much in our estimate. Yeah.
I had two updates, one from Shaq and one from the decision desk. There was about a 30-minute gap between when it left the city location to the county location before it got reported out to us.
Okay, thank you, Shaq. That would take us to 12:30. Okay. You said it was a second update? You had two? Did you say two updates?
Oh, and both the decision desk and Shaq wrote to me with that same timing update. So I'm trying to attribute to them both.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me out.
Thank you,
guys.
decision desk, too. Yes. But right, I think you can see that the 14K, give or take, left in Dane is probably not going to be enough for Hong to erase this. I think you can also see, but 14K there plus potentially the 12K in Winnebago can certainly get her close. The problem she has then is that you're just seeing this trickle. You just watch this number. You've seen it, right? It's this trickle from the rest of the state is going to continue. So if she were to, get a big jump from Madison, a big one from Winnebago, and essentially wipe that out, I don't know if it would quite do that, but let's say it did. What just happened is going to keep happening, from around the state, which means she has to win this. Hong has to win this. And I don't know. She lost the inner suburbs that do this central count thing, but the city is different than the suburbs. She's doing well, it would seem. We said it seems that her support is where there's population centers, even smaller ones. So here's the big one of the big ones. Well, biggest city in the state. So to update you, we think there are 109,000 votes left statewide. And now Adam, our system is still saying 34,000 in Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think 28 was our estimate earlier. I think it could be above that. I think it could be that number, but you go to their county website, they have one place that has yet to report their ballot, and it's Milwaukee. So
okay. So I
just have to go with what they say.
It may be 34,000. It may be 34,000 in this update. I'm just trying to make I do want to make sure that would change the math if it was 28,000 central count and 6,000 non.
Yep.
That 6,000 non, I think, has a good chance of being hung. So that's why I just and this has ticked down to 108, and that Crowley lead sits at 3,400, 0.5%. What else can we say while we wait? Have a sip of water.
Reasonable.
Boy, we've done this 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, the suspense on both of these has been great. And I think to the polling question too, I think there was a lot of thinking about what happened with the polls last week that led to a closer race than possible, or than it seemed due to the polling results. This is another one where it seems margin-wise a big miss, but as you've been talking about, so much changed in the past 3 days, 5 days, 7 days of this race, where the most recent poll I saw wasn't yesterday. It was a couple of weeks ago, and so I think there's reason to think that, again, a lot of things changed in the final week of this election.
It reminds me, we'll see. I'm not trying to say this is, for all we know, we're gonna have this big moment, and they're gonna reveal the number in Milwaukee Central count, and Hong's gonna win it, and she's gonna have that. She's gonna have Dane, and she's gonna have that Dane and Winnebago, and suddenly she's gonna win this primary. That could happen. If she doesn't, I had the thought. The thing that I was thinking of this week was the Democratic primaries in 2020, when Sanders won, Nevada, New Hampshire, kind of won. He got the most votes in Iowa, and there was that moment when it was like, oh, he's going to be the Democratic nominee. And you saw people in the Democratic Party start to make their peace with it, but you also saw this similar thing, like we say, the establishment reacted to the realization that Hong seemed to be on the cusp of this with we gotta stop her. And you saw that reaction to Sanders in that week in 2020. And the thing I was thinking of is I remember there was a controversy that week leading into South Carolina where he was asked something about Castro. And it was basically disavow Castro, and he was he wouldn't give he gave an answer that was I think it had the effect of making Democrats say, oh gosh, if we nominate him, is this going to be what happens all fall? And I thought of that when I started the Thanksgiving stuff with her. So I don't know, but that's one I say this is the pundit-free zone. No more punditry for me. We gotta say something. Do you know I'm supposed to give a presentation at 8:30 in the morning, 3 hours north of.
Good luck with
I don't
that.
know what I'm going to do.
I do wish we had live streams from Dane and Winnebago.
Tell me what you're seeing. Tell us what you're seeing.
And I don't have anything currently for you. I see
Okay.
election result graphics.
Shaq said 12:30. It's 12:06. Whew. How about Winnebago? Can we get Winnebago doesn't do central count, right? Oh, they do. Wait. Oh. Oshkosh does central count.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still at 108,000. Boy, this does remind me of last week. I'm gonna. Sorry, I'm just typing a note here. Um, 34-32, 108,000 expected remaining vote, 12:08, and our best estimate per the decision desk and correspondent Shaquille Brewster is 12:30. I see. Okay, can you just tell us what the couple quick ones, the little ones, the word that just came in here? It's bouncing around a little bit. Where
We just got Bayfield, 315 new votes. Crowley, 116. Hong, 113.
Yep.
And Calumet, 3,466 new votes. Hong wins 1,371. Crowley, 1,290.
So we're down to 104,000 votes. A third of it, a little bit less than a third of it, is just that Milwaukee.
Talking a little bit to the decision desk, they do think that the expected vote number currently in our system for Dane is a little too high.
High?
I think it's under 1,000 votes.
Wait, we think it's under, pardon me, we think it's under 1,000 votes?
Yes, because the Dane County website currently says 280 of 281 precincts reporting. So we're probably just waiting for one precinct.
Whoa. Oh, that's huge. I know I'm like asking the same thing 3 times, but it's so big, I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yeah.
We don't think there's 14,000 votes left in Dane. We think there's less than 1,000.
That's right.
That's wow. I mean, the Hong math. This is so important to the Hong math. And the well may be dry for her in Dane County. Wow. So
the only precinct that I don't see as reported on the Dane County website is one precinct in Madison.
it's in Madison. Could be. Do you have the precinct results in front of you, or like?
Yeah.
Give us a sample of how many votes. Can you see like a really good precinct for her? How many raw votes? How many votes did she get versus him?
Yes. So, trying to find one. Yeah. So like here's Madison 72, and the precinct we're missing is Madison 74. Madison 72, she got 359 votes. He got 156 votes.
So 200.
Madison 73, she gets 658 votes. He gets 321 votes. Those are like some of the neighboring precincts.
So they do vary in size a little and turnout. Look, be super generous, 350 votes. You know, she may be able to knock from what's left in Dane County. Okay, she may be able to knock 350 votes off this total. That's it. A minute ago, we're sitting here thinking there's 14,000 votes left, and she could take a big chunk of this. Okay, no longer. Now we're saying that maybe she's able to take what is currently a 33-81 deficit, and like best case, she knocks that down to 3,000 flat with what's left in Dane. Okay. 12,000 in Winnebago.
It does look like the Milwaukee city votes have arrived at the county location.
Are you back watching the video?
I'm watching the video.
So describe it, narrate it. What's going on?
There's a woman at a desk doing some paperwork.
Well, how do you see the votes coming in? Where do you?
They'll put them. I'm sure they're doing the paperwork to the machine. The reporter at VoteBeat estimates another 25 minutes.
I like Shaq's estimate better. That takes us to 12.
That's the best I got for you. I will let you know if I see a memory stick or something interesting that lets us know that we're close.
Okay, so if what's left in Dane were to knock this down to now. Did we just get another update?
Yeah, we got 2,200 votes out of Chippewa.
Yeah.
Hong gets 942. Crowley gets 724.
Okay. Once again, completely defying my expectations. A solid Crowley County. She actually nets a little bit there. So, okay, but again, we were thinking there's like 14,000 votes left in Dane. Doesn't look like there are. Looks like there might be 1,000 at best. If Hong were to net 350 out of it right now, that she could knock this down to 2,800. Big outstanding source of votes in Winnebago. Again, if it kind of mimics Brown, well, what do we think is left in Winnebago? We think 12,000 votes are left there. If she won it by 20 points, I'm just spitballing, 20. Yeah, that's a big source for her. She needs something big out of Winnebago. But it also, in a way, if she wins, if she were to win that Milwaukee, that Milwaukee vote, if she wins it big, a 10-point win in a batch of 34,000 votes is 3,400 votes. She's down 3166. We say she's not going to get much more out of Dane. She could take another bite out of that with Winnebago. I do think as the other counties continue to fill in, as we've seen, it would then tick back up. But yeah, she could, win the Milwaukee Central count vote by 10 points. If Hong beats Crowley by 10 points, and if it is 34,000, I think we're not quite sure, but I think if it is 34,000, she could net 3,400 with that. So, if she wins it by 15, 5,000, a little bit more than 5,000. But I think she needs to see something like that. she needs to see something like that, some kind of double-digit win, I think, with this Milwaukee central count, because it's not coming from Dane for her anymore. She could make a dent from Winnebago. But I'm not sure what's happening there. I'm kind of assuming that it's going to line up with the other Bow counties, and that it's going to be like Brown County, where it kind of comes in. It was a late kind of push for her from Oshkosh, but maybe not. And outside of that, as we tick down to 102,000 left statewide.
The woman that was doing paperwork at the table has left the table and went to the other room. That's promising to me.
Is there only one person in this room, or is this like
there's press and other auxiliary
everybody's
officials.
watching one woman at a table?
Yes.
Where are you watching this, by the way? Not that I want people switching away from the
58 News Milwaukee.
Okay, tell me how are we getting this when it comes out? Do they make a public declaration? Do they?
We get it the same way we've gotten all the other results. Is they'll upload it into the system and it'll be distributed out to clients.
Does like our reporter find out first and tell us, or?
If they do, I will let you know. But the best I know is that it'll hit the system.
We've had Wisconsin elections come down to this before. I feel like the 2018 governor's race did. Does that sound right? Scott Walker got beat by Evers, I think, on central count in Milwaukee.
I do feel like I've watched this process play out a couple times at this point. Yeah.
I think I've asked you the same questions a couple times too, and you're very polite to continue answering them.
No, it's fun to watch it with you. We just got another Burnett County update.
Yeah.
773 votes. Crowley 291, Hong 256.
Which takes us. Did we get more than that, or they just dialed back our expected? I think that we're now at 92,000 remaining. So I think we just dialed back our expected a little.
Yeah, it looks like they took away or they made that adjustment
Dane.
for the Dane vote.
Oh, it is. Yep, you're right. Yeah. We 3468. Yeah, I mean, so now that Milwaukee vote is well over a third.
And we just got another update from Dane, 500 votes. Hong 271, Crowley 166.
So she nets 95 votes. Out of what? Is that it for Dane? Is that the last thing for Dane? Is that the last precinct?
Their website now says 100% of precincts reporting.
Jeez. Now that takes us down to 89,000 statewide. And that in our Milwaukee, again, these are moving targets. Milwaukee 32. You see that? Mm-hmm. I think you've asked them before, but can you ask them, do they think that 32 is all? They must. At this point, the whole, of course it is, because everybody's at this one building. Believe it or not, the outside of Milwaukee, I mean, so right,
Shack flags from Charles Benson, one of our NBC affiliate reporters. Thumb drives have arrived at the central count. We should have numbers on the 27,000 early absentee ballots in the next 30 minutes.
27,000?
Yes.
So can we ask our decision desk, we're hearing 27,000, where's the 32?
I'll get clarity, but as you saw with that, Dane, I think because the vote has gone up so much throughout the night, as you saw with that Dane update, they were aggressive with how many potentially might be coming, and it appears that Dane vote is now exhausted. But I will get an update from Milwaukee.
Please. Okay, thank you. Because that's our reporter telling us 27,000, and we had heard 28, and it matters from the standpoint that, look, if it's 27,000, and the math, 28 27,000. If Hong wins it by 10, she nets 2,700 votes, right? Which is short. 32,000. If she wins it by 10, she nets 3,200, 1,700 votes, 17 votes higher than that. It just every vote obviously matters here in this situation. But she's clearly going to have to win it big. She's just going to have to win that batch big. Whatever its exact size, because then we're waiting on Milwaukee and Oshkosh, Winnebago County, make up more than half of the remaining vote.
Just got an update in Shawano County.
Yep.
1,569 votes. Crowley 676. Hong 519.
Yep. And so it just ticks up a little bit. Ooh. It just ticks up a little bit. See, that's the thing. He gets. Outside of Milwaukee and Winnebago, we think maybe 3,600 votes left.
Our decision desk thinks 28,000 sitting in Milwaukee.
28,000. Okay. So do we think this 32 is going to tick down?
I don't know if we have control over that number.
Okay,
So
I see.
Just
Because
keep track of that number for our audience.
That 86 may even be more like 82.
Yeah.
28,000 Milwaukee, 12,000 Winnebago. Greene County is Greene County has 3,600. It has more outstanding votes as the 3,600 outstanding. I mean, that's running big for Crowley. And yeah, there is still some in Outagamie, maybe about 3,000 votes right there. So I think I think Hong will net some out of that. But then there may be a little bit out of Eau Claire still. But then for every place like that, there's Manitowoc County where Crowley is leading by 20 points. 15 precincts left. Monroe County, Crowley is leading by 9. Still a couple dozen precincts left. Small. Columbia, Crowley by 15. Still, just a lot. I just see a lot of those. Well, Columbia is a little bit bigger relative to this, but you see a lot of places where this Crowley thing can tick up, and now Hong has to get a big batch somewhere, and that's going to have to be Milwaukee. Do we have anything going on at this? What are we up to? Milwaukee? Was it Wisconsin 58, Milwaukee 58? What are we?
I've unfortunately lost eyes on the rooms, but
the rooms.
But we did just get an update from Monroe County. 593 new votes. It looks like Crowley nets about 30.
Yeah, so he's.
How are you feeling?
I'm going to do this thing in the morning. I'm feeling like I'm ready to hear from Milwaukee.
Me too.
trying to think of what to say. I'm trying to think of, I'm curious what everybody else thinks. I wish we could put a poll up or something. How do they think that central count vote is going to look? Because you can...
You remember those old Ed Schultz Ask America polls?
Yeah.
Those were good. We should bring that
There you
feature
go.
back.
There you go. Let me ask you, do you have the current Milwaukee City, how the vote is running just in Milwaukee currently?
I'll have to put that together. Let me do
Okay. That would have been a good question I could have asked a while ago. Just to update it, 85,000 left statewide. 85,000, more than half from Milwaukee and Winnebago. Well, 80, and again, that 85 may be, in actuality, several thousand lower than that. Our total expected vote for this primary is, excuse me, I'm not bored by that. I just, everybody in here must be, I think they're ready for Milwaukee too. 805,000, which is just, it just nuts. When you think about how high these turnouts have gotten compared to not that long ago. But I am curious what people think. Certainly, I'll have a better sense of what I think when I hear what Adam tells me here. We know that Hong and the left-wing candidacies do their best in the cities. Younger and just all of that. So, okay, we're looking at a vote. We're talking about a vote that's going to come from the city of Milwaukee. We got it?
Yeah, so I see about 60,000 votes from the city of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Crowley winning 47% of them, Hong winning 46% of them.
Okay. So
47.4 to 45.6 to be exact.
pretty even in the non-central count portion. But again, we're talking about votes cast. I thought in the central count, inner suburb Milwaukee County, that it was not going to go great for Crowley for all the reasons I said about when some of these votes might have been cast. Did not appear to be an issue whatsoever for him. Is it going to be an issue in the city of Milwaukee central count? Somebody else just came in, I think, that gave him a couple. He's got a boost somewhere.
Yeah, Columbia County, 4,182 votes.
Yeah.
Crowley, 1,810. Hong, 1,345.
Yeah. It's it's going to have to be real big for Hong. It's going to have to be.
We just got a Winnebago update.
Oh, it just look, knocked a ton of it out.
So that was 8,000 votes. Hong, 3,765. Crowley, 2,890.
Say it again.
3,765 for Hong.
Yeah.
2,890 for Crowley.
Yeah.
And there was also a Columbia update in there. Did we do that?
Yeah, I think right before, right? Or was there a second
okay.
Columbia one?
No, I think that's right.
Okay, so the intuition was right on Winnebago. It at least so far, it's done what Brown did. But was that like Oshkosh there, and now it's going to go back? Either way, I don't know what I just did. Either way, that knocked like 800 and change off that Crowley advantage. So, and we think there's about 4,000 that are still to come here in Winnebago. We know 28 in Milwaukee, know all about that. We do think Well, now it's worth saying, look, we think about 4,000 left to come here. We still have about 3,400 left. Yeah, look, I mean, out of Gamey, we're still waiting on 2. And they got a town that does central count. That's not the holdup. Not sure what is, but okay, so between these 2, there's room theoretically. We're just seeing in these counties, though, it seems like a difference between is it outlying vote, is it population center votes? I don't know where it's coming from exactly. But, you know, Hong is leading in both of them, and there's vote to come in both of them. So she could still, and she just got something else small somewhere. What just came in?
Yeah, Wapaka.
Yeah.
627 for Hong, 595 for Crowley.
And then quickly, Crowley just won by 2 somewhere.
Sawyer.
Okay, so, you know, but there is room for her. There is room for her to cut this further here, at least theoretically. You know, as I said, you know, what else is left here? No, I mean, like, but a place like Manitowoc County is sitting there, you know, that's Crowley country tonight, and he's, you know, there's probably 2,400 votes left right there. Okay, you know, down here in Grant County, Crowley also running up the score is about 24. You know, yeah. There's about 2,400 votes left here. We think about 2,400 votes left here. I think you expect pretty good Crowley numbers in both of those places. And then combined between the 2 of them, there's about 7,500 votes that are left between Outagamie and Winnebago County, right? So it's about 5,000. Between these 2, there's about 5,000, so 12,500. And then there's 28 here, you know. What are we at statewide? We think there's about 70,000 votes statewide.
We got another Outagamie and an Ashland update.
Okay, what just happened in Outagamie?
Outagamie was dead even, 348 apiece.
Wow, okay.
Ashland, Hong gets 651, Crowley 336.
651 to 336. Okay, so it's 2679. So she has, look, this thing was starting to get into the high 3,000s there, right? Now she's slashed a third off of it, which...
The chat is truly divided on whether this is going Crowley or Hong.
Really?
Yes.
It's a suspense. I tell you, with the last couple updates that we've got here, you know, it's like I say, she got to win it. Got to win it by a good margin, but maybe not, you know, this is, you know, she's... Now, there's going to be some places here, depending on when these come in, if it's before or after Milwaukee. As I said, you know, if Manitowoc gave us, you could see, look how Manitowoc, right? Like at some point we're getting more of this, and that's going to be good for Crowley. At some point we're getting more of this, and I think it's going to be good for Crowley. So you certainly see the places on the map still where that number can go up. It looks like there's still vote to come in Eau Claire, where we saw she put up a huge number the last time we got an update. It looks like actually, I think there might still be some vote. Yeah, there's still vote. So look, okay, Eau Claire, Portage, Winnebago, Outagamie, Portage 17, Eau Claire 18, that's 35, Outagamie 25, that's 60. So between those 4 that I just circled, that's about 10,000 total votes that are left that to some degree I think could go Hong's way. Right, and then what else here? Oh shoot, I just pressed this. Bayfield has, now she's up, yeah, she's leading in, slightly leading in Bayfield, but there's 1,000 votes left there. There are still maybe 1,100 left in Racine, which is one of Crowley's best places tonight. Yeah, 70,000. And again, it's 70,000. Sorry, it's 70,000, and it may be less than that. So I think one of these might be over by about 4,000 or so. So we really may be in the mid 60s here. That's half. we're at the point now where we can say I think half of what's left really is Milwaukee. A little bit less, but right around there. Anything on this? I think we're now at the time that our friend.
We are indeed, yeah.
It's coming.
I'm refreshing the Milwaukee County website fairly often at this point, and obviously monitoring our election feed.
Hey,
Nothing new in live pictures, but yeah.
I feel like I've seen this before. Hang on. Hold on. View Central. Oh, you're on the View Central Count processing. I think I just found it.
Great.
Yes.
Live stream or
I don't know what I'm looking at.
the check boxes?
What is Central Count? Yeah, I know. Overall. Oh, I think I see what this is. Why the expected vote. It said they issued 33,276 absentee ballots, but returned was 26. So Milwaukee had 26,000. Oh no, that's in-person absentee too. I see. 15,000 of this is going to be vote by mail. 15,000 and change. 10,000 and change is going to be in-person absentee early. So that's an important thing here. A little bit more than half of the vote that we're looking at here is at least potentially from that July period when this race was in flux. Because it's that vote by mail. A lot of it is in-person absentee. Less than half, but fair amount. Okay. What am I looking at here? City of Milwaukee. And is this video showing anything?
Yes, my friends at 58 News have now posted just a shot of the board that they have, which is the same board that you find on the Milwaukee County website, which showing which municipalities have reported their central vote and which have not. And City of Milwaukee is the only one with without a check mark.
Oh my goodness. I got the spring election results up. Look at that. 28,000 votes. City of Milwaukee. How's it going to break? Right? 28,000, if it broke for Hong by 10 points, would basically make this a tie statewide. 28,000, if it, broke for Hong by 5, she'd be down 1,400 votes. Facing if it breaks for Crowley by 10, this thing is then close to 6,000. And it's, you don't see how, I don't see how Hong could. I think Crowley just gained a vote somewhere. He just gained 30 or 45 votes somewhere. I don't want to distract you from waiting on Milwaukee. Don't let me. We're all just waiting on Milwaukee. Where else could Milwaukee? Like I'm going to just suddenly find it, but. Oh, I just found the thing you showed me with the list of everything with the check marks.
Yeah, and Hong just gave a speech, and I think
she did.
Yeah,
What'd
Crowley.
she say?
I think she thanked her supporter. I don't have a readout exactly.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
She didn't.
Heck of a time to give the speech.
Yeah. Maybe she has a speech at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
am I going to do this?
I don't know. We could still get a car for you if you need it.
I get sleep. I can't. All right. Everybody nobody cares about my sleeping. We're going for. You guys are staying up. I'm not complaining. You guys work tomorrow too. If you're watching this, this is great. I'm glad we got to stay up and do this. This is like. These are fun nights. Don't know what to expect. I mean, this whole from that first update, right? Was it Jefferson County is the first thing we got, right? We got like 3 updates in about a 5-minute succession there. And right away I was like, I was so hesitant to say it at first because we just didn't, but it was like, yeah, he's definitely made this a game. And then, yeah, he's just all night, but for about 3 minutes there, Hong has trailed, but been right there. And an emphatic number in the city of Milwaukee could put her ahead. Gosh. Come on, Milwaukee.
I thought they were going to beat that 2 a.m. mark or 4 a.m. mark that they normally have reported out in the past.
Who was the guy? It was the guy you quoted who said half an hour, which would have been midnight.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Can you ask
Everybody's
Shaq,
trying their best.
Can you ask Shaq from this point how long he thinks it would be?
Shaq's working on filing his story. He's got other things to worry about.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be, I think this is going to answer a lot of questions. We just need the number. Sometimes when I do this, it works. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody in the chat was asking again about the recount rules, and we did mention it earlier.
Inside of 1%.
Inside of 1%.
By candidate request, right?
Exactly.
So,
yeah. So there's nothing automatic triggered, but this could live on if it's close enough.
Yeah, and if Crowley were to win this update substantially, he could get this up to a point. It's 4/10 right now. If he were to win this thing by we saw him win the inner suburb by 15 points, right? So if he, again, 15 points with his batch we're about to get would be 4,200, net 4,200. It would push this over 7,000. I don't know if we're expecting that, but just to give you a range of possibilities here. He is the Milwaukee County executive. The Hong-style left-wing candidates tend to do better in the cities. They also tend to do better, right, with the election day vote. I think a little something just came in somewhere. I say thank you to everybody here in the studio for. I feel like I let you down. I jinxed you. I told you a week ago it'll be nothing like Michigan. Here we are. Thank you, guys. $28.56. Let me just check this thing if there's any update. Yeah, I mean, the only update is the ever evolving, but now I think it's I said it might really be in the mid 60s. It is 64,000 is what we think the remaining vote is. 63,000. Yeah, Winnebago, green. So. Milwaukee, come on. Milwaukee. What can we do to get this, Adam? What can we do?
All we can do is hope.
Is your TV? Is it the thing on there? Is it showing? Are they saying? What are you hearing?
I see a podium with nobody behind it. So maybe somebody will step up to the podium and announce results
goodness,
or
Milwaukee,
take some
come
questions.
You mean there's a press conference about to happen?
No, I think there have been officials kind of giving remarks or maybe updates. I can't actually hear them, as the night is going on. And so, yes, there is a podium set up, and there are microphones. We got a Greene County update, but there's nobody behind it in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Greene County just gave Crowley another 13 net or something.
Yep.
Like, yeah, okay. Which, tick, 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 we go down a little bit. Oh my gosh. Did Connecticut 1 get called?
Yes,
John Larson lost.
correct.
So that also happened tonight. First congressional district of Connecticut. We have another incumbent, long-serving incumbent, going down to defeat Democrat John Larson. We saw the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary result. South Carolina, earlier tonight we had it'll be Darlene Graham and it'll be Ralph Norman in a runoff that will probably take place about the time Milwaukee's vote comes in. And while we're waiting on this, we can say we'll be back next Tuesday for Florida. And I don't want to. I told everybody here last week, I said, thank you, everybody, for staying this late, and don't worry, next week will be a breeze compared to this.
Yeah.
I'm a dirty, dirty liar. But I'm going to say it again. They count the votes efficiently in Florida. I think it's going to be okay.
I'm excited for next week. It doesn't look like there's we'll see. It doesn't look like there's a bunch of competitive races in Wyoming, but I did spend my summer vacation in Wyoming, so I feel like I have some
You
first-hand
had to
knowledge.
shoehorn that one in. It's like a humble brag about your.
No. I mean, it's just it's one I was excited for because I'm like, I have a little bit of color now since I spent some time in the area. Did you, when you, I know you talked about this last week, but you spent some time on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Did you stretch into Wisconsin and
Yes.
your trip in this area?
Yes, absolutely. The best way to fly back from, we just got a little update from somewhere?
Wapaka again.
Okay.
Crowley 277,
Crowley
Hong
back.
217.
Yeah, another 60 for him. Best way to drive back from Marquette, if you're trying to fly somewhere, is to go to the Green Bay Airport. And it's great because the drive is like 3 hours, but it's really only 2 because you pick up the hour at the time zone.
Somebody was asking if you have a favorite dinosaur. That's their prompt.
Favorite dinosaur?
Yeah.
I was never into dinosaurs. No. Why would they ask that?
I think they're trying to help us out.
Oh, okay. Keep them coming. I'm sorry. Keep them coming. Yeah, keep them coming. What can we had Danny Ford the second tonight, and
yes.
What a discovery that was.
Yes.
I had no idea that guy was running. That would be like if Barry Alvarez's kid was running in Wisconsin.
There does seem to be a long line of football coaches or sports coaches, either themselves or their kids, running in some of these races in the past few years.
Yeah. Oh, it's an old tradition. It was Tom Osborne.
I was thinking about Tarkanian.
Danny Tarkanian. Yeah.
I was thinking about Tuberville, obviously.
Tuberville.
In Georgia.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of.
You know who the lieutenant governor of Ohio is right now?
I don't.
That would be 2002 national championship winning Ohio State coach Jim Tressel.
It's a good one.
The sweater vest.
We covered the Texas primary earlier this cycle. Mark Teixeira is the Republican nominee. He's a baseball player.
That's right.
Former baseball player.
That's right. What other?
We just got an update from Burnett County. 500 new votes. Crowley 195. Hong 148.
So he's got it close to 3,000. We are sitting on 59,000 remaining votes. Half of it right there. I mean, we're basically looking at this. Milwaukee comes in 31. Someone somewhat substantial just came in from, what was it?
Buffalo.
Okay.
878 votes.
Yep.
Crowley 395. Hong 265.
Yeah, I mean, that's that thing. That's that thing we've been saying all night. It just like there's a breadth to it in these sort of smaller counties here where Crowley is able to just, 150 votes here, 60 votes there, 80 here, and it does in a race like this. It adds up. And again, why this Milwaukee update has got to, if you're Hong, has got to wipe that all out. It's got to wipe that all out, I think. Once that Milwaukee is in, you're left with Winnebago being about 4,000 votes left. Where again, I suspect she'll do well, but it's a little unclear because there's just this, she does better in those population centers than the outlying parts of these counties. Greene, where he's doing well. Monroe, where he's doing well. Eau Claire, where she's doing well. And once you get, that's it. I mean, 54, 26, 22, 28. Yeah, once you get through there, we're down to the bare bones. So 1254 and Milwaukee is still not any sign of any.
They're giving an update right now, and I'm trying to understand what's happening.
Oh, well, listen, yeah.
We just got a Sheboygan update.
Mm-hmm. For Crowley, I can see. Which knocks us down to 56. Are they still giving the update?
Yeah, and I'm just reading the closed captioning, and so I don't have the fullest grasp of this. But it appears there were some irregularities in the reporting process. So I think they have to go back to the city location and do some work there, and then potentially kind of restart that process. That's what I'm gathering from the city right now, or from the county update.
Really? That's so we're back to square one on this.
Potentially, and she's going through the. 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 She's going I'm just trying to read the closed captioning.
Yeah.
as it's
No.
coming in.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I did, but that just seems like a very significant thing.
Yeah, they have to restart that process. So they have to go back to the city location, I think re-grab the memory sticks or go through that vote process again and then bring it back to the county.
Are we talking hours?
At least the drive back, whatever they have to do, and the drive back. It would feel that way given, we got the 30-minute watch process started at 11 and it's now 1 a.m.
Well, there's no traffic at this hour. I guess that's good.
Yes. I was
Are
hoping
you
for
serious?
resolution. Yes.
They have to. What were they? Okay. Well, what are we thinking here? Are there-
I guess the exact thing, yes, is if 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election, so then they have to go try to re-grab them. Yeah, and they're all the folks behind the scenes are talking about this as well, so we can also look. It's unfortunate.
The folks behind the scenes here, you're saying?
Yes.
Are how do I ask this artfully? Okay. Do we still have an audience?
Yeah, there's still a bunch of people tuned in. Everybody, okay. I think everybody was very eager for what we were teeing up.
I was eager for it.
I don't know if people want to go to sleep now, but yeah, it's a blow for getting results in a timely manner.
Oh. Okay. Well. So we're doing this transparently. This is the thing. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, you also
be on
need
a
physical
panel
drive time.
3 hours from here at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I sent them an email a minute when I was standing here, seeing if they wrote back, asking if they can push it to later in the morning.
Oh,
I don't know that
they went to sleep hours ago.
I believe they did.
Yes.
Because this is the 3rd day of their conference, and they've been very good to me, and they've planned around this, but yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah. Let's look at it this way. We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here and get the sticks and bring them back and go on. And we've got folks here who are working real late, and I don't think we want to, keep them here to. This could go 90 minutes, and it's 90 minutes of me saying,
Yeah.
have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress. It's like I know we've come so far here. It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and intense night here, and it really is coming down to this one giant, update in Milwaukee. But man, we waited 90 minutes for them. They did this whole procession, and then they find out there's nothing on the sticks. And yeah, so it's just my way of saying I'm just trying to say the audience here, so I'm not abruptly ending on them, just why we're doing this, because the audience has been with us for 4-6 hours in some cases for this moment that didn't happen, and so folks, I think we are gonna wrap it here for the reasons we're saying here. Just, but I want you to know I hate doing this to you, because you've been. I know you're here for results, and we've come to the point where it's like one thing away. I hope you understand that we just, we gotta let everyone here has been here for a long time, and so I'm just trying to. Okay. Oh, I need. So this is okay. Okay. So folks, here's what's happening. I'm doing this is sort of a cut-in thing. I have to. They're gonna. Let me set this so it's.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Producing the producer. Melissa, do we want to do Wisconsin results in these updates, or how do we want to parse these out? Okay.
Okay, so we're doing this is like kind of a cut-in thing. We're gonna tape here that they're gonna insert into News Now. So if you'd like, you can watch us put this together. This is an NBC News special report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 6 states hit the polls on Tuesday. And I got some major results to share with you, starting with the cliffhanger in Wisconsin. Most of the votes are counted in this Democratic primary for governor. The Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley leads the count right now by just over 3,000 votes over socialist Francesca Hong. But everybody is in a holding pattern here right now. Why? It is because results from the city of Milwaukee, nearly 30,000 votes from there, they have still yet to be released. They will come sometime in the overnight hours. Those results could, depending on how they break, be just enough to put Hong into the lead in this race, or they could solidify the hold that Crowley has on first place. Again, that will be sometime in the overnight hours. We're not quite sure when to expect it. An absolute cliffhanger here. And of course, the backdrop for this is, as we say, Hong, a socialist candidate here, riding much of that left-wing energy that had powered other successful insurgencies in these Democratic primaries this year. The party establishment, led by the governor in Wisconsin, had rallied late around Crowley in an effort to stop Hong. We will see which side, when that Milwaukee vote comes in, ends up prevailing. There are other major results from tonight to tell you about. Next door to Wisconsin, in Minnesota, Democratic primary for the United States Senate there. The candidate more from the left of the party, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, easily defeats Congresswoman Angie Craig, more of a centrist from the Twin City suburbs. And a major result in South Carolina earlier tonight. This is a special election, the Republican primary for the seat that was held by the late Lindsey Graham, his sister, who's been appointed to that seat and who is now running for it. finishing first in this race and advancing to the runoff. Nobody got a majority here, so there will be a runoff. Graham finishes first. She advances. She will face in that runoff Congressman Ralph Norman. Norman finishing in second place there, ahead of Congressman Russell Fry and former Governor Mark Sanford, a distant fourth. So it will be Norman versus Graham. The runoff in that South Carolina race will be held on Tuesday, August 25th, a short runoff campaign. Major results from, and also one other major result from tonight in Connecticut. A longtime incumbent Democratic member of Congress, John Larson, 28-year incumbent, ousted in a landslide by Luke Bronin, the former mayor of Hartford, Connecticut. Those are the major results from tonight. Thank you for watching this special report. More news straight ahead on NBC News Now and NBCNews.com. Complete wrap up on today. I'm Steve Kornacki. Have a great morning. More news straight ahead. Okay, and now are we showing something you said? Okay, so folks, I apologize calling this. It's just get some sleep is the best I can tell you, because it's going to be a while there in Milwaukee. I hate ending it early. We have more next week. Florida, Wyoming, Arkansas. Please, I hope you'll tune in. September 1st, Mass. We got that Ed Markey, Seth Moulton primary. September 8th, New Hampshire. We got 3 more of these. These have been a blast. Again, I am so sorry we're calling this before we get a winner, but it's going to be too late, and we gotta shut this studio down too. And so I hope you get some sleep. And thank you for staying up with us tonight as long as you did. Look forward to finding out with the rest of you what ends up happening here.